Timer's going, and I am turning this monitor off. I am in darkness. I know only time and the run.
MADkurious!
Our helmsman's dead! Someone take the wheel!
Okay, we didn't quite get on the wheel when I like to, but we will make the most of it. All right, well, that took an extra second, but we're okay. For anyone who has never been here before, because maybe you're watching this in the future, I'm MADkurious. We're about to take the console world record.
Douse the flames! Get in there, you mongrel!
We're on PS5. Have a brand new controller wired in, ready to go. We are going for sub 6. Our best time is 7:15 during our first run on PC. Our next one, I went on tilt because it did not go as planned in the last attempt for console. I've only done 2 full runs so far. This is our 3rd. Half the chat is modded, all the regulars. We're live on Twitch. I cannot see them. Chat, say hi. We'll likely put this unlisted on YouTube to submit it, but we can always just highlight it and submit it that way, however we want to do it. Whatever's easiest. All right, let's do it.
Come on, mate. We're off to a bad start. It's 100 leagues or more to Havana. Will you walk that distance?
Little mistake there, that's okay.
Posh git. Where's he running to? Follow and I'll kill you! We could work together on this. your distance!
All right, we just hit the point of no return. I generally only restart runs up into that point if I make a critical error. So we have now passed it. Let's go. We are in the run officially now, for me, personally.
That schooner will do me just fine.
I have to nail that jump or it's worth just restarting because it's such a short time. And a pretty big miss if that happens.
No, our destination is Havana. I'm just a merchant.
Quiet, you bleeding.
Crap, that was bad. That was bad. Okay, that was one of my worst fight sequences here ever, but continuing on.
My God. Lacking a rowboat, I'm afraid we'll have to swim.
Hardly the worst thing.
That's one of the... If I had to have, like, a worst of... that was probably one of my worst starts ever to the game, aside from not messing up the Duncan portion, so I'll take it. We didn't really have true, huge time, like, meaningful time loss. It just was really ugly. So, it's fine. We'll be okay.
Let out some sail!
Welcome aboard, Duncan. She's a modest schooner, but well suited to my purpose, trafficking cargo from my plantation and such.
She'll do fine. There's a strong wind now. Let's strike to full, shall we?
Ah, there's a tug of the wind at my hair. Ah, I find a bracing comfort in the feel and smell of the ocean. The raw stink of
Possibility. Raw
That's
stink
a
of
top way of seeing it, mate.
This is the raw stink of possibility. This is our time, chat. Do you smell it? Do you fucking smell it?
We've really opened it up now, haven't we? Ha ha! Those sailors were quite animated by the idea of pirates roaming these waters. Is it a real danger, do you suppose?
A possibility. But most pirates stalk the windward passage between Cuba and Hispaniola.
Oh, I see. Yes, that is a bustling strait. But I shouldn't worry about being waylaid by pirates, truth be told. My ship is small, and I have nothing of immense value. Sugarcane and its yields, molasses, rum, that sort of thing.
There's not a pirate living who'd turn his back on a keg of rum.
Well, yes.
All right, that
Yes,
went
I suppose that's
that
true.
went as well as it can, more or less. Decent turns. All right. Modern day, baby, let's go. Melanie LeMay, I'm coming.
You're a natural sailor, Duncan.
I did a decent trick at
Everything
the helm
going okay,
some time
chat?
ago.
Everybody
2
happy?
years before the mast as a privateer.
Nothing's...
Ash my buttons. Your life seems a grand one, if I may say. So full of adventure. How marvelous.
I've seen my share of strangeness, aye.
Miss you guys.
Fantastic work. Very promising.
Oh shit, did I start? I stopped the timer accidentally. Okay. I don't know how long I think I just put my controller on the spacebar, so hopefully it's okay. I try to click out of it so that doesn't happen again.
There you go. Welcome back.
Should only be, I would hope, a couple seconds off.
Well, your numbers look good. Now let's make sure we can break your brain, all right?
Yeah, that sounds about right. 10 minutes.
I need you to move your head and look at these lights just here. Look up.
And we've got to see where the other runners count their start anyway. It might be at the Ubisoft title.
Down. So far, so good. Let's get you up. So, welcome to the Sample 17 project. Before you get started, you're gonna need this. There you go. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, bonjour. C'est bon? It works? All right, let's take a walk. Your file says you've done some memory research before, but not to this extent, which is surprising.
You're very good.
The data streams are very stable.
Hey guys, wouldn't it be cool if we went to ancient Egypt or feudal Japan?
I want to visit that. Or ancient Egypt.
Impressive, right? This building is barely 6 months old, but Abstergo Entertainment has been a studio for a few years, since 2010.
Man, if only Ubisoft would make those games. Almost predictive. We're in
Maybe
the future.
you saw Liberation? That was our first title powered by Animus Tech. That was just the tip of the iceberg.
I still have not seen
Soon,
Liberation.
We'll be unveiling commercial Animus servers for the whole world.
Fake
to
fan,
enjoy.
chat.
They'll
Fake fan.
offer passive experiences, of course. Edited versions of real history.
Listen, I don't count the
But only
handheld
the
game as a...
And we think we found the perfect
As a
subject
mainliner,
for our
right?
first full-length virtual feature. Caribbean pirates. So that's your gig.
I really hope that's where they take
It'll
the
just
modern
take a
day in the
minute,
new
okay?
one. For anyone watching this in the future, it is June 13th, 2026.
Nancy.
So the new Resync
Bonjour.
hasn't come out yet. It comes out in less than a month.
C'est bon, c'était prêt.
C'est bon.
Magnifique. Merci. This is for you. The primary tool of our trade. Your communicator. Power it up and give it a look. It's pretty slick.
Come on, Melanie.
You might
Come
have
on.
noticed that security seems a little light around
Oh, hi,
here.
Sean.
That's because your communicator is your key to getting around.
Come on. Come on. Let's go. Melanie LeMay. Melanie LeMay, you walk so slow. Come on.
See that flashing wireless signal? It means you're hooked up to the elevator. I'll let you do the honors. We're headed up to the Sample 17 studio, 2nd floor.
This is what they thought the future was going to look like. Everybody holding tablets. I guess some places might, but
You ready?
I don't think that's taken hold.
Let's go. Ah, there's
more
the boss,
marketing
Olivier
people.
Garneau, our CCO. I'll introduce you. Bonjour.
Salut Mélanie. Ça va bien?
Well, thanks.
I don't know. Do you guys work in
Have
places
you
where
met our
that's
new
taken
hire?
hold?
Just started today.
I haven't. Bonjour. What project?
Sample 17.
The Kinway line.
Hey them.
Connor. Edward.
Edward, the pirate.
Ah.
Yar, matey.
Very exciting.
Welcome aboard.
Mélanie, can we talk in your office for a minute?
Just let me get this one settled and I'll see you in 5 minutes.
C'est bon. Nice to meet you.
So, this is the Sample 17 floor. We're diving into the memories of one very generous donor, Desmond Miles. We're pulling all the best stuff from his DNA. And hopefully one day, we can forge some fantastic experiences from what we find in there. This pair of legs is John, one of the wizards in IT. He's just fixing something for you.
Not fixing. Calibrating.
Calibrating, right. So here we are, your very own Animus workstation.
And for those who
This is
know
all
the
yours.
lore, when
So
you
sit
go
back, relax,
up and try to
find
see
us
his
some good
eyes,
footage.
you can't tell in this
If you need
particular
any hints
scene.
or tips, the
They just look
Animus
yellow.
is loaded with tutorial programs, so you'll have no problems. And I'll check in on you later. Happy pirating.
Thank you, Melanie LeMay. Bye. See you in about an hour.
Welcome to Animus Omega, Abstergo Entertainment's proprietary ancestral memory research tool. If you have any questions, Comments or concerns about how to operate your Animus console, please contact your project supervisor, Melanie LeMay.
Melanie
You have been
LeMay.
registered as part of the Sample 17 project. Your primary research target is Edward James Kenway, born March 10, 1693, Swansea, Wales. Calibrations complete. All signs normal. All systems optimal. Extra neurotransmitters activated.
Lively Havana. I've been here once before. It
It's
was
a truly awful pleasure.
See someone you know?
No, just putting on a friendly face.
I shouldn't want to be mistaken for a pirate again.
Right.
Flash rogue like yourself must be cautious. I finally figured out the British pronunciation of
You'll tarry a bit while I
cautious.
conduct my meeting. It'd be a great relief to have a man of your stature nearby in case of a misunderstanding.
I can hang about.
Might have a
Might
drink.
Have a drink.
Splendid. Drink.
But they don't take
Which I will
kindly
be
to
having
pirates
after this
here, do
run.
they?
Whee.
Wonder how many stolen reals bought these men this purge.
Come on. You want me to carry that for you? Will it make you go faster? Come on. Let's go. Why don't we offer it to carry it?
You don't know these women, do you?
No, they charge money for that kind of privilege. A few dozen
Barbara.
reals for every hour of knowing.
Keen to meet them.
No, goodness no. I'm a married man.
Married men are their forte, mate. Come on. Come on. You're doing great, Bonnet. Come on. Real proud of you carrying all that.
Here's a purveyor of personal
Move.
defenses.
Move. Get out of the way, Bonnet.
I should
Come on.
acquire a blade for myself, Duncan, just as
Pave
you
the
have.
way.
This rusty razor's nothing to
Come on.
admire.
Out of the way.
Even so,
This is Bonnet's
I fear
land.
A mere kitten walking so close upon you. Perhaps a small dagger would suit me. Let's see what he's selling.
Maybe I'll buy a sword too.
We'll both jump rank.
Oh, we'll be quite the pair, you and I. Twin devils.
Lend us a few reals then.
I did
I
save
did
you a
save your
skin.
skin.
Of course.
Cheers. That's a better fit for me. How do you fare?
I had only enough for a small knife, sadly.
Still,
Still.
it'll do in a pinch.
Oh, puffer duff. I have led us astray, Duncan.
Well, no matter. I'll get us a better view. What are we looking for?
A tavern. A sort of courtyard interior. My goodness, you're an agile chap.
Every finger's a fishhook. That's how you
Tell
tell
the truth, sailor.
Yes. A fine way to put it.
No, down. Good, Edward. I'm gonna move this keyboard so I don't accidentally pause that again. Don't need it. I need to be able to rest the
I see
controller
the
though.
place. We're not far.
No te resistas, gordinflón! Para! Para!
Hang tight.
Oh, he's brought me blind! Go, what do I do?
I'll save you, Bonnet.
Stop or I'll break your knees when I catch you.
Shit. Oh shit. That was bad. Oh, that's not good. That's not good, chat. I usually don't miss him.
Time's up, Sogger!
You robbed the wrong man, mate.
All right, we're okay. Reload checkpoint so we go over to him. That's the backup plan if that happens. We're okay. Oh shit! No, it wasn't.
Stop or I'll
Oh
break
fuck.
your knees
Oh
when I
man, that's
catch
not a
ya.
good start. That's not a good start. That's a very bad start. Oh no, chat. That should have done it.
You robbed the wrong man, mate. A fellow
Where'd he
with
go?
dangerous friends.
What just happened? Where did he go? Oh, we're good now. Okay, it glitched, but we're okay. What the? That was really weird, chat. We lost like 10 seconds, but we'll continue to move on. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Weird glitch. He shouldn't have been there. I didn't have to reloot him. The checkpoint should have put us right by Bonnet. That was really weird. We're okay. Moving on. I'll take it. At least I didn't have to chase him down again.
You want a dust up? I'll give you one. Come on, lads. I've seen bigger arms on a bird.
I did not like what I did there. I counted it as a double circle, I guess.
One more. Come on!
All right, there we go. Oops. I was too eager on the circle. I like that it like gives you the smoke bombs here, like in your arsenal ready to go. I don't know if it was already aligned like that. I don't think it was, but they know. They know what you need. Move, women. Couldn't you say a man had places to go?
Sorry about the swift exit.
Tell you what.
You don't mind me tagging along, do you?
Not if you keep quiet and stay out of sight. Bonnet!
I believe I'm getting the hang of this.
Quiet!
I fear they're onto us.
Hang back.
Ooh, perhaps we should split
And he's glitched. We'll just leave him there.
Best idea you had today.
Oh, wait, is there another one that wants me? Oh, he got unglitched. Okay.
Buenos dias, senores. You're late. Yes, sir.
That doesn't happen very often.
We are very sorry. Our captain delayed.
Which is what happens on every run. Weird stuff. Every single time. Just have to be ready. Adapt and overcome, chat.
This would be Captain Mendoza? Yes, sir.
He's very excited to meet you. Only
He must be present for a hanging.
a hanging.
Ah, I love a good hanging. Oh, shit. He's not supposed to see me.
Yes, sir.
Bring him over here so they don't see.
If we hear the bell, we may go.
He's never seen me before. I normally get him when they say, "Ah, I love a good hanging." Normally get him very quietly. All right, come here. What a weird run so far.
I'd love to. Especially
Give me your
if
knife,
Captain
dude.
Mendoza's put in a trap. Man owes me money for the slaves I sold him.
All right, got it.
Sir, Captain Mendoza is happy to pay you. We have goods to sell, sugars and such.
All right, let's get this guy over here. Hopefully they don't see me because I am a little bit behind. Should be fine. I'll just do it quietly. All right, good to go. We usually have to wait here anyway, so that'll be fine. Ooh, let's pet the kitty. Pet the kitty for good luck. That means it's going to be a good run. That almost never gets to happen. So we are in business, chat. We are in business. The run has been blessed. The run has been blessed. We get that roof kitty. We were just a little bit behind there. That made me a little nervous. Okay, we're okay. Let him jump and then run. Let's go. Oh, we ran a little too fast there. Okay, now they're coming. All right. This place has caused us issues lately. Let's not have any issues, yeah? It never had issues until we started running for some reason. So let's get it together.
How long will this hanging take, man? Don't mean to hang about all day for the captain.
I think I just finished my energy drink. That was the
Quick as anything,
burp letting us know.
Captain Mendoza needs only to hang the man, then he will deliver your payment.
What goods? Things I can sell. Tobacco, rum, sugar.
See, we have much fine sugar. Grapes we took off a fat Englishman last night.
That'll do.
Englishman.
In case they happen to turn around, they shouldn't. Once they get this around
Sugar from
the crowd, we should be fine.
Very fine. We hold it in the castillo after the man started the fight last night. He ran, left his sugar behind. Very fine.
Well, that's a start. Shall I accompany him to the Castillo?
No, sir. Captain Mendoza will have it sent to you, I believe. You will see.
Good lord. Is that
Big brute, you're Captain Mendoza. No, that's El Tiburon.
He is El Tiburon. El Tiburon, Governor Torres' man.
Come on. Come on, ladies. With haste. With the most haste you've ever hasted in your life. Come on. With me. Come on, with me, ladies. All right, let's grab this real quick. Then we'll come back this way. Good girls, come on. Come on, with me. Beautiful. Come this way. Come here, I need you to distract. Good ladies, come on. Get in there. Get in there, beautiful. Come on. Beautiful. Whew. Cracking my thumbs is crazy. That's how much we've been gaming lately. Never done that in my life. Oi. Alright, we had some crazy stuff go on in this scene the last time. Let's see if we can avoid that. Might have just been some crazy RNG. But I don't know. I'll try to avoid it this time. Yeah, okay, it seems like we avoided it. I don't know what happened last time. I ran a little bit different this time to try to avoid it. But it was really weird, and I don't particularly want it to happen again. Alright. Whew. Good, good, like that. Alright, let's go for the shot of just knocking this guy off. Didn't work, but that's okay. He can live today. As long as he doesn't shoot me. There we go. I mean, then he would still live. I would just be upset. Beautiful. Beautiful. Great stretch. Great stretch. Overall. Other than the weird dude running away from me thing.
Sorry about the sugar.
And having to restart.
Oh, it's no great loss. I've got plenty of cargo here to make a profit on my trip.
Will you stay here long?
For a few weeks, yes. Then back to Barbados, to the tedium of domesticity.
Don't settle for tedium. Sail for Nassau. Live life as you see fit.
Haven't I heard that Nassau is crawling with pirates?
Seems a very tawdry place.
It's a very tawdry place.
Not tawdry, liberated.
Oh, God. That would be an adventure. But no, I'm a husband and a father. I have responsibilities. Life
can't be all
pleasure and distraction, Duncan.
Okay.
Hey, our bonnet. The name's Edward, in truth. Duncan's only a handle.
Ah. Secret name for your
secret meeting with the governor. Yep, all gone.
The governor, right. I think I've kept him waiting long enough.
Hydration time. half an hour to get to Governor. Not bad. Not bad overall. I'll take it. Governor. Move. Oh, I want to go into the tavern. No, sir. I know you have the greatest urge to climb. You will not be doing that at this moment. Got a little close.
Buenos dias. Mr. Duncan Walpole of England to see the governor. I believe he is expecting me.
Sí, señor Walpole. Entre, por favor. ¿Ese es el hombre? ¿Cómo lo llamabas? ¿Asesino?
Sí.
¿Asesino?
Duncan Walpole. Debería haber llegado hace muchos días.
No me gusta que los extranjeros se paseen por nuestra ciudad. No me fío de ellos.
Cállate. El gobernador tiene invitados. Todos franceses y ingleses.
Parece un hombre rudo. Le suponía un aspecto más respetable.
Llévame ese en alta mar.
Press it just a little soon. On PC, it's just a slight better for skipping cutscenes.
You've got my 2 best pairs of matched pistols, Duncan, so handle them with care.
If I had 8, I'd
And treat each as my own son.
Pull off a few shots if you like. Get a feel for it.
No, thank you.
I once fought beside a man who carried 9 on his person. They were a boon in battle, but hindered his ability to swim, sadly.
Quite.
Kick, yes?
I long for the day where one firearm carries 4 bullets, and not the opposite.
I have a friend in England you may like to meet, Julian. James Puckle. He's working on something extraordinary.
Magnifique.
That was shoot triangle, shoot triangle. Shoot triangle, shoot triangle. We done did it.
Aye.
Duncan, will you indulge us with a demonstration of your techniques?
Well,
We must. We put together a training course in anticipation of your arrival.
No, thank you.
We'd be ashamed to leave here without seeing you in action.
You can see one
yes,
action.
Of course. Well, I mean, if there is time, I would gladly
Show you what I know.
Here. You see, situations well suited to your skills.
Have a go. A blade in a crowd is always the simplest. Nothing grandiose, just
Show
quick
us
and
another
clean.
technique.
No,
The assassins have trained you well, Duncan.
because I could knife someone I was standing right beside. Sure.
At great
We'll go with
risk,
it.
I imagine. Betraying the assassins is never good for one's health.
Well, neither is drinking liquor, but I am drawn to its dangers all the same.
And what is your business here, sir? Are you an associate of the governor's, or a pending acquaintance like myself?
Guns, blades, cannons, grenados.
Grenados.
Anything that may kill a man.
I am happy to provide.
A smuggler of sorts.
And how is your wife these days, Captain Rogers?
I feel like there's always...
Is she, here, in Havana?
I trust she's well, but I wouldn't know.
Like, what was the
I've been in Madagascar
transition to that
14
sentence?
months hunting pirates.
I feel like we miss a line or something.
Criminals there, but we managed it. In future, I hope to use these same.
Or he's just teasing him about, like,
And how did
anything
you
that can kill a
deal
man, I am
with that
happy to
kind?
provide. How is your
Very
wife?
simply.
Like, sorry,
Most
what?
pirates are as ignorant as apes. I merely offered them a choice. Take
Was
part
he
in
being
the return to
sassy?
England, penniless, but free men, or be hanged by the neck until dead.
Ah, I love hanging by the neck
I
until dead.
imagine Nassau would be your
I love a
next
good
target.
hanging.
Very astute, Duncan.
His favorite thing in the world, chat.
Best of luck with that.
It's like all he freaking talks about. Beginning to think it's more than just a hobby.
Convened at last.
All right, let's steal from the poorest person in this game, El Tiburon. Do you have $1 or do you have 4? What do you have? Look at you, balling out today. 4.
Place our precursors once called.
Proud of you, El Tiburon.
See here. Look up on these images and commit them to memory. They tell a very old and important story.
We must go say hi to Berbera.
2 decades
Berbera's fine, chat. Look at her. We're gonna feed her. Look at her. She's so good. We might not have... There actually are turtles in this game. I didn't stop to try to see if I can feed it because, well... We do need to try to find one before we synced because people are very excited about the turtle feeding, but we really might be able to do it in this. We fed a pig the other day.
With this device, there would be no secrets.
To be fair, those animals are like not... You don't come by them all the time.
Pure justice.
So only true fans would really know.
The observatory's promise, and we must take it for our own.
Do we know its
like those pigs we only saw twice in like 500 times we did that scene.
For in our custody is the one man who does. A man
probably closer to 200.
Once called a sage.
We did it a bunch,
It's been
though.
45 years since anyone has seen a true sage. Can you be sure this one is authentic?
We are confident he is.
The assassins will come for him.
I don't know if this is technically a piece of Eden or just something that is used in the piece of Eden. That little thing that holds the blood that you then put in the little skeleton head.
Rest well, Duncan. Tomorrow the treasure fleet arrives, and with it, your reward. After which we
just
will
sitting there casually on the table.
I look forward to it.
Presumably, I mean, I guess it's kind of a piece of Eden because it's magical too, right?
First thing tomorrow morning.
Just sitting there casually.
Governor Torres requests your presence at the docks near the Castillo.
All right, I think this is the first thing we do that's technically not necessary to move the game forward. We just do it so we can come back to it here in a few minutes, and then later in the game... Guess I shouldn't be spilling all of my secrets, but people can find them if they look. If people decide... If we can get the Assassin's Creed speedrun category up and moving and, like, people interested, I would love to do walkthroughs and stuff and show people. It's so fun, dude. I want to reinvigorate the category. I remember not to jump down that time. Look at me go. Hopefully it registered. I think it did. It'd be really bad if it didn't, but I guess we'll find out. Okay. This part is always some level of shit show, so let's see what we can do.
Duncan, over here. Good morning, Duncan. Just
Such a fuss over one man. Is the observatory really such a grand prize?
See, sin duda. The observatory was a
Chat, are you happy, chat? How we doing? Checking in, even though I can't see you.
Precursor race. I see.
One of your early letters mentioned a desire to kill the Mayan mentor, Atabay. Were you able to carry out this contract before coming here?
I was not, no. Too many complications along the way.
A pity. But the maps you delivered with the blood vial will see that job finished.
Hi. That's the idea.
I don't like this route, Torres. Drink slow. Something is wrong. Stay close, Grandma. I feel it too. Do not let them get their hands on the bridge, whatever cost.
Assassins! Above! They're on the rooftops!
These haven't appeared yet. I don't like that. Something's happening. Are we moving yet?
The streets and alleys.
There it is. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? What was that?
Protect this age.
Oh shit, already? Whoa! Something glitched. Something glitched. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was early. Oh shit. Well, that explains why. Let me try to get this guy. He's still active. That's weird. I don't know what happened. Okay, it was early, but then I lost time right there, so I guess it's not good. Really weird. Oh, shit. And you don't use ammo there, which is weird. That was really weird. It still took about the same amount of time because I was waiting. That was... The trigger points were different. All right, let's get this guy. Everything always going weird in this game, man.
You're a nimble one, I'll give you that.
Come on, Roberts. Be slow. Let me catch you. You know you wanna. Got him! Yes! Lapdog.
Well done, lapdog. Quiet.
We'll see him to the prison.
Guys, it's almost Lucena. Who's ready?
Double
Lucena! Comitila rapido!
Well, I'll be buggered. What an active day we've had, gents.
See, he's set on all sides by our enemies. We must be more cautious.
I do wish I could remain to see our drama done, but I must avail myself of these winds and sail for England.
By all means, Captain, speed and fortune to you.
Good luck. I'll return myself a governor. And with my idiot
All right,
king's blessing,
electrolytes and creatine.
Adios.
Energy.
As for you, Mr. Walpole,
You're set.
I
Water
consider
time.
this the first payment in a long-term investment. Gracias.
All right, we're
Obliged.
at 42 minutes right now for this, so we should be getting to Lucena close to 45 if this next part goes okay. Which is pretty good. I want to say we were there. I want to say we got done with Lucena at right around an hour, right? So that sounds about right. Okay. I think this is pretty good so far. All right, so let's go to the fast travel we opened. Go see our Buddy Bonnet. And see if we can get this part right. I guess it did use one bullet.
A fine night, don't you think?
We'll use our little strat we came up with here. Safety strat.
God, shit.
This is our own personal strat we did. Let's see how it goes. Built upon the strats of many others, we have come up with our own.
¡Alto! ¡Quiero hablarte! ¿A dónde crees que vas? ¡Alto ahí! ¡Tú! ¡Se está flaqueando! ¡Tú! ¡Para! ¡No corras, que es peor!
Let's go! It's Lucena time! We did all right. We did all right. Good shit. We're getting to Lucena right at 45, baby. Let's go. Woo! Well, technically, don't we have... Oh, sorry. Not quite at right at 45. We still have Caroline to talk to us.
Captain,
a man of quality.
Bien que pauvre paysan.
Where is this
And there
sailor?
I am.
You set him free.
I had nothing to do with that.
A million doubloons spilling
Take
from
him to
my
the ports.
pockets like
Tell him
drops
to
of
sail here
rain.
with the treasure plate.
Oh, wait now!
I delivered your treasures, didn't I?
You did, yes.
But you robbed us of Duncan Walpole. Excuse me. It was... Come on. I feel like I need a pee break. I can take one once the ship is ours. Right after the storm. But it has to be super quick. So probably I'll wait for an hour.
It's you who'll suffer.
Father!
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 Waiting for the first pee break is always hardest.
Up with you now.
Because I chugged caffeine right before this.
What about me?
I hope it's so.
You believe me, don't you? Can
You see me standing out there on the deck of a ship that's sliding into port. And there I am, man of quality. With 1,000 doubloons spilling from my pockets like drops of rain. I can see it. Breaking free, we're soaring. Cena, cometido rápido.
You hungry? Now what's your plan, mate?
Oh shit. Oh shit, I fucked up. It's okay, it's okay. I got nervous, that was weird. It's okay, we're alright. We're okay. We did okay. Oh shit. Oh fuck, I fucked up. Chad, I fucked up.
Lucky lads.
I don't know what happened there. That was really weird. The timing was weird. It was off. We're okay. We just lost 5 seconds. Fine. Oh, that was so weird. Can I pick up my knife while we're here?
Christ, the seas are uneasy today.
I don't know if I don't think I did. I don't know if I did. Figured I'd take the... Can I please skip the cinematic? Oh my god, it's stuck, chat. It won't let me skip it. What's happening? It's glitched. It won't let me skip it. It won't let me skip it. Fuck.
There's many prisoners held on
What
this
was
ship.
that?
Set them free.
It wouldn't let me skip it.
No question.
What the fuck?
So that's the idea then.
Oh, I'm so mad. I'm livid,
Free what
dude.
men we can, then find a fast ship.
Shit. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No tilt. No tilt. No tilt. We said no tilt. The most important thing that happens here is that I do not tilt. Turn. I need him to turn. Okay. Shit, they're seeing me. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Shit! This is not a smooth Lucina chat. That was a very bad Lucina chat.
You're sailing with me.
What the fuck just happened? All right, we're okay. Forget about it. Forget about it. We gotta move forward. Fucking terrible Lucina. That was the worst Lucina I've ever done. It's fine. It's fine. Moving on. Moving on. Literally the worst Lucina I've ever done. I'm so sorry that people are going to have to see that. And call me a runner. Yo, but second part of Lucina was perfect. We'll take it. Second part of Lucina was perfect. Holy shit. We walked so we could run. We walked so we could run, Chad. Holy fuck. I feel like I'm gonna need that smoke bomb later and I'm gonna regret what I just did, but here we are. Did I use two extra during this? I feel like I did. No, maybe I didn't in that first part. We'll figure it out. We'll be okay. Hopefully we'll pick one up if we need it. Just is what it is. All right, let's not fuck this up. How about that? Hello? That'll do. That was weird, but that'll do. All right. Focus time, focus time, focus time. We're not gonna screw up the storm. Like we did on PC. Okay, here we go. Focus. This is weirdly harder than Lucena now.
Keep watch on those
Because I don't know
galleons.
what I'm doing.
See, they don't give us trouble.
They won't. Far too slow for this weather.
That was the best part 2 of Lucena that we've ever done, ever. It was the worst part 1 Lucena, the best part 2. I cannot stress that enough how good that was. We have never, ever had that timing where that guy doesn't see us. That was amazing. Which means we actually saved time on that somehow, at least in the second part. Not in the first part. Very weird.
I see it.
All right, focus.
It's a stop! Incoming fire! Incoming fire!
Get your head in the game.
Water spout!
What? Where?
Steer clear of that thing!
Where? There it is.
Water spout, man! Stay wide!
It's not looking good.
It's not looking good. I should have cut. I should have cut. It's coming right for us. It's coming right for us. But I couldn't cut because I was too wide. We're okay. We're all right. Just don't. No. Steer clear. Steer clear. Steer clear. Real clear. Real clear. We're okay. Okay. All right. Steer. Keep steering clear. Don't let it pull you. All right. I think there's one more. I'm real nervous after that one time we got really fucked here.
Massive swell rolling in starboard.
But I think it was just because I was so excited about Lucena and nailing it. This is the last one. Okay, that was it. That was it. There's gonna be one that pops up, but it goes away. I'm pretty sure. There it is. There it is. That'll do. Technically, I can pee here. It's gonna be a while if I don't. I'm kind of tempted, but I'm afraid that I won't make it back in time. It's pretty quick. I think I won't. It's gonna suck. We'll be all right. None of this stuff in front of us is gonna be super hard, so it'll be all right. I'll just have to pee really badly by the time we get to Olivier's office. Because it should be less than an hour. We're at 55 minutes right now, which is really good. Like Millennium. You're very good. No, we're actually pretty good. We're under an hour getting out of Lucena. That's great.
I'm Edward.
It should be about an hour or less till I get to pee, because we'll be at Caroline. Caroline.
Ever been to Nassau, Adewale?
We're basically just doing all the good part of, like the happy part of the game.
By God, she took some knocks, didn't she? I think I'll keep her.
everything okay, but...
All hands aft, lads. We're taking this one home.
Oh, good start, chat. Good start. We haven't done a lot very pretty, but timing-wise, great start. See, I could have peed there. I definitely could have made it, but it just makes me nervous. I need to time how much some of these are so I know for sure. All right.
I spied a few items in the hold earlier. Powder and a few pistols.
Chat, how are we doing?
A second holster if I can.
I don't see any Discord updates, so presumably you're all safe and sound.
One you find laughable.
Could we talk a moment about the condition of the ship?
What's the trouble?
I had a walk about the gun deck this morning and couldn't stand for what I saw. A clutter of linstocks heaped like tinder, and one with a slow match still burning.
Christ.
And just nearby, 2 barrels of gunpowder, closer than man and wife, fit to explode at the touch of a spark.
We'll stow ours good and proper.
As for the cannons,
oh shit,
they might
where'd
as
he
well
come
be
from?
tossed. Clogs touch holes in need of scraping.
That was weird.
Corrosion on the bodies.
He never comes out of nowhere like that. What the hell?
Ropes so rotten, I could use them for knitting yarn. The short of it is, we need good equipment.
What the hell was that? Why is every run so
we
different?
Win every battle with snares and shouts.
Is he really gonna make us fight him?
What
an idiot.
But don't forget about the jackdaws.
No, indeed. We'll make it a point to keep this ship and its crew in fine condition.
I guess I didn't need to do that second shot because I'm not going over there to loot it. What a weird time. That has literally never happened. He popped out of nowhere. Why does this look different? Did I fuck up? Did I fuck up? Oh shit, did I go to the wrong... Oh, I went to the wrong island. That's why he popped... What the fuck? I think he distracted me. Oh, fuck. He got me going the wrong direction? What just happened? Alright. Pretend that didn't happen. What a weird... I got all turned around. What? Okay, well, we just wasted 10 seconds. I don't know on what. Fucking... At least, maybe 20 seconds. That was really weird. Okay. Forget it. Move on. Let's go.
Cruise up! Eat her sticks!
Bring it all, Sil! Come and tight!
I got little lizards. I think they're usually on the other side. Get a kitty first. Oh, there's one. Shit. Should have just skinned this one. He was gonna get scared. Alright, we're loaded. Okay, well, this is right in front of us. Might as well get it. I don't know what... I never usually come across that, but we'll take it. Oh, there's one. Shit! Too far. Oh, that's not good. I'm wasting time on this island, chat. I don't like it. I need a lizard. I don't like this. I don't like this. We came in at the wrong angle. I don't really know where I am. I don't like this at all. We might end up accidentally wasting a whole minute. Because I can't find any fucking lizards. There's a cat. They should be on the edges. What is going on? I don't need any more fucking cats! Where the goddamn shit are all the lizards? I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it, chat. We're wasting so much time. Alright, we're back on the side that I know. We'll run back to this boat. We are wasting so much time here. This is crazy. This is the worst island we've ever had. Where the fuck are these goddamn lizard bastards? They're all fucking congregating over here, you goddamn shits. Come here. I'm not even gonna feel bad if you do your little this time, because fuck you. Come here. Alright, off we go. Stupid. Now there's a fucking lizard. Bet it will pass 5 on the way over there.
Ahoy, Captain. Find what you need.
Mm-hmm.
My needs and wants
are oceans apart.
Mate. But I did fashion myself a new holster. All I need now is a pistol to lie in it.
Yeah. Taken from the holds, just as you said.
Little more than a blowpipe.
It'll do.
But it'll do.
Fuck the crew. We have a gun holster now. That's what I call this scene.
Or should we idle?
We need to take care of the crew. Well, I'm gonna go get myself a gun holster. I'm gonna just go murder some innocent animals.
To reach civilization.
Glad we had that talk.
Civilization in Nassau.
All right, we're going to Nassau. I'm gonna kill the ships again first. Maybe we'll get lucky on the draw. Hopes and prayers. Here we go. Because I, again, still don't know what all we need. I just kill a few ships, grab their shit, and hope for the best. Oh, there's some. Oh, shit. Luck on the draw. Luck on the draw. Luck on the draw.
Fire! Ready, sir! Fire! Fire!
Missed. Are the hooks tight?
Fire! Fire! Get the mains free!
Ready to fire, sir. We're found
Call
with
in
the
the
ship, Kenway.
substance! Fire!
They're trying to flee!
Just say the word, Captain. Another hit.
I didn't realize we were that close to death that ramming someone would do it. Fuck. All right, well, there goes 20 seconds. Jeez. Great start to fuck up. All right.
Hold down!
We're okay. But we need more ships on the way to Nassau. We did not get luck at the draw this time. They really came in hot and we couldn't get them at the right angle. I should have sped up faster. That was my bad. That was definitely user error, but we got to fix this. All right, there's one. Oh, there's some. Perfect. All right, get them. We got to get these. Hopefully the others don't join us.
Fire! Look at it! Put a shot right in there! Fire! Ready to fire, sir! Fire! Take a shot right there, sir!
Hopefully the others don't get involved. We should be far enough away.
Fire! Ready right there, sir! Fire!
Done. Easy peasy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Why is he still going? I don't want to get the others involved. I don't want to get the others involved.
Fire!
I don't want to get the others involved. I don't want to get the others involved. Stop it! Okay, okay, okay. We got it. Wait. Fuck, this is taking way too long. Okay, we got to go get them all now. This was a really fucked time.
They're on the bow line to hell.
We're gonna try to get that guy as we come in for this one, and then come back for the other guy when we go to Nassau. All right, here we go. Ready? Nope. Done. Come on. Be done. There he is. Okay, let's not get anyone else involved in this. This was ridiculous. Where's my loot? I think we left it back there. We'll get it on the way back. Grab this.
We're going to hit. They land another.
Fuck again! Well, that's almost the end of our sub 6. Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck, dude. This should not be taking this long. This has never happened here. Not that I'm really good at here. I could have just done the regular strat at this point. Not regular strat, but regular, like what you would have to do with Horny Gold. This is insane. This shouldn't be happening. All right, let's go over here for these. And try to keep them away from the others. This is ridiculous. We can't ram them at that low of health, apparently, or right now. We just might... Maybe we just don't have enough ram power? I don't know. It's weird.
Take a shot right there, sir! Incoming fire! Fire! Get him there, sir! That'll wipe him out! Fire! That pale one's mine, you hear? Fire!
How did we miss? Just get him, dude. Holy fuck. I'm so sorry, chat. That lost us like... Did it lose us 5 minutes? I think it lost us about 5 minutes. That's insane, dude. What a weird place to mess up. Where's the loot for this one? Is that it? I hope that was enough loot because I cannot... If we have to do the whole strat... Well, fuck it. Oh, I should have gone the other way. If we have to do the whole scene and get another boat after killing those two, I'll be really upset because it already cost us 5 minutes. All right, let's go. That was ridiculous. That was really bad. We got them so well last time, and I fucked this up so hard this time. Holy fuck, that was bad. All right, moving on. Try to not think about it. All right, wipe it from our brains. Wipe it from our brains. Move on, move on, move on. No tilt, no tilt, no tilt.
Go on,
Captain Queer Nabs.
Tell me I'm under arrest. Tell me!
Tell me!
Them your breads.
Fly away, boyo! Back to your master!
Aye.
Welcome to Discord, Nugs.
Tears together before the wars ended.
If you guys need anything, that's where to find me. Because I'm checking my phone every couple of cutscenes to make sure you're all good, but not checking chat, so I don't get distracted. Cheers! Cheers, Addy! Cheers, Addy! Cheers, Addy! Cheers, Addy! Cheers, Addy! Alright, let's see if I can not fuck up this part this time.
Send any men you find to the jackal. I'll put them to work.
Cheers, Addy! We still have a small chance at a sub 6. Small chance. We're not, it's not over yet. I mean, not that it would be over. We're going for, but I want second place. We're going for, what's it called? Hold on. We're going for console win today. Console world record, so. Which is just sub 8, which we've done twice already. So. We just need a better recording. But my goal is sub 6. Can we stop getting stuck on this rock, sir? Please?
Cheers, Addy.
Okay, one more.
Send any men you find to the jackal. Put them to work.
Cheers, Addy. And perfect. We did it perfect. All 4 times. All 4 times, chat. We did it. That was perfection. We love perfection. Hi, Ruts. We love. Stop, sir. Stop, sir. I know you have the urge to climb all the time, but stop. That was great. That was great. 4 in a row. Beautiful. Doesn't get better than that. All right, come here, buds. Come with me. Come.
This pirate bears the blood of many innocents on his hands.
What the fuck,
His
bro?
Majesty's honorable representative.
I was scared that wasn't gonna let me do it because that guy saw me because that guy took so much time, but they still did their job. All right, let's go. He like fucking knocked me over. Very rude. I mean, he did his job though. Hey, sir, did I say to fucking do that? What in the world? We are just flipping around. All right. We got this. Come on. Move. Technically, I can do short P here, but we're fine. We don't have that much longer.
You want to sail somewhere rich with plunder?
Have you heard of a place called the Observatory?
Aye. It's an old legend, like El Dorado or the Fountain
I need
of
to
Youth.
put short P break here as an option.
It's meant to be a temple or a tomb, hiding a treasure of some kind.
That's it. See here.
Oh, rot. It's fairy stories you prefer to gold, is it?
It's worth more than
All right, we
gold,
better have
perhaps.
gotten enough for this fucking
10,000 times above what we could pull off
horny
any
gold
Spanish
part
ship.
from whatever the fuck we
Robbing
just
the
did for
king
5
pays
minutes to get to
forfeit is how
Nassau.
we earn our keep here, lad.
That's all I have to say for this fucking game.
Fantasy.
So we should just get one schooner. And then once we get that, we board it. We should have enough. We have to board it, I think, to trigger point. Then we go, we upgrade, we get metal. We get metal again, restart. Get the last 5. Too bad some of those things we kill don't give us metal. That would be nice. But we have to get it from a warship. Military. Alright, let's go. Hopefully, well, I don't know if we picked up any supplies in some of those that we had to restart. If we did, maybe we get a couple more bucks for it. That, I mean, maybe we'll get some benefit. Oh, fuck.
I take pride in piloting my own ships.
Is that one?
Keeps me alert.
Schooner, let's go. Come here, bud. Let me fuck you up.
Worth taking.
Come here.
Come
here.
Take us in close.
Stop.
After you
Stop
subdue
running.
a prize, project authority.
Let's turn.
Demand
Get him from front.
respect. You
Oh shit,
never
there's 2.
give yourself. This weaves a spell over soft minds. For your victims
We just need
must
one.
always have in the back of their minds the uneasy
We just need one, and I don't want to fight 2 again.
at any moment and unseam them from prick to sternum. Fire what cannons you will, and land a few
What in the
strikes
fuck?
if you must. But for God's sake, don't sink them. It's no fun fishing cargo out of the sea.
See, that's how fast it's supposed to be. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what happened on the way to Nassau, but that's how fast it's supposed to be.
Now and taking on a decent amount of water. So keep your cannons quiet.
Ridiculous, dude.
Take care not to sink her.
Now do you guys see why I'm frustrated if you didn't know? That's what it's supposed to look like. Fuck. Almost there. There we go.
Que tengo un buen día, señor.
I am Captain Hornigold, and this is my crew.
We're sailors like yourselves, but quite unalike in our purpose.
We know you're horny for gold.
To take all that you own. Yet no harm shall befall any man so long as he remains at ease. Is that clear?
No me mate, señor. Tengo familia. Se lo suplico.
Anyone speak English? English?
A little bit.
Tell your friends we're stealing your goods.
Listen up, come into the rapido.
Nobody if everyone stays as still as a sandbar. You got that?
Please to repeat.
For fuck's sake. Lock him in the hold.
Hornigold so
Take
bad
everything
wanted
that
to
isn't
give his little
nailed down.
speech. All right, let's do this. Wait for it to actually give us our stuff. We restart checkpoint.
Good take today, Kenway.
All right. Yes! We have enough. We have enough. We only had to do the one. At least that 5 minutes got us fucking something. Jeez. All right, here we go.
Good take today, Kenway. Half a dozen scores of that.
That's what that's supposed to look like.
Now let's sell this cargo and fix up your jackdaw with a few more trinkets.
Sod a year. I'm looking for a prize that will set me up for life. I'll be king of the West Indies then.
We came to Nassau to get away from the likes of kings.
Well, I'll be a man of property and promise anyway.
Jesus, let that dream go, lad. Nassau is the place to be, not England.
Do you ever dream of the big score?
¿Necesita algo?
Gold and silver, just split it and sail home.
Sure, but it's only a dream. Every man hopes to find a dozen chests of gold with no owners. They're as rare as an honest kid.
Got him before he was done talking. We love to see it. That's pretty decent. All right. Let's see if we can have a better time of this. Make up some time for the shit we just went through.
Aye, easy purchase, but in small doses.
Easy purchase.
Right. So to lure the
Let's
needy
get
out
him.
of
There he
violence,
is. Big boy.
it's best to cause a bit of mischief.
Sail ho! Military class brig on the horizon.
Good eye, man.
All right, we only have to board him once, then we can just fuck him up on the next one. We get 65 here, and no, if we actually did test doing it a different way where we don't board either one and it does not work, we don't get enough, we're like just under. They do that on purpose. Just know it.
Careful around the navy. They're as likely to ram you with fire a broadside.
Let's test those powder barrels against
Use their ramming against them.
Good thinking.
Their desire to ram against them.
Drop mines in our path when she tries to ram us.
Almost ready. Fire! Get them. Sail! Get off the squall! There, Sergeant! Move us off the wind! Fire! She's vulnerable there, Captain! Fire! Fire! Captain, the whole place shot there! Fire!
Okay, let's try to come up on her. She's almost done. There's something there. Try to chain shot her. She's moving. I'm not trying to ram her. Fuck, we're at a weird spot to board. Let me try to turn her. All right, there we go.
Over the top, lads! Kick him in the hands! Give him a taste of British steel!
Come on, bring me up. Come on, waves. Play in my favor. Play in my favor. Not bad. One or two more. Let me go over there real quick. Come on, let me get somebody. Done. I was trying to get somebody the fast way and it did not work, but we're okay. We're okay. I should have just shot somebody, to be honest, but we're here. Making decisions so fast all the time when things do not go as planned. All right, one more time. See how it's 65? Restart. Ooh. Legs asleep. Here we go. Get the last 5. We do not need to board him or do what we did with the swivel. Speaking of swivel, it's the one thing we won't upgrade that the fastest runner upgrades because I'm not playing on PC and I don't have the DLC. I should probably get it, to be honest, if I want all his extra money, but we're okay.
Catch a few small fish to attract the big ones.
Military class brig on the horizon.
We just won't get the swivel and we'll be okay. We get most else. And then we don't get his last upgrades either, but that also doesn't matter because we're not going to fight. We're going to do the safety strat.
Ram you as fire a broadside.
Let's test those powder barrels, shall we?
Fine, good thinking. Fire! Fire!
Working on it.
Fire!
Let themselves exposed. Make
Fire!
it back up.
Fire! There, she's got fire! Fire!
Use their ramming desire against them and let them keep turning.
That's where the most tender.
See if we can get closer to them so they try to ram us again. If not, we'll chain shot him. They're not moving. They're not stopping. He's continuing to turn the stupid direction. There he is. There he is. See how he's turning? That's what we want. Now he's going to try to ram us. Let him come up close, and boom. Close, close, close.
That's where the most gender!
Okay, come up to get the loot.
Loose topsails, gallants, and royals!
Beautiful. That'll do. Not too bad. Not too bad. That was a decent run of the metal ship.
That was a rumble, by God.
A rumble,
How
by
do we
God.
fare?
A fine purchase, no mistake. Now I think it's time to lay low and bribe our way back into secrecy.
Agreed. So, how do we get rid of this notoriety you've stirred up?
Money, my boy. Well-placed bribe to the right government official. See the military off your tail.
Right, let's do that. I'll need to meet these good Samaritans at some point.
Smart thinking.
Come on, why do you do this to me? Why, Edward? Ew. This is so
Oi, Kenway.
silly.
Need to disappear?
Yeah, sure. I hate him so much. The first game where we can't fucking steal back from the heralds or kill them. Ridiculous. As a pirate, imagine. Okay, we have to let this cutscene go. I've made the mistake before. Not making it again. All right, are you guys ready for what I was yelling out earlier?
You're a wonder, Kenway.
Why such disarray? It was a bit of a doozer. It's Wilmington's birthday.
But I ain't doing this forever.
Double the
lads.
watch.
Only until I get enough
Double,
coin
sir?
to buy some
Whatever
land and
for.
influence back home.
Jesus, will you listen to your tripe? Still dreaming on about that strumpet back in England when you could have anybody you wanted here and now.
Ah, such lofty goals for you gents. And here I thought I was in the company
And we have the
of
part that has not
scoundrels.
treated us right this entire, like every run so far, which has been 2. At the end of that area.
Fine purchase.
See if we can.
What's the crew's mood?
Crew's mate.
All smiles and no teeth. And there's a few talking about meeting with Master Kid to steal from a nearby plantation.
Plantation? That's ambitious.
Profitable too, if we can manage it.
Aye. It's a good idea.
All right, first glitch of the game. Here we go.
Let out some sail! Follow!
To see Sally Brown, boys. Row, boys, row, boys, row. Down to Trinidad to see Sally Brown, boys. She's lovely on the foreyard, she's lovely down below, boys. Row, boys, row, boys, row. She's lovely because she loves me, that's all I want to know. Call in the stunstone.
Ooh, that was good. That was good. We did all right. I'm not gonna be able to go up the front though. Turn in too much. I always touch the rock just for good measure. But there's probably, we could see at what point you actually have to trigger it. Why am I confused? Oh yeah, because we are not playing PC. We do not have the DLC, so I cannot get the chest. So we're gonna get everything except the swivel. Okay, we got this. We got this. And good, we have enough for heavy shot. Do we have enough to fill up? Okay, and then we're gonna keep the rest because we're gonna need it for the bell. We should have about $1,000 extra for the bell. We should be around 6,000 when it's bell time. Okay.
Mutually agreeable, I'm sure.
Yes. We train.
All right. Well, at least we triggered him this time. Is he looking at me? Hey, Berb. Berber's fine again. See how fine she is?
What? Do I know you?
Oh, I got all 3? That's not good. Bring him over here.
He's mine, and a clear shot. Now for a little grinding.
This is a new one. We are making shit up over here so this guy doesn't see me fighting. That's why I did the smoke bomb there. Because I didn't want there to be a fight when he gets over here. That would be very bad. I don't want him alerted. Alright. I wonder who he's going to talk to now. I've killed all his friends. He's just going to talk to no one. I guess the shit people.
Hold up and unfurl bomb.
You have the look of a man crafting a bold idea. A look I've seen before.
You mark well, Ade.
Alright, let's see if this
I
part's
just
nice to us.
overheard
It's
one
a
of
little
the
random.
Bedford's men talking grandly about his plantation.
And I think it glitched on
and
us
all the
last time,
cargo
but
he's
we'll be
keeping.
okay.
And it gave me the idea that I might take these goods off him and sell them off for a better price than he'd ever ask.
Ah, a man of vision. I like this idea.
Loose tops and royals.
No loot this time? That's weird. Maybe it's because I have enough. Because I killed ships for 5 minutes. It's not a real alert. It scares me every time, but it's not real. Alright, so we're getting to why such disarray? By like 1.5. That's not bad.
Careful, Captain.
Even with our mess up.
Waters are closely watched by our enemies.
Hold at it. It's trouble afoot.
I see them.
Take a wide berth over here in case he turns. Stay out of his purview as long as possible. Nope, it's being friendly to us today. Let's move this way so this guy doesn't see us. Look at it being nice to us for once. We just have to stay behind him close. And it's been saying we've not been close enough lately, so let's see what we can do. Okay, yeah, don't get alerted. Don't get alerted. Oh, did I speak too soon about it being nice to us? Did I speak too soon about it being nice to us? Oh, wow, that was... We just got so lucky. Did you see that shit? We were almost in a party. We were almost partying. Rocking and rolling. Woof. All right, we're good.
Douse the royals and talk.
I'm working on it. I don't know how much faster you think I can go. I'm working on it. How much faster do you think I can go?
Do you know them?
See, this is why it gets weird, because it like yells at me, and there's no I can't go any faster.
I never worked their plantations, but I knew their names from hearing other men curse them.
But you worked the plantation, no?
A modest one,
Seems to be okay.
as a striker in the boiling house.
Boiling house?
Like I was
it
on his
water
ass
or
the whole time. I
Something
don't know.
else?
Cane juices. It's a hard process making sugar. Dangerous, too. Must be why it fetches such a dear price.
What's it like? Toiling on a plantation
Day in and day.
Well, with decaying
Oh,
sugar
hold
comes
on.
in
This guy is
harvest.
on us. Let's see if we can cut.
Metal rollers.
There we go.
Crush the juice from the plant. After collecting the juice, it was time to boil away.
Yeah,
the
this is a
water.
little risky bisky.
This we did in Thatcher's milk.
Don't like it.
Let me tell you, brother, boiling sugar is near the hottest thing on earth. Just a touch on the skin, you stick like
All right, I think
bloodline.
we're probably okay.
Leaving a terrible scar.
Jesus.
All right, you guys ready?
It's a risk to anchor too close. The soldiers roving the plantation would catch us for sure.
Drop here then and sneak ashore. We'll look after the jackdaw.
Why such disarray?
What's happened
Yeah,
here?
why such disarray?
Bit of a
Do so, that's all. It's Wellington's birthday.
And
You saw fit to get pickled on duty.
No bother, sir. We have everything sorted.
We'll soon
See, won't we? But you must double the watch this evening. Double, sir? Whatever for.
I believe I was
Been followed here by pirates, if my eyes honor me.
Though the ship was
Son, you-
uncommonly large for such
Such rascals.
Certainly wasn't
Wasn't slavers, though.
Not a
Ship that size.
In any case,
Keep
double the watch. And keep
your damned eyes wide for anything suspicious. Shit. Shit. Please don't, please don't, please don't. Please don't, please don't. Fuck. I knew it. This part is so iffy. I think it's gonna start us from the beginning too. But I don't have to get the treasure chest again, so it won't be as iffy this time. I think it should already count. We haven't messed that up in a run before.
We have everything sorted.
He was just facing a weird direction.
For you must double the watch this evening.
Double,
That's
sir?
why the main runner does not get that treasure chest, I'm convinced. It's very risky. But we have it to like a T at this point.
Pirates, if my eyes honor me, though the ship was uncommonly large for such rascals. Certainly wasn't slavers, though. Not a ship that size.
So we can go this way since we're not getting that again.
Double the watch. And keep your damned eyes wide for anything suspicious.
So it's, yeah, see how much safer that is?
You up there! Look alive, man! You've a job to do!
I might do the safe strat of going more this way too.
I'll keep my eyes peeled.
I just hate this part. Okay. Head in the game, chat. I hate this part. I hate this part.
For God's sake, what the hell is going on here today? How do you suppose you'll be able to ring that alarm if you're pissed drunk
And barely able to stand!
Forgive me, sir.
Oh, he's talking today! He gets glitched out all the time.
If I see any
Strangers about, you'll hear the bell ringing straight away. Alright, Drunky Poo, you get to live today. I'm gonna let you. Because I think we're gonna be okay. Yep. Playing it safe, playing it safe. Here we go. Drunky Poo gets to keep his life. No! Idiot, get down!
Which of you dogs has the key to the warehouse, huh? The key, goddammit!
I'm gonna play it really fucking safe here. I hate this spot so fucking much. Oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god! I'm gonna throw up, I'm gonna throw up, I'm gonna throw up. We're okay, we're okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, that was our best one in a run yet. That was our best of that in a run yet. I will fucking take it. I will. Sweating, dude. Sweating, dude. Woo! Woo! I can't remember if we fast travel here. I know we go back to the ship after grabbing that, and I can't remember. I think we do. No, we do not. Oh shit. Mistakes were made. That's why I usually go through that thing. Okay. Oh, I remember. We meet them on the beach here. This is where Main Runner gets a treasure that he picked up on Abaco, which we technically could have, but I don't need money that badly. We're not doing the same exact end strat as him. Ours takes a little bit longer, but it's way fucking safer. And we have a good backup, like, we have a good actual, like, better than every strat. It's just we haven't figured out how to get it consistent yet. So we're going to do safety swim strat at the end. Ow. Hey, look, a turtle! Can we feed him? I'm not trying now. This is where the turtles are. Everybody remember the turtles are at Salt Lagoon. Can you remember that with me? And we'll come here at some point and test if we can feed them before the new one comes out. Everybody write it down. Put it in your notebooks. Handy dandy notebooks. Is this El Marca or whatever? What is this? What are we doing? Yeah, what did it say? El Marca? This is the one that's like in the storm I have to find, and then we kill a few ships. No, this is the one that we come up on, and then Vane comes out of nowhere. I members. You members? I members.
I reckon £1 million worth of reals was sunk that day.
Devil love a hurricane. Might have a dive there one day. See what we can rummage up.
And then we wait, and then we run through the thing, and then we get the guy, the Templar guy, and then we get modern day, I think, and then we get the thing, and then we do the kid, and then maybe this is the one we find in the storm, actually. This is the one we find, and then we tail it to Vane. It's both.
We'll save the clashing of cutlasses for the military, and them that get in our way. Easy as she goes. No telling what you may find out here.
Like staring through a waterfall.
And then this part gets a little iffy because it's ships trying to see us again. It makes me itch every time. All right, keep your eyes on him, chat. I need you to look at him. I need you to look at him. I lose him a lot. Where did he go? He's right there. I lose him a lot. El Arca, not El Marca. El Arca del Maestro. There he is. Maestro? Maestro. El Arca del... I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know.
And we'd not last long.
If I didn't say that at least once during the run, would you even believe it was a real run?
Leave your distance.
I don't fucking know.
We'll strike when fortune favors us.
Under cover of darkness, most likely.
Chat, how you doing? Oh, Callie, thank you. You're actually taking notes for me. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Just dabble to look at the phone. All right. We got this. We got to focus on these guys not seeing us. He's facing that direction, so it might be useful to go around him if we can. I don't know if he turns, though, so maybe we just go actually all the way out over here. You guys want to try that? Yep, that seems to be a pretty decent move, I think. I hope. We gotta get way out here, though. You see that? We're gonna get a little far. Oh, shit. That guy's coming in hot. That guy's coming in hot. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. All right. I'm going as fast as I can to try to get out of his circle. And he can see us, so we've got to get out of his, too.
Sail! Get off the squall!
And then we got to get back in it, so we're not too far away from him. This is very dangerous. I'm gonna try to turn as he turns, and then get out of this guy's while getting back behind this guy. Do you guys see what I'm doing? Crazy, dude. Crazy moves over here. All right, all right, all right. I hate this part. I hate this part so much. I need to memorize the strat, and I just don't have it memorized. I just don't. Okay, he's coming this way. Let's go this way. All right, I think we're clear. Vein time, baby. Unless those guys are coming in too. Not sure.
Unfurl mains, let's move! Loose topsails, gallants and royals!
He's gonna try me too. A little bit. There we go. All right, I think we made it. Once he hits that rock, we're usually, I think, safe. All right, let's go. Pretty decent, pretty decent. So we made two kind of big mistakes so far, but nothing too crazy. 3-ish. We're still under 2 hours, which is great. See if we get a good go with these ships. We still have a small chance at sub 6, I think.
Charles,
But I'm not sure.
reckless as they come.
All right, let's give them space to fuck with each other.
Not a man I call a friend. But we've been doing this kind of work for so long, I can't help but respect the man.
Okay, well, I probably shouldn't have gone straight into the mortar fire, but here we are.
Ease off the wind!
Can I please stop getting myself hit? That would be lovely.
Yards off the wind! Loose mainsail! Topsails and gallants!
All right, where are our friends? Where are our friends? They should be right here. They should be right here. Where are our friends?
Charles Vane, slinking off.
There they are.
His tail between his legs. That's good news for us. Bleeding bastards! We'll have to deal with this scourge fast. Forget the galleon. Send these interlopers to hell. Fire! Fire! We're ready,
Where's the other one? Is it on my other side? Oh no, it's just this one. Got some loot in there too. I don't think I got any loot last time, so we should have pretty most of our stuff for the next ammunition wise.
She's sailing for that island.
I know the
Hopefully it filled us.
Natural stronghold used by a French captain.
All right, we just have to run down this island, get Julian to Cass, and then I actually will get to peace soon, which is awesome. I'm not in too much suffering yet.
He may wonder who's sailing her now. I can't risk that.
And I don't want to lose that galleon. Let's think on it. Maybe wait till it's dark before hopping aboard.
Pretty decent. Okay, so we're gonna hit. Like I said, we were gonna hit the next modern day, right about at an hour or less, and we're about to be right there. Actually, pretty good.
Captain has the helm. Loose!
Do I need to fast travel here? I can't remember. No. Eventually I'll get used to like knowing some of these that I'm less sure about, but practice makes perfect. And I really should note it, but I'm going, so I usually can't. There's been twice so far in this run that I've questioned. Like, oh, do I need to fast travel? You don't fast travel a ton at the beginning, which makes sense because you haven't unlocked a lot of them. But we already have Nassau, so if we were going back. But when we're done with that, we're actually just going towards Ducasse, I guess? I believe. Waiting for the day, waiting for the day, waiting for the day when we get our pay. This is my personal favorite, and apparently the whole internet hates this shanty, so weird. Just being a weirdo like usual. Our pay. Waiting for the day, waiting for the day, waiting for the day when we get our pay. Waiting for the day, waiting for the day, waiting for the day when we get our pay. Waiting for the day, waiting for the day when we get our pay. Single madman. Here we go.
Gentlemen, as is.
I think I fell here last time. Let's not do that. Come on. See how I'm nervous since I fell. You can do that faster, but I'm like nervous. Last time. You have to have like the right momentum so you can't hesitate, and so if you're nervous, don't do it. It's just a spot that needs practice. Alright, let's see if we can get this run somewhat right. Another place I haven't practiced a ton, clearly. Oh, you know what? I'll have the smoke bomb in case I need it out, but we'll switch to gun when we get closer to the cast.
Detente, eres mío. Allí, a por él. Tengo justo en la mira. ¿Es algo? Si sientes curiosidad, ¿por qué no miras tú? Es inútil. No es campo a tiro. Lo tenemos. No desfallezcáis ahora.
I honestly don't remember which ways I'm supposed to run sometimes. We do so many forest runs, it's like they kind of look similar. Phew. That was risky bisky. I didn't like that. But we made it. Is it? Yeah. I get confused there every time. Was that it? Maybe we usually go the other. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. It worked. It worked.
Alto!
Shit. That's what I did not want to happen. Come on, stop that. Jesus Christ. Boy, that was rough. That was weird and rough. But we're out. Alright, let's see if we're gonna need the smoke bomb or if we can just get her done.
No pasarás de aquí. Atrapad a ese bastardo. Alto. Llevadlo a los refuerzos.
Alright, that worked. Alright, we're okay. Let's get on this boat. I mean, ship. Come on. Okay, he's on the side. I like that. But I don't know if he'll stay there. People are trying to shoot me. Come on. Alright, let's try to get him. He's right here. He's right here. Perfect. Come on. Beautiful.
You remember the gift
Beautiful.
you
That
gave
was
me?
good. That was good. That was good.
Well, it answers just fine.
Fils de putain! As bold as a musket ball, and still half as sharp. Ah!
I'm sorry about this, mate. But I can't risk you telling your Templar friends about me still kicking around.
I think this might be a cutscene he skips, but you saw how fast that happened.
After all we showed you of our order, you embrace the life of
All right, we're back to modern day in under an hour. What did I say? What did I say, chat?
What's this?
Pretty decent.
His petty larceny, the extent of your
In under 2 hours getting over here, I'm not mad.
Comprehend the scope of
I'm not mad.
All the empires on Earth abolished, a free and open world without parasites like you.
About a third of the way through, actually. Once we get done with modern day, I'd say. Yeah, we're about a third of the way once modern day's over here. Which makes sense. So we'll be at around 2 hours, right? So going for a sub 6, it makes sense that we'd be about a third of the way right here. Okay. We just need a sub 8. But we're still kind of on track for close to, like, just under 6, I think. Because we've messed up about 5 minutes-ish. Maybe 7. From, like, the best run, which is 5:45. And then we have 5 minutes of cutscenes that we usually don't skip with the glitch.
I just saw you were logging out,
So we have about 5 minutes
something, a little welcome
for
gift.
some
We give
fuckery.
awards to our top-notch employees for doing quality work.
We'll see what happens.
And they're nice to have since there's no official bonus scheme here. I already have about 11 or so.
But hey, if we hit sub 7, we'll still
Bonjour.
it'll still be like a better hour record. You know what I mean?
I'll pass it on.
So, trying to be
Well,
positive today.
Looks like Olivier wants to meet
Baby
with
steps.
you. It's exciting. Follow me. It's on the top floor, so it's not hard to find. But the rest of this building can be confusing to first-timers, so we had the tools team whip up a great map application. Check your communicator. I added a waypoint to Olivier's office. Should be easy to find.
Are we done?
Olivier's a nice guy. He won't bite.
Hello? Hi?
I can never remember which direction we face.
Is this thing working?
And now I've got myself confused because I just moved in the dark.
This is John from IT. We met earlier. I was calibrating your animus. I'm sort of the,
All right. I'm going to face the window because I think that the window shouldn't be the right... No, it's definitely the other way. It has to be this way because we can't be looking out the window, right? But he looks out the window at this view. Fuck, I don't know. Yeah, the water is on this side. Okay, maybe it is this side.
I have a favor to ask.
Maybe it is this side. Yeah, it is this side. Okay. Everything makes sense. Look at me. Look at me learning directions, Chad.
Bonjour.
Who is she?
Go right in. He's
All right.
waiting for you.
All right. Get untangled. Gonna pee. All right, you guys have fun. I'll be right back.
Well, unless you are specifically ordering me to abandon it, I won't jeopardize our flagship project. Edward Kenway is the... But this is how Hollywood got its start, right? With pirate movies. Douglas Fairbanks, Errol Flynn, and now we have access to the real deal. Wait. Exactly. We'll talk about all that together at the shareholders event. Right. Looking forward to seeing you too. Take care, Letizia. Salut! Hi, thanks for coming in. I know you're busy. So I reviewed some of your data. Pretty raw stuff. Obviously, we need to scrub off some of the dirt to make it family-friendly. Maybe give Edward a voice like James Bond or something. More of a ladies' man.
If Biggs is here, this is the juicy blissy part, but I will not let you hear it ever. I'm so sorry, because this is a speed run. Apologies. I can't slow down for it. Murph is hanging out in the bedroom. I hope he comes and hangs out with us. Big boy. He doesn't want to be famous today.
Hi, John from IT again. You got a second?
Of course you do.
I'm adding a waypoint to your map. So, a colleague of yours
What was it? Left, up, right?
and forgot to send a video.
Fuck, or was it up, left, right? It's left, up, right.
Just about everyone else on your floor.
Left, up, right.
I was hoping you could help me. Could you transfer the file from
I really need to write that down here.
and deliver it to the courier when she comes?
90% sure it was left, up, right.
Wander over to their Animus, log in, and transfer the file. Easy. And please be snappy before I find a reason to hate you too. A locked door? Not a problem. That's the advantage of me having level 1 security clearance. Now, you do too. Don't abuse it. Log on and I'll walk you through this. Now, you need to bypass the core to find the data inside. Once you reach it, your communicator will download it automatically. You need to find
Left,
your
up,
way
right.
around the core to reach the data inside. You cracked it. Good. The file should be downloading. I set up a database for any data you find. Just look for the My Files section in your communicator, and you'll be redirected right away. Everything you download will be found in there. Protected by a firewall, of course.
December.
Oh, you're better at this than I'd hoped. Now zip on down to the lobby. Come on. See that file you acquired?
I fucking love the modern day office. I am so sad we won't have this. I can't say it enough that I wish they were like redoing this in the remake, because this is my favorite part. Which is just the opposite of how everybody else feels. It's fine. Not like gameplay wise, but just the fact that there's so much to like explore and learn. I don't know. It's cool.
No.
Oh, this is the one. If Taco's hanging out still.
Look who's here. So you didn't forget, after all, you're just incredibly rude. And made poor Rebecca here wait for nearly 30
Then again,
minutes.
maybe I just cut the dialogue.
Why me? Be nice. Sorry about him. He's
Actually,
high on his
you
own
know what?
supply. So, how
I think I
should we do
fucked up
this?
and we'll never know what
Data
it was because
transfer?
I went so fast. But he does. He makes her a special coffee here.
Great. That should do it. We'll
Never
email
mind.
you the receipt.
Never
Until
mind.
next time. Take care,
I'm an
Sean.
asshole.
Bye-bye, yes, bye.
I went too fast.
And
I'm
don't
taking everybody's
expect
fun
any more
away.
free coffee.
Arrogant.
She's great.
I want to
isn't
say
she?
it was an affogato.
That security company from Chicago.
Oi.
Caroline!
Where you going,
Caroline!
No, my parents have asked me to come live with them, and I'd like to.
Oh, what do you mean, live with them? You live here with me.
I'm sorry, Edward, but my father is right. You had a decent wage when you worked the farm. Why can you not be satisfied with that? With me?
Decent wage? That job was near as
Damn it to robbery.
You want to be married to a peasant the whole of your life?
All right, Edward.
All right.
All right.
You leave now, Caroline. You'll never know what's coming to us. Caroline!
Caroline! All right, good. It didn't glitch on us. Again, I think that only happens when I've restarted checkpoint there, but it's still very annoying when it happens. It scares me. I'll have to glitch and watch that whole cutscene. Like that one earlier was super weird. I don't know what I did. Hearing Lucena.
Edward, over here. I found something.
Hello?
You must see this.
Kid is so fucking fast. It doesn't make any sense. Short little legs.
Come on, man.
I was trying to be Kid there. Rarely.
Concentrate and focus all your senses.
Ah, right.
I did it
know
backwards
this
again.
feeling. I have
I hate
since
it
I
here,
was a
dude.
lad. It's like using every sense at once, isn't it?
And I moved the wrong joystick this time, which was weird.
Every man and woman on this earth has in them a kind of...
That was really bad too. That's okay. A couple seconds.
I found something else just here. I think you'll
Can I
take
grab
to
this?
secret much faster.
We did get an extra treasure chest earlier, which is great.
This has the makings
It's a little
of a
leeway.
mystery.
How much money do we have? 4,000? We should get that 2,000. We only need 1,000 to get the bell. 1,000 more. We're about to get another treasure chest up here.
It's good.
And then we get 1,000 right before it. So actually, we're good. We're good no matter what. We get 1,000 at the end of Unmanned.
I think Monsieur de Casse was a man of many secrets.
Aye, and look here. A solid staircase leading God knows where.
Look at me learning the monies. Remember when I was like so stressed about it because it really did take a long to build, like time to build out.
Wouldn't be surprised
And now I
to
finally
find
kind of know
eclectic
what money to aim for where.
torture and villainy.
Took a lot of
Iron
practice.
Maiden or a collection of thumb screws.
Or a pair of anguish.
I am kind of accidentally doing a walkthrough. Somebody wants to compete with me. I'm giving all my secrets, dude. Trade secrets just out of the box. Come on. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oi. Close. That was real close. Oh, do you guys know where we are?
Leaving already?
One of the two hardest parts of the game.
Grove suits you best, Edward. Better than that costume does.
Oh, come on now.
This is the second
Pirates
hardest strat in the game.
We take as we please and become who we
Only
like.
second to Prince of Hay.
Self-made men.
But that look ain't you. It's not who you are.
Who am I then?
Hard to tell some days. All I know is you like dangerous prizes.
Like the observatory. I think you know more about that than you let on in Nassau.
You noticed that, did you? Meet me at 20 degrees, 3 minutes latitude just off the coast of Yucatan. I'll have something to show you there in a few weeks' time.
And I say this every time because they're like, oh, meet me there in a few weeks' time. That is the kind of time that I can count, right? I don't like this minutes and hours bullshit. I'll be at work in weeks, all right? Weeks. Give me the week you want me to be there. I'll see you there.
Ahoy Sorry, Captain. We found a trove of nautical maps and ledgers and the like, scattered about the village. You'll find them sorted.
Well, let me ask trouble yet. No. Fucked up. Now it will. Okay. I'm so nervous. Oh! This, once again, chat, this is the second hardest strat in the game, and I'm really fucking nervous.
I'd be a happy man. Spoken like a true Welshman, Addy. And what's your aim? Master Kidd hinted at a prize he was eager to show me down in Tulum. Quite some distance, mind, on the Yucatan Peninsula.
Gonna touch the rock to be sure. Might be a couple seconds extra, but we haven't tested the limit, so. Those are refinements for later.
Day for any kind of mischief.
What's your feeling?
I'll make no secret of wanting to see the British brought to heel. If we can take their gold and put it to use ourselves, I'll be a happy man.
Spoken like a true Welshman, Addy.
And what's your aim?
Master Kidd hinted at a prize he was eager to show me down in Tulum. Quite some distance, mind, on the Yucatan Peninsula.
You trust him to play it fair?
I can't be sure. He has a way of picking away at my conscience that gives me pause. I should go see him soon.
So long as we take some prizes along the way, I'm sure the crew will understand. I'll set a course for Tulum.
We will not be taking any prizes, so sorry. The crew will not be pleased, and they can continue to not be pleased. They're gonna mutiny on me anyway, it's fine. Chat, you happy? Who's a happy chat? Roll, boys, roll. Oh, okay. We're not gonna be nervous. We're not gonna be nervous. Nothing is true. I wonder where we're going. What an interesting mission name. No greed, only creed. That's the meaning of this section. I'm not getting greedy today, all right? Play it safe, play it safe.
us be ready for anything. The Templars men know our whereabouts now.
Walpole, isn't that right? The Englishman.
I saw a ship pass this way, close up on the shore, then gone.
Betrayed our comrades. Warned us.
How could we have known?
Clean for the beginning. Now we've got part 2, which is the hardest, the second hardest strat in the game. But at least we made it through part 1 clean this time. It's not the fastest way to do it. That's the safest way to do it. Okay, well, we just lost that. Yeah. Well, safest, fast way to do it, I should say. Safety strat. And the strat that pretty much everybody's run. This is our own custom strat. Here we go. And we fucked up once. All right, here we go. It was because I bounced on that rock. All right, this is my own custom strat. We're going to run it. We're going to get there. It's going to be fine. Here we go. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not going to tilt. I'm not going to tilt. I'm going to stay peaceful. I'm going to stay peaceful. I'm going to stay peaceful. I'm going to pretend I'm listening to High School Musical. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know why we're getting alerted so many times. This doesn't usually happen. I'm thinking there might be an RNG problem, and we'll have to figure it out, but we're going to get there. They shouldn't be getting alerted like that. That was a rock. That was a rock. We're okay. Okay. Not an RNG problem, just user error. It could also be slight RNG problem, because the RNG is here different every time. Okay. Fuck, I was so close. I was so close. I needed to get over that hump, and he went up instead. We're very close, chat. But we've got to nail it, and we have to start from the beginning. That's why this is the second hardest strat in the game. We have to go all the way through once. I think this is the most we've messed this up in a run, but we'll be okay. We've just got to get out of here. We've just got to get out of here with some of our wits about us. I may just pause at the end. Maybe we kill the other lady. Should we do a safety? Should we make a safety strat here real quick? Make our own? Sound good? But then I have to still dodge the lady if I don't get the timing right, so I don't know if I want to do that. That lady right there, she's very problematic. I think I'm gonna try to take down this one though, and we're just gonna try it. Let's just take our time here. Okay. Shit. I was trying to come up with a separate strat there. That did not work. I don't know why they saw me. They clearly weren't fully alerted there. I probably should have waited till the yellow was done. We haven't been stuck here in a while. I'm going to go for main strat again, right on this one. All the way through. Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. I was nervous and I pressed the wrong button. I'm so sorry. We're wasting a lot of time here, but I don't know if we're gonna get sub sticks, but we still have a chance at second place if I don't fuck this up for too long. honestly may need to start coming up with a separate strat here that isn't running all the way through. You know what I mean? That like takes a minute longer, but doesn't cost us when we're having trouble. Does that make sense? I thought she was gonna get alerted for a second. All right, let's try this. So close. I don't know what to do, chat. This is not good. I don't know if it's RNG not in my favor or if I'm messing something up. That one should have been perfect, honestly. I think we might need to just be careful at the end and try to go then. Let's be really careful on this one. Fuck me. All right, let's try to run it like a normal person would after we get past this beginning part. Sound good? All right, so once we get here. Right, being careful at this end point again. Oh, is he seeing me? He's seeing me. He's not seeing me. Okay, we're good. Okay. Time. Get him. Actually, let's just run it. Come on. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it.
Jesus, kid. You led me into a mess.
Okay, we're out. I don't know how long that took us. I want to say it took us like 10 minutes.
I told you I had a secret to share, but I didn't say it'd be easy. Now let's get the...
Ooh, I was scared that was going to alert me for a second. All right, that would have sucked. Okay, I think that took us like 10 extra minutes. We might have been there for 15 minutes. I honestly don't know. I didn't check. We're okay. I don't think we have sub 6 anymore, but I think we can still make second place. Let's go.
Dead and buried. After we try to kill
Boy.
him. We are not sorry to see him gone, but it
was rough.
You who carried out his
And if we
final
happen to catch one of the cutscene glitches, the one guy, we could actually still get sub 6 probably.
Find comfort
But
in that. You
very
murdered our
unlikely.
brothers and sisters in Havana.
He has the sense, mentor.
That's why it's so funny somebody shit on me for that strat at one point when I shared it. And they're like, that's not even cool gameplay. I'm like, dude, if you get that in one try like I did, you're an actual god.
His face if you saw it again? I reckon so.
It's my custom strat because the main runner does the hill, and that's very inconsistent. I haven't tried it on PC, and it might be much more consistent there. Did we try it on... We might have tried it on PC.
Not a word. Come on.
I would assume it's much more consistent there, but even if it's not, I don't know. I don't know how he does that, dude. That's the most evasive maneuver other than the cutscene glitches, but it might have something to do with versions. He did it like a million years ago, so I have no idea. Just weird. RNG. I don't know. Makes no sense to me.
You walked me blind and backwards.
We tried it for hours.
Who the hell was that jester back there?
Atabai, an assassin, and my mentor.
So you're all part of some daffy religion?
We're assassins and we follow a creed.
We're not going to get ahead of him this time, because when that happens, bad things happen. Let's try not to die here this time.
Oh, do tell. I'd love to hear it.
Nothing is true.
Just take our time. Go.
This is the world's only certainty.
Everything is permitted. I like the sound of that. Thinking what I like and acting how I...
Ah! The way forward's blocked.
That's a door, right?
Scares me every time. I forget that it's coming because I'm so focused.
Mechanism somewhere.
Like a capstan.
Those blocks up there. Try moving them.
So it's you lot them Templars have been chasing then?
Until you came along and mucked things up, it was us chasing them. We had them running scared. They have the upper hand now.
Okay, I did get in front of Kid there, but we're gonna try to make it okay. It's technically good to get ahead of him, but it just has some risk factors, especially in the first part. I'm gonna skip the bubbles. I think we're okay if we skip the bubbles. I think we can just turn. I think I actually did the bubbles on my first run, which was silly.
Be a great treasure beyond.
Treasure. Right.
Whatever's waiting at the end of this path had better be.
I think there's a faster way to do this, but I'm doing the safe route.
How's that?
It would only be faster by like a second, maybe 2. I'm not gonna risk it right now.
I can handle myself.
Risk a minute for a second right now. We're not doing that.
Is this it then? The grand prize your mentor asked me to see looks nothing like the man they call the Sage, I'm sorry to say.
Keep your trousers tied up. With one more riddle to solve. These statues are like the ones we've seen before.
That's what I was waiting for on that first one, but I could have jumped. I was like waiting for something. That's why.
There's a correspondence there. But what? There's a difference between them animals on the statues and them on the floor. Do you see it?
There's like a slight delay there.
One group is predators. The other
I don't think it's there on PC.
Which predator goes with which prey? That's the question.
Right, there's your correspondence.
Why do I keep landing on that?
Predator with its prey.
Beautiful.
Jesus, that's him.
All right, this is one of the harder strats, I'd say. I say question mark. Yeah, it's one of the ones I've struggled with here and there.
Aye.
And I haven't practiced the in enough, so I might waste a few sleep darts, but I don't think that ended up being a problem last time, so.
Like this one.
Aye. They meant to ask him about the observatory too, but he escaped.
Because it's like the first time you get it, so I think you pick up more later when we need it. Chat, how you doing? Okay, we have to run forward before we hit cutscene here.
What the hell did I just see back there? Jim!
Quiet.
And then I'm not going to mess up this part with Kid at the end. I did that last time and it was silly.
Quick.
Pressed interact when I shouldn't have.
Quiet and effective.
And we were like stuck in it and I had to get out of the game. It was a mess. Oh, that's a good jump. I hate it when we do the leap of faith there, actually.
It's massive. I'm wondering if it's full of gold and jade and the like.
Yeah, see how fast of a strat that is?
Many thanks.
Some real fast moves here, so.
Ease off me.
Barely got him before he was fully alerted. That's been a problem before. Got him.
It was a slaver who brought these soldiers. Warren Prince himself.
We're okay to alert here.
Cheers, Captain.
Our sleep darts back.
Bastards in me sight.
I rarely get the leap of faith there. All right, kid, get him. Thank you. All right, here we go. Us two.
What a sourpuss he is.
Slaver named Prince. I'm told he has a letter of marque from Governor Hamilton, and that we're to afford him every courtesy.
Okay, the other guy didn't see us. We can keep going.
Old misers around like what I signed up for.
You were pressed into service?
He's off me. He's got nothing on us.
Just for fun, I'll kill him. All right, that was clean. That was clean. We did great. That was like that was probably the third hardest, and we did great.
See that mangy old codger? He's a Dutch slaver called Lawrence Prince, living now like a king in Jamaica. Bastard's been a target.
Which we needed after that shitty one we just did.
Bloody hell, we nearly had him.
By God, you bravos are a cheery bunch, eh? All frowns and furrowed brows.
Captain Kenway.
Why fly a black flag when a black beard will do? This is another great place for a pee break. Once that one's done, we do the fort. See if we can do that a little cleaner.
Isn't that your motto?
I absolve you of your errors in Havana and elsewhere, but you are not welcome here.
Right after we get rid of it, we quit.
Sorry, mate. Wish it were otherwise.
Alright, we got this.
Cheery bunch of mates.
I'm gonna press one time. We're not interacting with her this time.
Prancing about like one of us, bringing shame to our cause.
And what is that?
Stretch those wrists, pop those fingers.
To be blunt,
how we doing?
Kill people. Templars and their associates. Folks who'd like to control all the empires on Earth.
Man.
Claiming it's in the name of peace and
Starting
order.
forts right around 2:30. We're a little behind. That's
You
right.
see? It's about power, really. About lording over people. Robbing
That's
us of
good
liberty.
because we should be like we'll get to unmanned right around 3, and we probably should be done with unmanned at 3. So
I'll show
it's
you.
like not too bad. To be at like 6 hours, if that makes sense. We'll see.
I know you ain't exactly
Because I call that about
impressed by
halfway
our
when we
claims.
kill when we try to
So
get the
would
glitch.
sight of money make
It's
you
about
more
halfway.
friendly to our ways.
As ever.
Then work these contracts around the West Indies for us, and we'll
I was
pay you.
jamming circle. I just realized.
Simple as that.
No circle. No circle. No circle. That'll fuck us up. All right. There we go. We didn't make that mistake again. She'll like lead you somewhere and tell you all these stories, and it's like, excuse me, I'm on a speedrun, ma'am.
So this is the new
Libertalia, eh? Stinks the same as every other squad I robbed this past year. Oi, oi.
Oi, oi.
Why the long face? You've fallen in love with your blouse.
You're welcome to Nassau, gents.
Everyone is that does their fair share.
Fair share.
What is this?
What is this, a
Fucking monastery?
We was
Led to believe Nassau was a place where men did as they pleased.
Safekeeping others
From doing the same. I
Captain Thatch.
I then breathe. What is this magnificent muzzle you've cultivated?
Why fly a
Black flag when a black beard'll do.
What brings you two gents this far north?
The word is, Cuban governor himself is fixing to receive a mess of gold from a nearby fort. Until then, it's just sitting there, itching to be took.
Governor Torres himself, eh? Sounds promising.
Well, we do successfully get this. Spoiler alert.
Welcome to
Do
Nassau.
something right.
Captain Vane.
Mr. Rackham.
Mr. Rackham.
He does not like him. Where can a man find a bit of rough? Do you know what I mean?
Do you know what I mean?
Move, woman. I said move. You were warned. All right, there's a little risky-bisky here. Let's see what we can do.
Trim us off the wind!
That was my bad. I need to fast travel there. I don't think I could until I took the wheel, but still. I think it's left, but I could be wrong. Does it matter? No. Right might be a little faster, but we're okay. I also fucked up highlighting Nassau earlier. Hopefully it'll unfuck itself eventually on its own. Maybe once we're in a mission.
Careful, Captain! These waters are closely watched by our enemies.
Yeah, I think it is longer on this side.
So, what do you do with your...
Wants me to upgrade. Fuck off. All right, here we go.
She's vulnerable there, Captain!
Keep a safe distance and use the
Give the orders, sir!
Enemy making forward!
Fire!
It's a brig! They're so exposed! Take the shots, sir!
Fire!
Get them! Aim for the tower, Captain!
Move out of my way, dude.
The more fire! There's a good shot could cripple her!
Fire!
Look, Captain, well placed shot there!
Shit, this is not good. I need him to leave us alone. I need him to leave us alone. I need him to leave us alone. This is not good.
Incoming fire!
This is not good. This is not good. Come on.
Fire!
Get it, get it, get it. Are we too far? Come on.
Fire!
I think we're too far. Oh, this is not good.
Incoming fire!
I think we're fucked. Fuck. That was not a place I needed to fuck. Such an easy spot. I mean, it's not if he gets on your ass like that, but fuck. All right. Let's try to get it close now.
There's a good shot could cripple her!
Missed! Other hooks!
Missed? Oh, that's not good.
Ready, sir!
All right, let's just go forward. We don't have a lot of mortars to waste that I can think of. We need to hold our mortars.
Look, Captain, well placed shot there! Ready to fire, sir! They're so exposed! Take the shots, sir! Reloading! There's a good shot could cripple her!
Incoming fire!
Just mortar him. Just mortar him. Do something. Do anything. Shit! Go! We just gotta get a couple more shots on him. Come on! Aim, bitch! Aim! Do it! Holy fuck, dude. That was way too fucking stressful, dude. That was way too fucking stressful, dude. That was bad. That was bad. We've been messing up in the middle, and I don't like it. I don't like it. No tilt, no tilt, no tilt. Come on. Bitch, go! Oh shit, I usually don't miss. There we go. That was ugly. Sorry, I'm so sorry you had to see that terrible fucking headshot. I'm like lightly on tilt and I need to not be. Alright, I think we have to sail to Kingston from here. Let's go. Could you have taken any more fucking time to do that, Edward? Lord. Normally he can get it from beside, or like, you know, right on the boat, not like on it. It's weird. Probably just one of those fucking things. Some can, some can't. What are we doing now? Oh, this part. Okay. Yeah, this part's a little rough. It's not too bad though. We fucked it up last time, but it was like a total glitch actually. He wouldn't talk for some reason. And then we accidentally did something to get ourselves alerted, so let's try not to do that. I remember this is where I really started to get frustrated last run, so let's not do that. Oh, I have to go around it. I forgot. I can't just like... Maybe you can glitch to the island. That'd be cool. Probably not. They try to incentivize you to do this by like not even letting it shoot you. Like you're like not even hurt and you're like, oh, I got this. Like it doesn't really damage you. They're like, Gamba? You liked the first one, right? Come do more. Come do more. We have if you like shooting forts, we'll give you this second fort right on the way. Easy peasy. Start taking them all. Gotta have them all. Gotta catch them all. Gamba? They give you one more easy one and you're like hooked for life. Did that guy just jump the did you guys see that? Did one of our dudes just... Whoa, another one! Where's my crew going? Did y'all see that? Ah, another one! Hold on, don't fall, bud! Don't fall, oh no! Oh, I'm distracted. I was at the rocks because I'm staring at these guys. Sorry, chat. Oh my god. Did y'all see that shit? Hey, you can sing again. We're safe. We're free. I need to take a wide berth there instead of whatever the fuck I just did. Running into the rock with the guys flying off my ship. I almost pressed circle. When you get to a place, it's circle. When you get to a mission, it's X. And so sometimes that's also getting to a place. It's very confusing. I've got to stop spilling all my trade secrets, bro. Can't help but narrate, I'll tell you what. So I miss you guys. I'm talking at you instead of with you. It's weird. Damn it, kid. What are you doing here?
Jim, hold off for God's sake.
What the hell are you doing here?
I'm tailing these men to...
So sniffly, dude. Ready for this cold to be over.
How long has it been since our last meeting, Sr. Prince? A year?
Near 18 months. You first described this Roberts fellow to me in November of 1715.
Oi, oi!
Much has changed in that short time. You know.
Why the long face?
Man called me governor, for instance, where I quit that post last year.
Ah, I was not aware.
Come on, bud.
So many churches.
No, no. Stop that.
The English have lost patience with converting their slaves.
Convert them?
We have a little time here anyway.
There's none here so foolish as that.
Where's the guy?
How do you mean?
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
To enslave a fellow Christian. Therefore, to transmute a slave's soul from animal to
What did he
man
go?
would be
Oh.
tantamount to inviting one's cattle to the dinner table.
Forgive my impatience, but how far is it yet?
Just a little bit behind them. Should be fine. We're usually waiting anyway.
grouse, like, fight for punishment like a man. Why act like a man now? When you have denied me that right for 20 years.
I find your bearing appalling, Prince. I believe all thinking, feeling men deserve respect and opportunity.
Ah, you Spaniards. Your long ties to the Moors have diluted.
We're gonna leave them alone this time. That did not work out well for us last time.
This is not to say I believe in the natural equality
Scary.
of all races or
I know why the
sexes.
runner doesn't do that.
Talent and
Because
intelligence
it's dangerous.
But there is no true profit to be
Not
gained
worth
from
it.
the practice of slavery. In the short term, it makes us money, see. But in the long term, it will render us the victims of our own sin.
Oh shit. How did that happen? My bad. It just cost us about 5 seconds.
In the short term, it makes
How did
us
that
money,
happen?
see. But in the long term, it will render us the victims of our own success.
And he had to repeat his line, which probably isn't a good thing.
Old as we are, will not live to see that unfortunate day. So I bother.
I don't know why these guys aren't concerned about me, but we'll just let it be.
Watch where you step, boy!
For virtue, if nothing else.
Oh, Torres. I have no wish to waste my day chattering about slaves and their pitiable condition. Let us conclude this.
I think this is the best spot to stay. We've decided.
Other stories about you, too, sir. You were a governor in Florida.
Florida?
For a time.
That's me.
See. I am one of a number of civil servants in my family. A long line of politicians.
I have always toyed with the idea of entering politics myself. Only I feel I have too much money and...
Not enough years.
Speaking of stories, Prince, I've heard it said you were with Henry Morgan the day he sacked Panama. 1671, was it?
What was that?
Oh, it's all true, yes. But let us not overesteem the honors forged and won on the battlefield. That skirmish was a deadly one, and a tremendous waste of coin and resources.
This is where we got stuck last time. There we go. With the momentum. Because I accidentally jumped down. It was a whole thing, so...
In favor of a
Let's not do that again.
safer and yet more
I'm not popping out of this until
profitable
they're... Okay, they're good.
Capital and resources. That's where money is made. And sir, let me tell you, honor port is more enjoyable
Alright,
than
hopefully it
honor
doesn't get
one.
stuck here. Putting it into the
If
universe so it's gonna work.
permanent.
Please
I
don't
grow
glitch.
tired of this walk. We must be close.
Yes, just here. We must be on equal footing, you see. I don't trust Tempest any more than you must trust me.
Well, if I had known you were so
Okay,
skittish,
good.
I'd have
He
brought
caught
you
this
a
time.
bouquet of
I
flowers.
don't know why he didn't that one time.
Oh, I don't know why I bother. For the money, I suppose. The vast sums of money. You say you came alone, Taurus?
You say you came alone, Doris? That's what I called this
Not
cutscene.
alone, but certainly without colleagues. I took passage aboard a British merchant's brig.
Ah.
I was followed by pirates if my eyes on them, eh?
Cocked up my kill, Kenway.
For a better cause.
Can you kill faster, sir? Why does he do this every time?
Keep him surrounded.
Damn it, dude, get it together. Now I just lost him my kill time. There it is. There it is. Beautiful. Beautiful. That was actually fairly clean.
Kid, no!
Surprisingly.
Jim,
Yeah, we have,
stop!
oh, we already have plenty for the bell. We're actually rolling in money this time. I think We only got one extra chest, but then we had that 5 minutes of crazy. But we didn't sell anything. So I don't know where all our money came from.
We can work this together.
RNG, I guess. We have a lot of money right now. We're gonna have like $1,000 or $1.5 grand more than we did last time at this point.
Stay your place.
What the? It's because I didn't have momentum.
Wait!
It's because I didn't have momentum. Oh shit. I didn't have momentum. Stop! Oh shit. I've never missed him. He's usually like fucking shit. That's not good. I don't know what happens here. I don't know what happens here, Chad. I'm gonna be honest. Shit. Okay. All right. That was stupid. It was just because I didn't have momentum. I need to run right at him, and I fucked up. Because it's nerve-wracking to run and tackle someone who's coming right at you if you miss.
And here I find not one but two of my targets, and you rob me of both.
Maybe I should have just tackled with circle. I don't know.
You have your kills.
It says tackle, but
When I locate the sage, you're helping me.
one of those things I haven't practiced enough.
Got that?
I've imported my wife and daughters.
Here we go. Let's see if we can remember this part, okay? We kind of fucked it up last time, and I think we just barely fumbled through. And I think the first run we didn't at all, so here we go. It's unmanned coming up. Which is where we practiced the end part like a million times trying to get a glitch. Trying to understand the glitch in general. I've never gotten a glitch on a run yet, but there's like 4 of them at potential, maybe more. But I think my system just runs too fast. Normally a good thing, not so much for that. For this one in particular, though, it actually seems to have the same timing, which is interesting. So it's our most likely, but not very likely. Probably our only chance left is sub 6, but we still could hit 2nd place, I think, at this point. I'm a little concerned about the that second hardest strat having messed us up when we were there for like 15 minutes. So, let's see. All right, here we go. Breaking free, we're soaring. Flying.
If you see Prince before I do, kill him.
It's glitched. I didn't even hear those alerts. That's weird.
You.
Shit. He's gotta come back. We gotta wait. We missed our time slot. Because these guys have to get alerted. Come on. Shit. I don't know what happens if they don't. I think we gotta use another.
Stop there, you!
Alright, well, that took us an extra like 10 seconds, but we got her done. Alright, last piece. And an extra, thing. But, alright.
But we had a row, and I said something
Extra dart.
nasty about the Pope.
Almost scaring me. Alright. I think we can get this alerted. Maybe not. Okay, this is not good. This has never happened. I thought we could get it alerted. Weird. This has never happened. This is one of the first things I've said all game that has never happened, though, so I'll take it.
Hey! Get out here, you skulker!
What the fuck? Alright, well there goes another 10 seconds. Alright, let me in already. Jesus Christ.
Hold! Stand your ground!
That was fucking weird, dude.
I've been shot. I
That
need
area was
aid.
glitched, though.
Christ, Thompson, look at her. She's hurt.
Dreadfully, sir. I'm
And the
poorly.
RNG was
All
poor.
right.
I'm faint.
Take an arm, lass.
Bless you, lads.
It's been a pretty ugly run so far, I'll be honest, but I don't think I've nailed a single pretty strat, really. But it's what it is. Hasn't affected the time as much as any other run so far, even when I've nailed things, so.
Pity for you, then. You are the most inarticulate people I've ever met.
Oh, man. You say something, boy. This ain't no... Are you?
I got the glitch! Chat! I got the glitch on a run! Holy shit! Holy shit! Chat! I'm shaking, dude. I'm shaking, dude. Chat, I got the glitch on a run! In live time on a run!
Losing that bastard.
Alright, I gotta focus for a second.
Intruder! Here, I need some help here!
Shit, that's not good. Get out of the water.
Interloper, raise the alarm!
Ready to take the shot!
Hey, that's the first time that's worked on a run, too. Nice. 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 And we're full of money. Okay.
Lost your man again, did you?
Aye.
We got the glitch.
Roberts is a devil
Chat, we got the
with a clear
glitch.
aversion to kindness.
We might
Suppose that's 2 men I've lost today.
still have a very tiny little sliver of chance at a sub
What's your
6.
real name, lass?
Like a 559.
Mary Reed to my mum.
We haven't quite hit 3 hours.
Them I call friends.
And this is where I call halfway.
But not a word of it to anyone.
As was I, lad. As was I. We skipped it. Goodbye, Jim. Hello, Mary. And Nassau Hurton. All right, here we go. How you doing, chat? Chat, my phone died. I think, which is weird. I did not need to run right there. Chat, my phone died, I think. Nope. Okay, we're okay. It was just glitching. We're okay. We're okay. It freaked me out for a second, which is why I didn't remember to fast travel. Okay. Everybody good? I see no messages, so I'm going to assume you're good. And 3 hours. Happy halfway, chat.
A rum flip this time.
And where'd I find fresh eggs in this wretched town? There's little else but piss and insects.
I hope.
Aye, we're working on that.
Dear lady,
What do they call you?
And when they're sober, a
Jilt when they're sauced, but never a lady.
Well, good Leanne. Oh, no.
Bag of shite! Do you hear me? It's a bag of bloody shite! It's a ruse to keep us up before they attack Nassau. You'll see, mark me.
It's no ruse, Fiend. I heard it straight from the mouth of a greasy Bermudan captain. There's a pardon on offer for any pirate that wants it.
Ruse or no, I think it's plain the British may return to Nassau, with arms, no doubt. We'll need a plan.
Walk with us, Kenway. There's trouble brewing.
That's trouble brewing. Alright, I have one smoke
In
bomb,
the absence of any clear ideas, I say we lay low.
9
No
pistol,
piracies,
darts
no
are clear.
violence. Do nothing to ruffle the king's feathers for now.
Funny that we don't use money in this run at all.
Concern of mine, Ben.
It will be when he sends his
We're gonna go
soldiers
diving.
to scrub this island clean of our residue.
Charleston.
Look around you, man. Is this cesspool worth dying for?
Aye. It's our republic. Our idea.
I may need the smoke
free
bomb in
land
Charleston
for
if it
free
goes
men.
wrong.
Remember? So
That
maybe
one
it's
piece.
filthy to look at. But ain't it still an idea worth fighting for?
I can't be sure. But when I look on the fruits of our years of labor, all I see is sickness, idleness, idiocy.
Not a sunbeam of difference between here and London, then, eh?
Thatch is right, man. But taking a wide view, we're not doing so bad out here. The sun, rum,
I don't think I'll need one.
pleasure as far as the eye can see.
Aye, Nassau may look fine from a distance, but
Morning.
at its core, there's a disease I cannot stomach.
Sickness can be cured, Ben. If only you have the right medicine.
I don't think I need
But
one
of
anytime
course,
soon,
cannot
so
be
hopefully I'll pick one up if I
I
need it.
can't believe the shite I'm hearing drop from your lips. Why not take the pardon now and be done with it?
Peace, both of you. We can satisfy both aims if we work together. Find medicine.
I think the next time I'll need them actually is gunpowder. So hopefully we'll pick some up before then. Because if I have to use it and I don't have any for that, it could get kind of ugly if I fuck up.
I wager the nearest doctor.
But I think we'll have...
Not a place I mean to go.
Well, I think we'll have plenty of time to pick them up before that.
2 years back would have some medicine. All sealed up in glass.
Because we've definitely used a few extra in this
You
run.
need a diving bell to reach those depths.
Our last
With some
resort.
coin and a few supplies, a diving bell won't be hard to come by.
This is a plan I can stand behind. Find medicines without stirring up trouble. Agreed, Thatch?
Agreed. Aye. I'll meet you near the wrecks as soon as you're able.
Remember that. Keep your cannons court.
Piss off, Ben.
What then will you require?
We still have a lot of money. I like that. I like that. That's going to mean good for good later. Good for good? Good for good. We definitely had a couple hundred left over last time, and we have $2 grand. That's I don't know what we did, but I like it. What are we doing now? Oh, right. Diving bell. I think we can fast travel. I don't know if I was supposed to go back to ship there or not. Probably, to get the mission to work, or trigger. All right, let's go there. We're looking good for an 8:30 to 9 p.m. stop time right now. Like around a 6-hour time. I have no idea what the rest of the game is going to serve us. We're looking very good for a sub 7, which we also haven't hit yet, but should. If I don't go on full fucking tilt, which is what I've been trying to avoid. We have a small sliver of chance, I think, at a sub 6 still, which is actually really good for halfway through the game. So it's ours to lose. Just need to stay focused. We're doing pretty well. Even if it's been kind of ugly. We messed up pretty badly four times, I think. But overall, okay. We haven't made a ton of small mistakes this time like we did last time, so. And only one huge mistake, which was the second hardest strat in the game. That one did not do well for us today. And I think what I may do, well, because once we're done with this, we don't need safety strats as much anymore anyway, because we'll be aiming for the gold, which means we have to nail everything. It just doesn't, we don't have much of an option. So I should have come up with a safety strat for this specific run where it could shave it from 5 to like 3 or something, but you know, whatever. Because this is just a run to do for console and not look inadequate. That's not the word. Ridiculous. Stupid. There's a word I'm looking for. Like when you're not inebriated. You will be inebriated after this run. Inept. That's still not it. Oh shit. That's the first time I missed that in a while. I think it's because it tells you to press X, and if you do, you fuck up. Which is very rude of it. Because it's telling, like, a normal player to press X, not somebody who just needs to go through that hole. Get out of here. Okay, let's like hasten it up a little bit, bud. I feel like we're going a little slow again, which I don't love. I was tempted to use those bubbles, but we're just gonna go for it. I might regret that decision. Oh, he's already red. I already regret this decision. I already very much regret this decision. Ow, I very much regret this decision. I think at a checkpoint it gives you a full lung, maybe. This is very bad. This is very bad. Alright, let's see what we can do. If we can catch this, we just might make it. If we can catch this, we just might make it if nobody gets us. Come on. Come on. Come on, we're so close. We're so close. Please don't get me. Holy shit. I regret fucking nothing! Woo! Nothing!
Any luck? I found one crate hidden.
You see that last fucking second.
Sadly,
Woo! We got that lunge, baby. We got that lunge, baby.
Quite spoilt. Fleet and perish.
Will we steal medicines now?
Remember the pardon, Thatch. We're to be subtle.
All right, it's time for Charleston.
The pirate, now too proud to call
For the one below.
He prefers caution to cannons.
Caution's nothing without.
When do I get to pee again? I have like very quick ones I can do here. Otherwise, we don't get to until Robert is preaching. It's gonna be a little while. We have to make it through Vane first.
And all men will submit.
It might be like an hour till I get to pee.
And would you be the devil?
I can probably live. I don't particularly want to do it at that other one.
For an audience.
I just need a ration water.
All a big show. Give your quarry something to fear.
Yeah, the one below is really quick. I don't really want to do it there.
Thing. From a
Here's Rackham. Pardon Cowards. Oh, you know what? I bet we can do it at the Pardon. I bet we can do it there. That one's long.
For their lord, before all.
It's just, it's like I'm coming off a really nerve-wracking strat, so I forget.
Oh god.
Okay.
Looks fine.
The one last time that I quit. And I said, fuck this whole run, and then turned you guys back on. Talk to you. It was the one that put me on tilt for like 2 hours. And gave us an extra hour of gameplay. Yeah.
Well, handle it myself.
That's probably the 4th hardest after, because we've done 2 of the hardest already. That one's probably 4th, and then we have Principe. So it's Principe. Hold on. Oh, this is where the turtles are. It's Principe. Nothing is true. Lucena. And then... What was it? Principe. Lucena. Ah, I already forgot. Principe. Nothing is true. Lucena. And then that one? The one that I quit on? I don't know what to call that one. It's 4th. Coming up with the top 5 hardest. I don't know what the 5th is.
Captain, there's a wreck yonder. Looks recent.
I see it.
All right, this spot is really finicky.
Come to the same end.
We actually got really fucked on this spot last time.
Another bit of wreckage, Captain. This is looking grim.
Aye.
Like, it was very bad RNG, and let's just hope it doesn't happen to us ever again.
Blast. This is getting well out of hand.
A dozen crates of medicine should
We didn't get alerted there, so I think
that ain't my meaning.
I am gonna cross my fingers that we're cool. We got like super alerted here, and ships were coming after us, and then we had to come from the other direction. It was like and kill people. It was a whole thing. Had me very upsetty spaghetti.
Saving a city that ain't worth much. We're not men made to govern. We take and spend and live heartily wherever we
I went the wrong way there. I should have been around that on the other side.
The answer's in wealth and power, not politics.
But at least we're avoiding that other guy over there.
We'd see enough money to buy the whole of England. Or it might be we'd lord over these kings and emperors like they was peasants themselves.
A lot of large talk, Captain. But is it your crew you sail for, or yourself?
I mean the best for these men, Ade. I do. But this don't sit right. I feel like I'm running errands, not living my life.
If anybody feels like that, take agency now. If you feel like you're running errands and not living your life, make a different decision right now. I'm telling you. That's the worst possible thing you can do for your mental state. Insane that he still feels like he's running errands now. You know what I mean? Like, he's done everything to try to have a high agency life. Like, ditched his wife, ditched his life, right? And still hasn't gotten everything he wanted.
See that? It's her, Captain, the Queen Anne's Revenge. And she's in a bad way.
No time for a vote. Thatch is outnumbered.
The crew will understand. Beat the quarter flash! We're sailing into hell!
Thatch is overwhelmed. I'm going ashore.
I kind of screwed that up, but hopefully we'll... Yeah, there we go. I figured from that side I would at least hit the ship. Okay. Oh, I like having smoke bombs here. Let's just try to do it without... Shit. Okay, I'm gonna try to do it without smoke bombs. It might take a few extra seconds. But I need to have it for the next section.
Hang in there, Bonnet. Keep your arms up and your back to the sea.
Know your book learning. Prepare you for a scuffle of this sort, Mr. Bonnet.
Not in the least, no.
For certain, there's more to be learned by doing than reading. Remember that.
Shit.
You don't do nothing, son.
That was like 5 or 10 seconds slower than I wanted it to be, but this is probably the roughest one we've done on a run. But
Our galleon has reappeared.
Heads up!
All right, let's see if I can remember. I haven't practiced this part enough, to be honest, and I forget every time what I'm supposed to be doing here. But we're on Blackbeard's ship, so I think he doesn't have mortars, is what it is. And we can easily die here. It's pretty rough. It's a rough battle. Gotta be smart. Oh, good. Okay. That was not bad. Let's just get up there by it. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, last time the strat that I thought didn't work here, I think, or was it the other one? I don't know. No, we just have to kill the captain? Yeah. I don't know. I think so. I don't fucking know. Oh, I think I don't need to go up this high, actually. No, no, no! What am I doing? I just need to run forwards, dude. Oh my god. Forwards, dude. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, well that went... At least we didn't die. Oh my god. This is a mess. Okay, this has been the ugliest run in the world, Chad. I'm so sorry. There we go. Oh my god.
I'm not a man accustomed to murder, Captain.
Okay.
But if you're taking quarter, you'll not be sleeping now.
Sack a muzzle, gobshite. You'll be hanged in sun.
Oh, the one below.
We're in Boston.
Oh wait, that's not yet. This is no medicine. Now we're going to Charleston.
Captain, we've searched the hold. It's a middle intake, but the medicine we found bears
Yeah,
a
speed her up.
Charlestown stamp.
Let's go, let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Hans.
All right, we still have our smoke bomb for Charleston.
Nassau out here by force and accident alone. We should go to Charlestown for the lot.
Hello? Are we victorious? I fear I am not built for the fatigue and care required to live as a man of fortune.
Meet me in Charlestown. 1 month from today.
What was Bonnet complaining about there? I know I can't see you guys, but I feel like I've missed that in other times. Yay, I remember to go north this time for South Carolina. Because we're south of... listen. I keep going south because I'm thinking South Carolina. So, you know, just fun things. Can you guys get the fuck out of my way? Thanks. Bonnet.
Heyo, Bonnet.
Flying your own flag at last.
Yes. Yes, Blackbeard cut me loose, sadly. Time to have a go at this myself.
Yeah, something he said led
that's
to this.
grand. Yes, it's for the best, I think. I should have some
same.
wild stories when next we meet. Edward, your constant friendship has been my most treasured find on these seas. Well above gold and silver and rum, I prize the courage you have inspired in me this year. Thank you, sir. A fair good morrow to you.
Hi, Bonnet. I wonder if we're gonna get his staff in the new one, because it says we have new missions with him, and we see him in the scene with all our dead friends, and both of the scenes with our dead friends. So, just like implies. that they had something for him and they probably just didn't replace him in those scenes, even though they didn't show us his death.
There's movement up ahead.
But that was such a cute,
soldiers?
like, happy moment. Maybe they just wanted to leave you with happy.
Aye, and in something of a hurry.
Without
I
redoing
propose we
those.
follow, else they spring something we ain't ready for.
We got alerted here last time. Let's not do that again.
What you thinking?
Blackbeard's been at this 8 days already. So it's a good bet. Someone out there has prepared the medicines. Just in case.
Ah, but they're stalling. Thinking up ways to avoid paying it out.
Aye, so let's find where they've gathered and hope for the best.
Careful, Captain. We're drifting close to a watchtower.
Use the mains. Loose the stunsails.
There's another watchtower.
Come off the wind, someone. Douse them all.
Keep her at half sail, Captain. Speed will do us no favors here.
I think this is where we got spotted last
Careful with
time.
the banks.
Okay.
Cannot pass them undetected, Captain.
This is where I need the smoke bomb if things go wrong.
There's
Go
always
awry.
another way.
All stop.
Oh! Oh! I thought he'd let go of the wheel. I thought he'd let go of the wheel. Oh my god. I thought he'd let go of the wheel. Why didn't he automatically do it like the other one? Oh, and I don't think checkpoint's the same as initial, so we might be fucked here. We're probably gonna need smoke bomb. All right, let's go.
You! The heavy cold throughout that village of mine. 5 or 6 years ago, as I recall.
Interloper, raise the alarm!
On both flanks.
That was really bad. We did it perfect last time, and now I'm gonna get stuck here, aren't I? And it's because I fucking accidentally pressed R2. Not accidentally, I mean, it was purposeful, but it was because I thought he was let go. It's bad. I only have one smoke bomb, so I can't fight them all. Let me see if I can just get him instead of the smoke bomb. There we go. There we go. There we go. That was a better strat. Okay, let's go. Rough. Rough titties. Tough titties. Hated that. Thanks. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Are we okay? Okay. I think we're okay.
Over there.
We practiced that area so many times. Man, it's a shame. I didn't even close to jump where I was supposed to either. I was so nervous. It requires a lot of momentum, so you can't have any hesitation.
If we run aground here, we may never get out. Be sure they don't spy us trailing them.
Use the mains. Trim to catch the wind.
Steady as she goes, Captain.
All right, I'm going to take the extra second to make sure he lets go of the fucking wheel this time.
Loose the stunsails.
They're getting away, Captain.
Then I'll have to go on without her.
Okay, see how he's like not even on the wheel this time? He just popped right off? Unfair. Unfair. They're not the same. All right, let's not have Florida Gator time this time. This is why I had Florida Gator time the last time. Yep. Oh, there it is. Because I'm like coming off of that, and if he doesn't, if I'm at the wrong spot when he jumps, I don't know how to explain it. Because of that scoping zoom thing, it just goes wrong a lot. When it like zooms because they're talking, it can really fuck me up. And then if I get that gator fight, it fucks me up too, like this. So I've got to get over in the bushes real quick. That was very, very fucked. And now I don't have them on my thing anymore. I don't know how to explain. I shouldn't be narrating this. It's impossible. But there's a lot going wrong right here. Shit, shit, shit. I can't loot them either. I can't loot them either. I just need to get them and go. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta go. They're gonna see us. Shit. We've got to get them back in yellow, though, right now. And I don't know what to do. There we go. I don't know if it did. There we go. Need the sound. Okay, okay, okay. This is a very, very ugly Charleston. He's heating, fully alerted. Try to get these guys. Not sure we can get that one. Let's just leave them. We don't need them seeing us again. Not worth the risk. For a couple dollars, we're ahead in money anyway. Okay, this is the other part. We might need a smoke bomb if it all goes awry.
Interloper, raise the alarm!
Come on. Go, 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 go. That might be a little too close.
There was an accident. Private Simon! This crocodile.
I don't care about your accidents. What's the word from the harbor, soldier? Speak.
No change, sir. They're holding fast, but are yet to kill or maim any of the captives, near as we can tell. Perhaps it's time to...
To surrender? I've been entrusted with the affairs of the town, and I do not intend to bow to the demands of a pirate, no matter how fierce his reputation.
Yes, sir.
As long as the supply key is with me, no man shall touch that medicine. May plague and calamity strike them all.
Bloody idiot.
What?
Pirates! The ship's here! Pirates! Fall back!
I'm gonna do the safety strat of shooting him in the back. We're not gonna headshot him. Not worth it. Fuck! It didn't scope when I thought, because there's a delay. I can't, oh, my words. Fuck. There. Jesus Christ.
Oh God! For God's sake!
I think that was an extra few seconds too. There was like a glitch. It said I could skip, and then it didn't. It was the whole thing. Ah, okay, we're okay. It was rough. That was that. We lost a couple minutes in that. I think it was really rough.
What's the take?
2 crates, and the means for mixing additional doses.
Or the one below.
Precious little of that these days.
All right, modern day.
You hear that,
Calm down
Mr.
into modern day.
Rance? My young friend returns with offerings and so saves your scrawny neck.
Joysticks backwards.
You're not thanking.
You should quit these waters, Thatch. The governor
Overruled left, number
is
selection
bound to
3.
muster more soldiers.
You go on ahead. I got some business in the north.
Over with left, number selection 3. All right.
You're done, aren't you?
And then after that, we're coming up on the 4th,
On Nassau.
Look.
the 4th and 5th. These are actually the 4th and 5th in a row, actually. I'm pretty sure. The 4th and the 5th hardest strats in the game.
Quiet and cozy.
Gunpowder.
voyage. I'd rather sink to the devil's
Which is why I wanted to hold on to that smoke bomb.
and call myself
I
captain.
think we pick some smoke bombs up and cheers rack them, though. So I think we'll be okay.
In this world,
Just in case. Or the one below. Okay. Technically, I can pee during that, but it makes me nervous. I think I'd have time. But we'll pee here in a second during Horny Gold is too horny. As soon as I'm done with both of those strats, actually, 4th and 5th.
Do you have a minute? I'm on my way upstairs. IDJ wanted to talk with us about putting together a trailer using some of the footage you've been recording this past month. Take your time. I'll meet
over here. Are you ready? He's waiting for us.
Oh, I'm ready. Shiver me timbers, girl. You could decide not to make us uncomfortable today.
I just watched some of your footage from this week. It's amazing. Blackbeard was mental. And we all got so excited that we started talking about this idea for a trailer about him. Maybe start with him drinking, talking to some pirates, telling a story.
Sure. 5 minutes later, we're still listening to her.
Then
Yep.
we cut to him leaping across the deck of his boat and, sorry, his ship, not boat.
Yep.
But jumping around the deck of his ship, swinging from ropes and fighting like a devil. I mean, obviously we're gonna have to manipulate some of the existing footage to get it looking good, but it could be great. I'm getting a shiver in my timbers just thinking about it.
I did.
Sorry.
HR. Murph is here. Hi, bud. Good boy. Who's the best boy in the whole world? Who is it? Sheep.
Bonjour, ça va?
Yeah,
I hope
she's
we're not
doing her
late.
job.
No, you can go right.
Who's the best boy in the whole world? I don't know if you're on camera because we're in tiny cam today. While we do the run. Yes, he's a good boy.
I'll call you when we're ready.
That's a good boy. All right, 275.
Didn't be long.
The most perfect of all the boys. Sharing his love.
Do you have a second? Of course you do. Head to the waypoint on your map. I have
You
another
picked the
job
perfect
for
time
you.
to come up because I can give you some
Another
love-ins, actually.
Not a
While
problem.
we're into modern days.
Voila. You now have level 2.
Let me just get in here and do this, and then I'll give you all the love-ins for the whole cutscene, okay? Give me 2 seconds.
This is an interesting security measure. It looks like you need to find the right combination of numbers to adjust the wave.
All right, all
Easy
yours,
enough,
bud.
Right? Pick a number selector, then change its value. Once you find the right combination of numbers, you should get out.
He's still going with the instructions.
It works.
And if we want information on assassins or Templars or the observatory or whatever the fuck else is
Oh,
on Olivier, you will deliver it. Full stop.
Uh-huh.
I understand that, Leticia. I'm sorry if that came out wrong. We are not trying to be a bottleneck here, but we just don't have the resources.
I said bottleneck so many times this week in corporate setting chat, and it makes me upset. Bottleneck. We're not trying to be a bottleneck.
To pay the bills for larger and more important work. That's the way the world works. Dirty money buys clean hospitals. You get it?
We're on board, Letitia. Rest assured. We have our best employee working on this, but it will take time.
That means you.
Good. And thank you. The both of you. I look forward to seeing what you deliver. Until then, I'll see you at the shareholders meeting, Olivier.
Looking forward to it. Bye-bye. Tabarnak! It's a little too early for that kind of abuse, huh? Come on.
So, what's next?
We do as the lady says.
Oh, he's drooling. Happy boy. Goodness, you got your drools all over me's. You got your drools all over me's. All right, time for fucking Frogger, dude.
Crazy talk.
Hate Frogger.
About this shareholders meeting, though. How
Nice,
about
sweetie. You just got so much love-ins.
Office
Was that not enough? Was that not enough? Goodness gracious. I love you.
I own you. What I mean is, I don't want to ruin your life. So, do as I say. Now, step over to the window. You can't waltz into Olivier's office through the front door, so I've opened another route. Up we go. Did you know that Abstergo was run by Templars? Oh, yes. Sounds like crackpot stuff, I know. But then again, the moon landing was pretty bright. So, anything's possible.
That's about all the weapons time I got, bud.
Either you walk through that door or throw yourself off the terrace. Oh, well done, kiddo. Find his computer. Make it.
Hate this thing. All right, here we go.
Be careful now. As the data moves,
much easier on PC.
Programs constantly monitoring the data flow.
One of the only times I've ever preferred PC in my life is Frogger.
Destroy your data and send it back home.
Here we go. I know you guys are like, but it's moving so slow. I suck at Frogger. I don't know how. I don't know why, but I do. Fuck. See? I think it's my spatial issues. This is the time that you can make women and directions jokes. All right, there we go. Jeez.
You sneaky bastard. A pirate through and through, ain't you? Now,
I can give you just a little bit more lemons right here.
There's a courier waiting. Yeah, that's right. I've been planning this for a few hours. Now, wait. The receptionist. Hold on. I'll try something.
Chad, are you happy? Are you good? Everybody good? There it is. Oh, no, not yet. All right, we're about to have Last Caroline, Cheers Rackham. Cheers Rackham is where I literally quit the run last time. I didn't quit it, but I brought up chat. I was very enraged. We went on tilt for 2 hours. So we're going to not do that this time. Whatever happens, we're not going on tilt, okay? It's going to be all right. And I'm going to try to pee right after.
My tracks are covered. Yours ain't.
And do the wait to do the actual, what is it, Celestial? Correctly this time. We also have gunpowder. And fire ship. Oh, here it is! Taco! I didn't lie. I didn't lie to you. I lied to you the second time. Allonge is what it's called.
Encrypted
if you're lurking. Allonge is, if anybody remembers. It's not an affogato.
Oh, hooray!
I want to try one. I've never seen it.
Hey there.
That I know
just
of.
got a call about picking up another transfer.
Oh?
Probably in Europe somewhere, but I haven't seen it here.
Yes, that is one of the perks.
I'll look for it.
Let's see it.
Allonge.
A conference in Chicago. Very nice. Thanks for this. We'll be in touch.
Ciao, Rebecca. Text me.
Stuff it, Hastings.
All right, Last Caroline, other than in our dream later, our drunken stupor. Dream about all our friends. Correct course. Hi, Caroline.
I've an awful feeling about this. You'll be hurt out there. I couldn't handle that.
I'll be careful, I promise. And when I'm flush with coin and set up, I'll send for you. I will.
Caroline, come away! Don't exert yourself! I can't promise I'll come, Edward. If you leave on this fool's errand, I cannot promise anything.
Don't give up on me, Caroline.
Not when I need you the most. Oh, that's not the right one. Sorry, not horny gold is too horny. Pardon, cowards is where I'm gonna pee. Right after this. So I'll need to be ready. But we've got to be in first. Here goes. Whew. Who's ready? Because I'm not. It's not me, I'm not. Cheers, Rackham. Cheers, Rackham. Not Ade. Lily-livered punk! Hi. I love you.
Well,
I'll be hanged.
George has grown tired of our shenanigans.
Who's the grim fella?
Who's the grim fella?
That's Captain Woods Rogers, not a man
And
who
I
wants
want seeing my face.
We desire a parley with the men who call
Themselves governors of this island. Charles Vane.
Charles Vane.
Ben Hornigold and Charles Thatch. Oh, Ed Thatch, my bad.
Come forth, if you please.
Hear about the king's pardon,
I reckon.
What the hell is Hornigold doing?
Lily-livered punk! Mark's like, why are you yelling?
I am grateful for your geniality, Captain Hornigold. I assumed our reception would be a troubled one.
Don't mistake my decorum for deference, Governor.
Shit.
I'm eager to hear what you have to say.
Shit.
But
This is gonna be a mess.
Mind otherwise.
Very well put. And it's a fairer shake than I expected to see from any pirate. But I want fair treatment to all who hear me out.
Only wait a while longer, Governor Rogers. These rascals will show their true colors in
Calm, Commodore Chamberlain. I have given Captain Hornigold my word that we will be equitable.
Won't do you a lick of good. Men like
Please
him
don't see
are
me,
a
please don't
blight
see
on
me.
His Majesty's reputation and a peculiar cancer afflicting the new world. The king wants them eradicated.
Oh, I got a knife.
Above all else.
Did I not have one before? Well, at least we have one now. We certainly need one. That was a lucky find. I didn't know we didn't have one, and we definitely need one for Vane. So that's good. No, I'm good. Already vanished.
Bring Burgess and Corcoran as well.
Then again, I don't know if my ship is or not.
Fan out, lads, and take this stanky town as if it were your own.
Aye, but the king has been particularly ineffective.
Okay, we have 5 full sleep darts to use if we need them. We need to use them. We need to use them, and we need to let everything else lie. We're not shooting anyone. We're not fighting anyone. We are going to use those darts. We are going to be paying very close attention to what direction people are facing when we come up. It's going to be okay. We got this. Shh, don't scream.
Disperse, a lot of you. Make way for the king's emissaries.
The king's emissaries.
Go on. Our only aim here is to treat with the masters of this community. All others are encouraged to go about their usual
Beautiful.
business.
You didn't turn around this time. We love it when that happens.
Go! Commodore Chamberlain, please see that all merchants, masons, and carpenters are rounded up and brought to me this afternoon. We must see about repairing this fortress.
We should be confiscating weapons, Governor. Send these pirates a clear, strong message that the king's emissaries are not to be trifled with.
I have no
This bastard.
animosity here, though well armed. We are outnumbered.
This is where all started to go wrong.
Slow persuasion is our best and most efficient weapon.
I need you to fucking move.
We should sink every goddamn ship not flying the king's colors.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we exercise weakness in our bed.
I am the goddamn governor here, serving at the king's pleasure, and I will make the
That'll
bloody
do.
decisions. Is that clear, sir?
All right. Second part is the hardest part. We are going to pay attention to the direction they're facing, and we are going to dart them if they see us. Immediately dart. Smoke bombs get people's attention. We have 2 or 3 to worry about that we might have to dart, and we need to be aware and ready. And aim very carefully and very quickly. Because if they get alerted, it is over. It is over there. We have to start like the whole thing over. That's where I quit the game last time. All right, here we go. Direction. Dart. direction. Dart. It's all RNG. I have very little control here.
Hold you. Just lined up somewhere.
We do hereby promise and declare that in case any of the said pirates shall on or before the 5th of September, in the year of our Lord 1718, surrender him or themselves to any one of the principal secretaries of state in Great Britain or Ireland, or to any governor or deputy governor of any of our plantations beyond the seas, every such pirate and pirates...
Yes! Yes! I'm peeing! Holy shit!
I pray you take the prudent course, gentlemen.
Stop.
And accept the king's pardon as soon as your hearts allow. For until such time, all of you will be confined in Nassau. I am sorry for this. But in lieu of a public trial, this pardon is your best bet.
The governor puts it far too brightly, maggots. Take this message home. Accept the king's protection forthwith, or we will raise this town to its foundation and stretch your bloody necks.
Peace! Commodore Chamberlain, we are messengers, not executioners. Not yet.
Oh, thank you, sir. God save you.
Look on this as a stroke of fortune, lads. We should take the king's pardon and salvage what dignity we own.
I'll be hanged before I surrender to that bobbin.
Check your head, Vane. We had here a rare opportunity,
Hey,
a
Murphy,
chance
yeah,
to take
with
something
the water.
base and
Wanna
shape
go?
it into a government made and maintained by men of vision. But in 2 years, we pissed it away. I won't make that mistake.
Chat, how are you doing? You guys good? I don't see any notes from you. I'm gonna assume you're good.
You whelps can't handle it. Adieu, you forecastle-headed fuddlers. See you at the gallows.
You'll all be dead men! Bastards!
I've never had to get that guy on the roof before, actually. I was confused when I heard the alert sound. I was like, who sees me? And I had to figure it out quick. I'd never had him alerted before. So, but I knew that it could very well happen. Oh, I've got to wait until it settles? Okay, now it's good. I fucked that up last time. Eventually I'll get faster at that, but it's okay. Okay. We run over to them. We do gunpowder. I'm trying to remember if this is where we're... No, we're not upgrading ship just yet. We do gunpowder first. Then we upgrade our ship for the last time. Okay. Gunpowder time, baby. I was trying to think about what I needed there. I need to switch to smoke bomb when we do this. In case I need it. I don't know if I picked any up when I was looting people. I think I looted a few there. Not as many as you possibly can, but I did a pretty good job.
A man I believe I can trust with my best.
So we'll have to see if I have extra in case I need it here.
With our pride intact.
Swap over, but that was a fast run.
You brewed a plan I might get a taste of?
Nassau is over, that's
All right, my laptop has become
I say we skip out tonight and
Done.
regroup my compound.
Probably when I went to pee. I have just enough time.
The Brits have brought their supplies ashore, see? If we nick some gunpowder and pine pitch, we can build a fire ship and send it straight at the blockade, blasting
It doesn't last very long. My computer's messed up.
We'll use Rackham's ship. You're an capable captain.
It wouldn't last the rest of the run, actually.
My conscience is clear.
Right. Well, you get the gunpowder. I'll secure
the pine pitch. Here we go. Switch to smoke bomb and let's pull her off. Let's do it. First try, baby. Let's go. I have one still. Great. We'll make it. We'll make it count.
Stun.
Right here is where we make it count. And I technically really need another one. Right here in case it goes wrong, and I don't have it, so here goes nothing.
You there. Stop.
So we're just gonna have to kill them. We have to do it the old-fashioned way. I don't have another choice. Okay. That cost us like 10 seconds because I don't have a smoke bomb. I hate it when that happens. All right, moving on. And because I fucked up. Those were safety strats because I fucked every bit of that up. The RNG was weird. I landed a little bit far away. It just is what it is. All right. The RNG was weird when I got in there because of the first part that I fucked up, actually, is what really happened. Oh, and I need it here, too. Fuck, this is gonna be a mess. Especially since he saw me. Oh, okay, we're okay. The other guy didn't see me. Oh, we need sleep dart.
Stay rock. No, what's going on there?
Okay, at least nobody else got alerted. We are okay. All right, last two. Here we go.
Hey! Hold on.
Where's that? Oh, there's my rock.
Is that the most intelligent thing you ever said to each other?
They don't yell at me as much in this game as some of the others. Just by the nature of it, I guess. Are they following me? Yeah. Come on.
Interloper, raise the alarm!
Okay, that's 3. I wasn't sure if it would allow me with the interloper raise the alarm shit, but it did. Now I know. Because I think he saw me. I like popped up just a little weird there. Alright, we have one more sleep dart to work on this guy. I don't have 2, so let's hope for the best. Oh shit.
Come back here and face us like a man. Aye, stop. Aye, come back. Are you fair to us? Aye, the bastard's running.
Gotta be really careful. Move. That'll do. That'll do. It was really fucking ugly, but that'll do. We played a lot of safety strats in that. Too many for my liking, but... All right, this is where we upgrade for the last time. We'll get what I can afford. We might take a couple extra seconds to do it. I have a lot of money right now, which is pretty good.
Aye, sir.
I really want heavy, I think, first. Mortar second. I want to get mortars. I would love heavy and mortar storage. I would actually like round right here, too. Fuck.
This is a direct order, soldier. You will take position on the grounded galleon and await the Commodore's further orders. Is that clear?
No, we don't... Well, I want mortar storage.
Bastard. Someone ought to slit the Commodore's throat before he gets a chance to bark those orders.
You think so?
Round and heavy. And then fill up ammo.
All right, I'll kill him.
Round, heavy, mortar storage. Well...
Part in killing the Commodore, not one of the king's men.
Yeah, round and mortar, maybe. Fuck. Let's do round and mortar.
Good fall, Chief. I'll be waiting for you.
Round and mortar. Mortar storage, heavy storage. I think that's what he does, to be honest. Possibly. So I remember I got a little fucked later from not... Yeah, I forgot about some of the use cases of mortar. Okay. Oh, shit. Don't like that.
How might I address your needs, sir?
Okay. Okay, I can't get either. So let's do this. Mortar storage. We'll shoot more if we can't shoot harder. Yeah? Okay. Shoot more if we can't shoot harder. Okay. Okay, well, we need more mortars. That's not good. Hopefully we'll pick some up. If the game is kind to us, we'll pick some up. If the game is not kind to us, we're going to get very, very fucked. I think it does deliver us some in front of one of the fights. But we're about to find out the hard way, to be honest. I probably shouldn't have upgraded that much storage, but if we can actually... Walked up there. They're not yellowed. I don't really need to loot anymore. I don't know why I'm risking this. Because we're not... it's really like a last resort in case I do have to buy stuff. I shouldn't be risking all this. Right now. Because I shouldn't buy anything else if we can get some mortars picked up. We at least got the storage, which will play in our favor if we can pick enough of them up. I can't believe we didn't have enough for anything else, though. Felt like we had a lot of money here. Maybe it's because we bought so much earlier. I don't know. That's probably why.
He's a serious chap.
Okay. We definitely have more than we had before. We just haven't filled our mortar, which makes me uncomfy. I'm gonna need gun for this. Okay, let's not loot him and risk that. Not loot him either. We don't need... We don't, I think, need any more money unless I really want to. And I may. Before going to Horny Gold, do a very quick grab the mortar. It'll cost us a few seconds, but I think it would be worth it. Oh, I didn't realize I had my swords out. Oh, I didn't realize I had my swords out. Oh, I fucked us. Where does it start us? That was really fucking rude, dude. Oh, I thought I had my... I did not realize I had the wrong blades out. That's really fucked, dude. Well, that took the time that I should have taken to go to the store for the mortars, so let's hope we pick some up. I'm not killing this guy. Something's happening. RNG's happening. Just let it go. That was really fucked. I do have my blades out. I do have my blades out. What happened? We'll just let him come to us. Because that was really fucked, dude. That was really, really weird. Alright, let's go. I am very upset about that. That was like 20 seconds. Alright, and we just passed 4 hours.
Take positions and prepare to decamp on the Commodore's order.
Bullshit, dude. That was a lot of bullshit. And I spent way too much time on, the store. I need this guy to fucking leave me alone, dude. Gotta go.
Hey, hold a moment, Squire. Shit.
Leave me alone. Oh, we are so fucked. Oh, we are so fucked. Oh, we are so fucked. I'm surprised we haven't been broken yet. Come this way.
We told you to stop! I'll make you home, boy!
This has never happened. Not shooting. Not shooting. Not shooting. I forgot I had the gun, and I accidentally pressed triangle. I can't believe they didn't hear that. I can't believe they didn't hear that. Am I close enough? I don't think I'm close enough. Okay, that was really bad. We lost another 30 seconds there. I've never done that ever. Ever. Not even in practice. I'm pretty sure. All right. Jesus Christ. No tilt. No tilt. Forget about it. Move on. Forget about it. Move on. It was perfect. It was perfect. Just keep going.
Remember our object, lad. We're here to punch holes in...
Stop. Stop. The governor's given us
Damn, I thought maybe I... Did you see how I did it? Like, I thought I hit the glitch.
Anything in these times.
A syphilis clouded your
That was
mind.
the best try I've had yet to get that glitch.
Claw to protect such squalor. Your parasites.
So this is like a minute right here that is cost.
Men.
Much like King George in that respect.
Know your place, peasant. You may have taken my life, but you have not improved your own by any measure.
Does some purpose keep you talking?
If not for that heathen, Governor Rogers, I'd have seen you hanged from your own cross trees. Worm. All of you.
I forget what to do here to get out of here. I think it's quit to menu. I was trying to look for it and I don't see it in my notes. Okay, it worked. I'll try to remember to note that if I have a second. I don't think I have a cutscene. Can somebody please note quit to menu if anyone can put it like somewhere in Discord or something? Quit to menu for, how can I say what this is? Quit to menu before fire ship. Because I forgot this last time too.
I know.
Okay, sir. Such a long fucking run.
Commodore's...
Thank you, Poison. You guys doing all right? All right, let's see if we can nail this. I was on tilt the last time we did this. We're gonna see if we can nail it one try. All right? We got this. This is ours. Hopefully we'll pick up some mortars.
Stay near the fire ship, Captain. Keep
Actually, we really might pick up mortars here. This might be a good little spot. Because I don't use very many, but I'm gonna need them later. And there was a whole ship fight I forgot about that I needed a ton of mortar.
Loose all, let's move! Loose all, party like! The Brits are on to us. Look there! Find your slug! Stag's out! Let's get moving!
I should have hit him. I wasn't sure if I wanted to use my heavies.
That's a good shot of crippler! Awaiting orders, sir! Fire! Well placed shot down! Incoming fire!
I'm not going to waste my mortar on these guys. Let's just go at them. There we go. Use heavies on him. Is there one more over there? I can't tell. I think he got the other one. No, it's behind us. We need him to come. Need to make sure he follows. Otherwise I'll have to come back. Or it won't trigger or something. I think we have to kill them all. Shit. Come on. Just get him. That'll do. Alright, go. Alright, go. We have plenty of heavies, just use them. I should have used it on that other one. Where are they?
Stay near the fire ship, Captain. Keep it afloat.
What happened? What happened? Was there one still missing? Oh no. This already went awry. Where was he? Oh no, they're over there. I have deep confusion, chat. Something was wrong. Something didn't trigger the same. Okay. I don't know where it's going to checkpoint us. If it's from the beginning of upset, but we just got to keep going. That was the end of sub 6, though, I think. I think that was the last mistake we could really make before sub 6, unless we get very, very, very lucky. Like the whole rest of the run. Oh, wow, at the very beginning. Wow. If I'd used the heavy at the beginning, I think we would have been fine. We're not gonna hesitate this time. Wow. We lost a lot of time. That's really fucked. This is a place where you can gain time, and I lost it. That's really fucked, dude.
More trouble, Captain!
It's no wonder I really fucked this on tilt. Alright, trying to calm down. This is very bad. We really fucked after like having such a good start, you know? Sucks.
Mains out, let's go! Got us that time! Concentrate on the task at hand, sir!
Shut the fuck up, I am, Daddy. Jesus Christ, what the fuck do you think I'm doing?
That's our hit. Vulnerable there, Captain! Get us up there!
I don't even think that hit them. I think I wasted heavy. Alright, now we've got to get off whatever this is. Alright, go. Okay. Oh, shit. I didn't realize I was on the other side of this. I was so focused on that. Oh, this is bad. I might get timed out. Ah! I didn't realize I was on the other side of that island. I don't even know how that happened. Ooh, that's the first time I wanted to cry this whole run.
Stay near the fire,
oh, shit.
Keep it afloat.
This is clearly a place we need to practice. If we do early streams this week, where I actually practice. That's so fucked, dude. That's so fucked. That's where there's no chance at sub 6 anymore, chat. I'm sorry. There's no chance. That was it. Sucks.
Let's cap the wall place shot down! Awaiting orders, sir. Let's all explode to place, sir. Fire!
Alright, we're turning this time. I'm not gonna get stuck behind that fucking island again. Turn this way and try to get him. So I don't get stuck anywhere. Where are they fucking going? Stop! Stop! God.
Take a shot! Right there, sir!
Fire!
Incoming fire!
Fire!
Taking damage here!
Fire!
Unfurl mains, let's...
Fire! She's vulnerable there, Captain! Fire! On your mark! Fire! Look, Captain, well-placed shot there! Fire!
Go. It better have been the last one this time, you fuckers. Fuck, I'm so mad. See, that's what's supposed to... I'm so fucking mad.
They've reinforcements, Captain! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Not good enough! Get the mains free!
I don't know who just hit them, but I'll fucking take it.
Weakest right there!
We're getting really far.
Almost ready! Take a shot! Right there, sir!
Fire!
Stay near the fire ship, Captain. Keep it afloat.
Fire! Fire! There's a good shot to crippler! Fire!
There's still one behind me.
She's vulnerable there,
Take
Captain!
away! Cliff, get her!
Fire!
There is. We've got to get him. We've got to get him.
Loose all and trim sharp to the wind!
She's trim too!
I'm gonna have to turn.
Look, Captain, a well-placed shot!
I think.
Trim the yards off the wind!
Fire!
Come on, please reach him.
No!
Trim us off the wind!
Don't let them sink our fire ship. That's our ace. The fire ship's about to
Oh,
blow.
fuck! No!
Captain.
No! Fuck! Oh, fuck!
Walk through. Get clear of the fleet now and we're home free.
Oh my god, I'm so fucked. I'm on the wrong side. I was, like, behind where I was supposed to be. Oh, fuck! I thought we had to kill them all! I've got to figure out this part. I thought for sure that it doesn't trigger without you killing them all. And I feel like this happened last time too. We are so fucked. God, this part is... I've got to practice this. This is not good. What a hell, dude. I don't think this is gonna work. I think we're gonna have to fight.
A mighty mess there.
I clearly don't know the trigger points of that. What a fuck. What a fuck.
Prancing about like they took a prize.
About to have a fucking heart attack, dude. That was nightmares. Nightmares. Oh god, I want to throw up. That was so bad. That was so bad. That was the worst thing we've done so far, other than the second hardest part. And that's something we can fix. That's not something that has a lot of risk factor to it. We just need to get better at it. That's pure practice. That's literally user error. That was all me.
Oh, hi, kid. You missed quite a time.
Aye. Pity about Nassau, and Blackbeard flying the coop.
But we'll see about Thatch. Vane's off to see him now, and I'm following soon.
This is what's left of your experiment in democracy.
Aye. We do as we please here, and we take our time doing it.
Oh, for Christ's sake, Edward. Don't anything but the stink of riches wrinkle your nose.
What's got into
We're at
you,
about
man?
2/3, I think.
Reality, mate. Reality. See that you
Math on that.
to the drink by this drowning rat.
Oi! I've lived longer than most men who trod this path.
Did we pick up any mortars is the real question. There's not going to be a good way to tell. Because I'm going to need them. We didn't have them last time and we still figured it out, but it's ugly. Where the fuck am I going? Has it not triggered? Oh, here it is. Fuck.
Loose! All tops! Give me some speed!
Out of the way.
Aloft, lads!
Out of the way,
Set
pussies.
those royals! Brace yourselves for collision!
Alright, I gotta get out of tilt. After that. Actually, can I test while here? Let me just see. We have 15? When did that happen? Well, at least we picked up some mortars, chat. We definitely picked up some mortars, chat. That's good. That's real good. Yeah, we know we pick up mortars during that, as long as we're looting while we're tooting. I don't think it's this island. Is it? No. Around it. That's pretty. I clearly haven't done this part of the game enough, though, because it's not, like... It's in between missions, so, you know, I wouldn't do this. This is one of those transition periods that just needs practice to know exactly where I'm going. It's not like I can restart checkpoint to this. That's the thing about any Assassin's Creed speedrun is you're pretty much, you always have these periods in between missions that they kind of like remove you from the main game so that you can have more freedom in it. And that's when you do like side stuff and do whatever you want, and then you're like, oh yeah, there's a story. It's a smart little loop, but it's not great for speedrunners.
We're off to find Captain Thatch!
That's where it takes away its linearity. Alright, skipped retirement party.
You'll get yours!
I promise I'm heaven sent.
Bloody bastard!
Hello? Lads! Lieutenant!
What? Stay here. Shoot anything that moves.
There was a deserter among them who recalled
Oh, he didn't get alerted enough. That's gonna be a problem.
Gullet before any word left his lips.
Anybody see?
Don't think so, sir.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with that guy, but he's gonna be a problem.
He don't miss much.
Tell me about the beach.
A fair gathering, sir. Most too drunk to stand.
That will suit our purpose.
See, I told you he was gonna be a problem. I was nervous he was gonna see us. Shit, where's it gonna start us? Oh shit, the checkpoint isn't good. Checkpoint is worse. Checkpoint is worse.
There was a deserter among
I actually don't know if I know it from checkpoint.
I sliced into his gullet before any word left his lips.
This is bad news bears, dude. This is really fucking bad news bears. Do I have any sleep darts? Only one. I don't wanna use it in case I need it.
Tell me about the beach.
Please don't see me, 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 please don't see me. Please don't see me, 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 please don't see me. Okay.
Tell me about Edward Teach. What sort of man is he?
It's Thatch, sir. At least that's what he calls himself. But he's a mad bugger, he is. Cracked as a glass teapot, sir.
Details, man. Stop talking in gibberish.
Well, sir, he likes his drink.
That was another, like, 10 or 20 seconds lost.
Queer. Takes the usual rum slip and fills it with half a weight of gunpowder to top it off.
Did I hear you right? He drinks gunpowder?
Aye, sir. Just for show. And only last week, he rounded up a score of his crew and bade us sit in the hold of his ship while he burnt off sulfur and other sickening minerals. We just sat there like it was one of a million pits of hell and nothing less ordinary.
Good God! What the hell for?
Like to test his crew is all. Tease out their fitness and what. Of course, it always turned out he was the fittest of the lot.
Ooh, got a sleep dart from that. That's the point of looting people more than chests at this point.
Bloody savages.
Have no fear, soldier. This will be the end of them. Come on. It's time. Quickly, send the signal. And remember always
this day. Alright, let's see if the strat works this time. It didn't last time. 17. It might be two things in 17, so I think I'm gonna go for the fire barrels this time. Because that kills people too. Unless it's captains, in which case I just need to try to get them. Alright, here we go.
Today we send the king's finest to their graves!
Yeah, this fills you up for what you need, which is great.
Awaiting your
I was trying to get him on the other side, but that's what it is. You can make that work.
Douse the royal!
Shit.
Fire! Look, Captain! That's where the most fire! Right! Taking a buffet, Captain! Race! Douse all but me! Fire! Captain exposed! Fire! Making fire! Captain launch the mine there, she's fire! Fire! Look, Captain! That's where the most dead... There! Get off the squall! Six, trip through! Hardy! I said Hardy! Fire! She's weak, is right there, Captain! Fire! Their firepower is great! Fire! Resistance! Fire! Fire!
This one stays away from me and it makes me upset. If I don't get them quick and early, they do this whole fucking dance and it's annoying as hell. Shit. Shit. I've used way too many mortars in this battle too, and I don't like it. Real bad. That was real bad. That was about as bad as I could have gone without us actually dying. I used so much ammo that didn't even hit him. I used so much mortar. It was very fucked. And I'm very far away for this, and I don't think the water's in our favor. Okay, it's kill enemy captain, so that's interesting. That should be easy enough. We get up there. I'm not hitting anyone, just fuck it. Fuck it. Come on. Drop it, dude. What the actual fuck? Drop it! Oh, we've not killed anyone. Oh my god, this is so bad. Stop picking shit up!
How you been doing, Edward Milan?
Fucking terrible! How are you?
Bastards! Come at me! Can you find three left? Can you make it clear?
Do I have smoke bombs? No. I could shoot people.
Here's the path to perdition!
Where's the other powder? There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now we're moving. I think you only have to get 17, but like that's not working out well for me. Since I started off hurt and didn't get enough of them on the drop. Well, I thought it was 17. What the fuck? Apparently I'm not getting the glitch today. Without gold, we might have been heroes! Now we're at the true downhill. The catalyst for the beginning of the end. Here we go. We're probably about half an hour behind the main runner right now, if I had to guess. Because this is probably right at 2/3, and we are 4:30. So we probably need 2 hours for this, and we have an hour and a half, if that makes any sense. So we'll probably, at this point in time, if we don't mess up anything else, I would estimate we'll be around 6:30, which will still be sub 7. I don't think it'll get a second or third place, to be honest. Maybe third. I can't remember what the exact spread is. They're somewhere in the 6 hours. Might get us third. It'll still be way ahead for console, to be fair. Way, way ahead, but... Oh, I should have sold shit. That's what I normally do to get more ammo. I forgot.
Sir. Did he fall?
I forgot to sell shit. I picked up a ton of shit this time.
He drinks damnation.
Out of my way. Do you not see your captain? What the?
Captain.
They couldn't see me because I was crouching. You know? It was very still. Very still. Alright, well the middle has been a hell and a half. Normally it's beginning or end, so far it's been middle. Every run is new and different. Middle should be the one that gives us the least amount of issue. Oh, what the fuck? How are you all? Doing all right? All good? Cool. Hope y'all are having a good time. We're aiming around a 6:30, which would get us done around 9 or 9:30, I think. Maybe 9:30? 2 hours? Because right now we're going to do some shit with Vane. Then we have Madness. And then we have, which we practiced earlier. And then we have Robert's time. That's when we start to get to know Roberts. We do his whole saga. I always want to call it Sega. Saga. And then prison. And then, like, pretty much end game from there. So, like, the big sections coming up. So here we go. Madness, Roberts, prison, end game. Four sections, probably each about half an hour. Here we go.
Get the mainsails into the wind!
What's our course, Captain?
We're looking for slave ships. Any that work for the Royal African Company.
You don't mean to traffic human cargo now, do you?
No, Jesus, Adam. You know me better.
This can actually go very poorly too, because this is part I haven't practiced much. But that's why I wanted to have mortars. So let's just see. We have 12. Okay, so we're rocking and rolling. We should be fine.
Slave ship.
I didn't have any last time going into this, if I'm remembering correctly, and it went very poor because I just was unprepared. Waiting for the day. Waiting for the day. Waiting for the day when we get our pay.
Can't that animal stay the course we agreed to?
No. Convenient how it's always storming whenever I try to go look for a big ship hiding in the distance. Convenient, chat.
Surely we are nearing our goal.
Surely. I can't remember which rock side it's on. Might be on that side. It's actually a great time for me to chug water. We have our last bathroom break coming up after Madness. We start to meet Roberts. Oh shit, I'm almost out.
Our force patrol these waters closely, Captain.
I've been chugging, bro.
Looks like loot. Don't sink that slaver ship.
We have maybe a glass or so left. Glass and a half.
I know.
Someone blowing in!
Fire!
On the rigging!
She's pitched, Captain! The slaver ship is running!
Damn fool! I'll get us in close.
We've been touched!
Burnley missed. Cannon ready!
Fire!
It is
Damn
firing!
these eyes!
Damn that Captain Bane! He's unloading everything he has!
Good.
Sink it if he's not careful.
Sink it.
Get closer.
Fuck all the people. I don't give a shit. Addy may give a shit, but I don't give a shit. I want to finish the speed run. Fuck them.
Fire! 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 Fire!
It's a star!
Sorry.
Fire!
I think I missed. It's not a good angle.
Fire!
4 more. We need to save them. We need to save at least 2.
Man, cleave the bilge!
Fire!
Alright, let's get up on him. I think we'll have 3 for Horn of Gold, which will be great. 2 or 3. Because we've got 1 for... I'm trying to remember the order of events, but we have that big ship battle. And then... So we need maybe 1 for that, and then 2 for Horny Gold, I think we'll have. If we have 3 right now, I can deal with that. That'll put us in better straits.
All clear! Pull away! Chase those bastards down. I'll murder the men who scolded my ship.
Keep calm, mate.
Yeah, we still have 3.
Remember what we're...
So I'm not going to use them. We're planning better. After just 2 runs. Look at us go. This guy's trying to get a... he's trying to lead us into battle. You see that shit? It's gonna be bad. Whoa, that is, fort. That'll do. That'll do. That was a risky bisky strat, but it worked.
Come on, big roasters. Get me back at brains.
Guns and steel aren't allowed than sticks. Spittle they.
I've more than enough of all that.
Just find the captain.
This guy won't die. Holy shit. How many times did I hit him and then the other guy shot him? Yes, I'm still going. Fuck these guys. Okay. Oof. Fingers.
This captain claims the princess sails out of Kingston
All right,
every few
madness
months.
time.
All right. We'll start course.
You made that
Run through it quick.
and rigging jackanapes. You owe me a share.
Damn it,
Bro.
Zane. Oh, Charles. What a
Oh,
son
Charles.
of a devil you are.
Don't fuck with me, Jack.
Oh, but it's my mandate to fuck with you.
Damn, not even a glass.
Charles. Lads! See,
Murph, go get me some water.
Boys and I
Murph.
had a bit of counsel while you were wasting time with this.
I even had an extra glass
And,
this time.
well, they figured I'd be a
Murph, go
fit
get me some water,
captain
bud.
than you reckless dogs.
You know what?
I'll cut you another cunt, Tracer!
I might
one I
have
figure
just
I might
enough time to
sell
pee
for
and
a
grab a glass at Robert's.
Down in Kingston, but with you.
Or
two
skip my pee break
wrong
entirely, get water first, see how I am.
I can't take any chances.
You regret this day, Rackham.
I regret most of them already.
Because the Robert section is really long.
Cast them off.
There's Robert's Preaching 2. Then you have to trigger the mission for 3.
I'll gut you, Jack Rackham! I'll open you up! I'll tear out your
And then you can
organs
skip
and
4.
string your bloody loot
It's like
with
Robert's
them.
4 times in a row.
Goddamn howling vein! There's
So
no
what I could
bloody
do...
use. Well, the fearsome Edward Kenway speaks, eh? Pray tell us, Captain, how to quit
I'll
this
have to decide which
predicament.
is more important to me
And
at
tell
that
us
time.
what genius you have for sailing
Probably
a boat with
peeing.
no sails and no rudder.
And then if I have time at the last at the third one, I can go grab water. I could maybe run down. You know what I could do? I can grab a sparkling water, because then I don't have to fill anything up. That's what I'll do. I'll grab a sparkling water. I should have time for that. Just run all the way downstairs real quick. Because I just have cans of that. That'll work. All right, we practiced this earlier. Let's go. Madness! If, Here we go.
Come, let us drink it while we have breath. For there's no drinking after death.
And he that will his health deny, down among the dead men. Oh, I took longer there. I normally get them right at like down. Down, like that second down. Oopsie.
It was your bloody imagination that landed us here, Kenway. I'll be damned if I let that mind make one more decision for me.
Will you not talk to me, Vane? Are you fixed on this madness?
Madness!
Nothing mad about a man fighting to survive, is there?
I mean you no harm. Vane!
And behind there too.
Face me, man!
Get that knife out and ready. We have it this time, yeah. Okay. It's not gonna get eaten by the gator today. We already did that once. Sir, really? Oh, wow. Okay, well, that was a great fucking start. We might be fucked. Timing-wise. He might shoot us again. Oi. Get him. That'll do. Come on, bud. Get it the fuck together. Go!
You and your bloody fairy stories got us into this mess, Kenway. And I'll be damned if I let you turn into another.
You keep this up, and I'll have to kill you, Vane.
Bloody try.
Hey! At least we didn't have Jaguar this time. I got lucky. Let's go. It meowed at me. Did you hear that? I was like, excuse me, I'm still here. I don't know what happened, but I'll take it.
It's either you or me.
I don't know if it's RNG or if I did something. Maybe I ran farther forward. That's the only thing I can think that I did different.
In a world cursed by
Really weird. Let's just look at the draw.
I'll flush you out. I'll blow you to hell.
That'll do.
You goddamn.
That's why we practiced it. We made it through.
Nancy,
I was worried about those walls, but we kept momentum.
Off a fucking job.
Fucking hell. Is this my reward for believing the best about men? For thinking that a build...
Oh, we do have one more little bit of this that I guess is considered pain for now. When I chopped it into 30 in my mind.
Maybe
four
Gold
sections.
was right.
We've
Maybe
got
the world does need men of ambition.
that annoying little
Stop
area
the
that's
likes
been
of you
causing us
from
weird
mucking
issues
it all
lately.
up.
And where we would get our last upgrades if we wanted them, but I don't want them. We'll save. Excuse me. We'll save those seconds instead.
Don't save me a spot in hell, Shanka. I ain't coming soon.
I don't know how many heavies we have, but hopefully a bunch. We'll see. We'll save those seconds and keep on trucking. Actually, he gets 2 more upgrades that I don't get. So we do save some seconds there at the very least. Which we then put into our very long swim at the end. I prefer it that way. For now. We'll keep testing to see if we can get that in strat once we go for the gold, but... that'll clinch it for us. Trying to remember what we do here. Can you please get it the fuck together? Like, why do they not make it easier to get on the ship? Evil. It was evil. If this is a fast travel, where are we going? Yes, it is. What is it we're fucking doing? Oh, it's the... yeah. Yeah, it's to see Horny Gold and the Templar twins. That's what it is. I know they're not twins, but in my personal headcanon, they are. This is where it glitched on PC, I think, or was it on here? And I think we have different strats. I think if I kill those guys in this one, I run the risk of alerting everyone. So we're just gonna have to kind of like look and judge the situation carefully.
What news are they?
And since we don't need money here, we're not going to do anything risky-bisky.
Have you alerted the men? We're short on time.
Aye. There will be 2 soldiers waiting for us at the crossroads.
Very good.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what's the meaning behind these blood samples you're taking?
Torres tells me that blood is required for the observatory to function.
How do you mean, sir?
If one wishes to use the observatory to spy on Europe, then one would require a drop of the king's blood to do so. In other words,
Still gonna get it when it's easy, but I'm not gonna do anything risky-bisky.
Everyday life.
Does Torres mean to spy on me then? I've just given him a sample of my
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be picking them up lately. I don't know what's going on.
As will all Templars. It is a measure of insurance.
We'll just be careful.
I reckon. Yes, but fear not. Torres has shipped out samples to a Templar safe house in Rio de Janeiro.
Oh, you know what? I am gonna loot some of these soldiers, though. You know why?
Subjects, I assure you.
Aye, sir.
They might have some darts or something, smoke bombs. We might need it for Roberts. Yeah, might need it for Roberts, actually. We're not getting anything.
I believe it was my charisma that persuaded them. Violence and
Yeah, we have no smoke bombs. I don't love that.
In Madagascar, I offered those pirates a choice. Take a pardon and return to England penniless but free men, or be hanged by the neck till dead.
Just as you did in Nassau.
Precisely. A pity Commodore Chamberlain did not live to see my thorough success.
It's not like you to gloat, Rogers.
We all deserve a moment, don't we?
are they doing over there? Making out? Come on. Oh, shit. Too far. That's why I keep staying here, but I want that guy. Protect the glitch.
You! Stop!
Oh, shit. Oh, that was scary. Alright, we've protected the glitch, I think. Yeah, we've definitely protected the glitch. Let me see if I can move his body. Come on. Beautiful. There it is. Got a smoke bomb. Hell yeah. And we protected glitch. Look at us go. Getting creative. Coming up with strats on the spot, chat. Here we go. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Did that also prevent them talking to them? Did they stop and talk? I can't remember. Might be a really good strat. Okay. And when I say glitch here, I mean like it glitches us, not us glitching the game. The game glitches and hates us. So I'm trying to. But it was one of those captains that did it, so I'll try to kill them. They sounded like the lizards. Give me your smoke bombs. Nope. Okay.
Grandmaster, welcome.
Good. No glitch.
What have you learned? The princess was taken by pirates 6 weeks ago, and so far as we know, the sage Roberts was still aboard.
Very good. It is something, no? And what measures are we taking to recover the princess from these pirates?
Captain Hornigold has dispatched some of his best men to ensure the sage's capture.
Might try to loot that guy.
What of the sage's present location? Do we know?
Why are they moving a body?
Your Excellency.
Was that the body I killed?
By God. The winds do not favor them.
I concur, Grandmaster. I should have sailed there myself. One of my slave galleys would be more than capable of making a swift journey.
Slave galley?
Sleep dart. Hell yeah. That's a win.
I
Take
asked
it.
you to divest yourself of that sick institution.
I failed to see the difference between
Saving
enslaving
some men and all men.
Our aim is to steer the entire course of civilization, is it not?
A body enslaved inspires the mind to revolt. But enslave a man's mind, and his body will follow on, naturally, efficiently.
A fair point, Grandmaster.
Play it real safe right there. He's got seen there before.
Yes, you.
Like, lost. He lost like 45 seconds here. Not that that matters for us right now, but in terms of our time, but...
Remind me.
All right.
I'll have you live it out, mate.
Man, I wasted my smoke bomb for nothing?
Keep your shot on it.
Hurtful. Wasted my smoke bomb for nothing. I could have saved me seconds later. Sucks, dude. backup strat takes a lot of time too. That's unfortunate. Oh. Where's my fucking ship? Oh. Great. Didn't realize that was what I just did. Okay, well, I guess we're swimming over here. Fuck. That was a lot of... We just lost like 30 seconds here at least. That's insane. I didn't mean to do... I didn't know that's what would happen. I thought it was supposed to end the mission and then it would like do something. It did not. Maybe... Man, that was bad. I haven't had to use that strat before. It's always worked. I think maybe I did the smoke bomb late or something. I don't know. It's weird. I was trying not to use it at all, and by not using it. But I feel like I didn't use it last time. I don't know. That was really bad. Because I really need it later. I don't know why Principe is this way and then also the other way, but whatever. This is Principe 1 for the twins. To go now. Away your anchor. All away your anchor. It's sailing. All away. Is this the ship battle? I think this might actually be the ship battle. Guess we're about to find out how many happies we have. Right at 5? Okay. Yep, and we're about to hit Roberts, so half an hour for each is about right. His section will be also around half, maybe a little bit more. Then Prison and Sadness and Endgame. Hi, sweet boy. What's going on? My goodness. The neediest of the boys. He's so sweet, this boy.
What's our course, Captain?
Principe, Quartermaster. The
Principe.
sailing to the coast of Africa.
We really sailed to get there. It would take, what, months to get to Africa? By pirate ship from the Caribbean? They've really been going.
Trim us off the wind!
I just want to use one mortar here, so we need to make it count.
Oh, Captain! They will surely sink us!
Fire! Look, Captain! Put a shot right through there!
She's on behind the helm!
Fire! Fire! Incoming fire! Fire!
Oh shit, what's happening? Why am I dead? Why was I dead? Why was I dead? That should not have happened. Something happened. I don't know what happened, but something happened. I think maybe I went too far in, or it was just RNG. That shouldn't have happened. We got it first try last time. That sucks. That sucks. We have a lot to really clean up on, chat. This has been a very ugly run overall without losing a ton of time somehow. Like, a lot of time, but not like a ton of time. Hasn't been like as crucial mistake. All right, let's get him. Please. You see, I don't know why I was so hurt, right? Crazy.
Fire! Take a shot! Right there, sir! Fire! Down to planks! Fire! Weakest right there, come in!
All right, now let's just focus on him. 7. Oh, fuck it.
Fire! As much sand as you can! Douse all but me!
I don't know how I have 7. Must have just picked him up.
Fire!
Save the rest for horny gold, I guess. Maybe grab one more.
Reef in, all top!
Reef the men!
Fire! Gunners! All sails! You take it! Trim the yards off the wind!
For collision!
Fire! Fire!
Ready!
Fire!
Shot to crippler!
Fire! Fire!
Captain, the whole place shot there!
Fire! Fire!
There,
Hit the bastards! Fire!
let's do it! Close to make the shots up!
Okay. Hated that first try happened, but it overall went well. The second time was pretty good. Not our fastest, but pretty good. At least our death happened fast and like early in it, so that it wasn't a huge deal in terms of loss. Okay, they're pretty far behind me still. Whew! Did you see that? You almost had me. I don't know why they did that.
Only what can carry
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know why I didn't hit him. I might just restart. I might restart. Nope, we're good. We're good. Oh.
You thought us good, Kenway.
I wasn't sure if that was gonna work.
Yourself a true bravo.
Oh, I worked so hard for that. I was like, the bomb's gonna get me, but like I've just got to power through. I don't think it'll kill me.
My prize. Not a thing a man should do.
Boy, they. That was risky bisky. Trying to save that. Somehow missing him. It was like the smoke that had happened. I couldn't see him.
Nothing to me. None of you do.
And you're worse.
I should have waited a quick second, and I just.
It were the Templars who took us in when all else went to shit. Not our king. Not our country. The Templars. The Templars is our family.
Oh wait, this is where I pee.
Where's yours?
All right, I'll be right back. I have plenty of time. I'll grab my water. BRB.
In honest service, there are thin commons, low wages and hard labor. Yet, as gentlemen of fortune, we enjoy plenty and satisfaction, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. So what man with a sensible mind would choose the former life, when the only hazard we pirates run is a sour look from those without strength or splendor? Ha! Now, I have been among you 6 weeks. And in that time, I have adopted your outlook as my own, and with so fierce a conviction that it may frighten you to see your passions reflected from me in so stark a light. But if it's a captain you see in me now, why then, I'll be a great captain.
Yeah!
For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and, withdrawing them, find 'tis better to be a commander.
I just ran in real time during the speed run. Can't imagine many speedrunners have had to run during the speed run.
You flatter me, sister.
Looking for the
Up and down the
observatory.
stairs. Got it.
Folks say you're the only man that can find it.
Hopes are correct.
Oh, I left my light on.
Despite my distaste for your eagerness,
Fuck it.
I see in you a touch of untested genius.
Sparkling water.
I'm Bartholomew Roberts.
Edward.
So I don't run out.
I've no secrets to share with you now. But if you'll lend me your aid, in 2 months' time west of the Leeward Islands, well, it's there you'll get some answers, I promise you.
All right, Robert's time. I've had to adapt to a lot of things today, and we have adapted rather than a lot of the small mistakes before. We've just kind of, I don't know. It's been interesting. Weird run. I still think my PC run is technically the best, even if we have the best time in this one. Because we had like 4 big mistakes in that, and that's what happened, right? And we were stuck there, but like all the other strats were like way better overall.
Funny that.
Which is funny.
With scurvy, the fix is more pleasant than the cause.
I guess I can go turn off my light during
when you
this.
catch a dose from a horn, must treat it with quicksilver. You're fonder of getting the disease than you are of curing it. Something biting at you.
Ah, all men desire to live by a code or a creed, yes? Yet when pressed, most defer to their instincts rather than the laws that bind them. What is the appeal of a creed?
All good, chat? We have about an hour, maybe an hour 20 left.
Might make a man feel like...
If we don't get stuck in Principe.
What's your answer?
Oh, that all men are sheep. And an old wolf like me deserves every ounce of blood he draws. Sail to this location.
We have a few tricky
Bring only
areas
those you
left, but
trust.
we've made it through a lot of the worst. So let's just clean up this last hour, shall we? Just make her happen. I have not had luck with these little boats today. Normally you can like get on it and feel all fancy because you did it so fast. I have just not had good luck today.
Aloft, lads! Check those royals!
All right, yeah, we're sailing there.
We're heading straight on in the sunset!
I think this is where we actually kill Hornigold now. That seems right. So we just saved those extras for him. I don't know how much heavy we have left, but it looks like we still had plenty. So I think we'll be all right. We have plenty of mortars. And I don't know what we picked up on that the big ship kill. I think we picked stuff up, so guess we'll see. I think we have a lot more than we had last time, so it should be cleaner. And then we have our safety strap for Hornigold. I'll try my darndest to get that glitch. We'll see. Oops. It's so foggy here. I hate this little boat ride. I need to practice it. It's like the beginning one, but with fog, and like, I think I ran into that. I don't think that's the first time I run into that in a run either. They do this on purpose just to stress you out. They're like, look, the game's getting harder. Fuck you. Fuck these little islands. Fuck these little rocks. Oh, did I get a smoke bomb or no? I can't remember. I'm gonna want it. About to find out. This one spot really fucked us up last time too, and it was like RNG related. So let's see if we can not have that happen this time. We like couldn't jump up on the thing. It was weird. I just ended up having to kill everyone. I guess if it happens again, I'll just kill everyone and get it out of the way. No thank yous. They're like, but we're giving you fun things to do. You should do the fun things. They're fun. Do them. Look how fun it is. No thank yous. No game, no thank yous. Look how many things you can stop and do. Nope. Nope, I'm good.
Ah, Captain Kenway. Should we use your ship for this next scheme?
I didn't realize I could skip that one. Just looking.
Loose the stunts. Can't place your accent, Roberts. Is it the west you come from?
Exactly right. A tiny town called Casnewyth Bar.
Not heard of
So,
it.
our first place friend is 33 minutes out from his win. That's crazy.
Welcome to
We are not there yet.
The town you have
We would need to be at like prison for that to be possible. So we're about 30 minutes behind him at least. So maybe 6:15 to 6:30, probably 6:30. But we'll see. If we get 6:15, I think we'll be second place still, and then we'll aim for a sub 6 and then beating him.
More sail. All we've got.
There's the thing for us, Captain. You see that ship here? We'll need its flag for this ruse to work.
If I can steal their flag without disturbing so much as a flea, I'll do it.
By all means, try.
The other one is the one we want to go up. No smoke bomb. Fuck me.
Como se encontra nesta noite tão formosa?
Sad days. At least we went up that time. Ooh, and got that guy pretty easily. If I had a smoke bomb, I would throw it there so that I can climb up this and be ready to go, but it will not be our lucky day today. They didn't take that long, though, so that wasn't too bad. All right, be careful here. I know it takes an extra second, but it's worth it so that I don't die. Eventually, we'll practice how to jump down from that faster. Because you can accidentally jump to your death, which let's not do that today.
You got the flag?
Oh my gosh.
And we're flying it now.
Alright, gotta be careful here. I got backed up into a rock last time.
Slow and steady.
Oh, not having smoke bombs is also really bad here. If, like a backup plan doesn't go right.
I'm off the wind somewhere.
We have an A and a B. The C is smoke bomb.
Now it's possible.
What's he whinging about?
He's not whinging. He's a static.
So we'll have to go straight to D. Damn stuffy, chat. It's cold.
Up ahead! They're unloading something from that ship.
Oh, I think I did that too slow. I don't think I needed to stay that back. I thought it was a different spot.
Perhaps you should go ashore.
Oh, I'm sorry. Whatever. All right, so... All right, I have enough sleep darts. I definitely fucked up, and I did not do that fast enough, and they're on a different thing. They're gonna turn back. I'm gonna try to come here before they see me. Stealth swim.
Podemos falar com o capitão do navio.
Please don't see me. I'm just... No, we'll do it. We'll do it. It's fine. We'll just fight everyone. This is plan B, by the way, in case anyone was wondering. I should have just restarted. We just lost a whole 2 minutes there, I think. That's really bad. That's really bad. It was because I fucked up here, so I got totally different timing, and now we're gonna be on checkpoint timing, which is arguably worse. Only because I didn't go fast enough, because I thought we were ahead of where we are, which sucks. Really bad. Why did this timer just stop? Why did the timer just stop? Why did the timer just stop? Are you guys still here? Is stream okay? The timer just stopped. Are you guys okay? Fuck. Why did the timer stop? I'm afraid that stuff is broken. Guys, I need you to tell me if everything's okay. I'm gonna look at the Discord as soon as I can. Fuck, it's happened again. Is it okay? Is stream okay? I need you to tell me in the Discord right now if stream is okay. I can't believe we just got stuck here, but I was like focused on this. The timer is like broken. It's like going, but it's not. I need you guys to tell me in Discord if stream is broken or okay. Okay, I think it's back. I think it's back. I don't know what just happened. Did stream cut out? Are we okay? As you can see, if stream cut out, the speedrun is intact. I haven't made it any further than I already was anyway. So just count that time. It should be in the recording, so it's not like I've done anything, if that makes sense.
O quê? A peste? Por Deus! Como foi isto acontecer?
Ouvi uma história sobre um espanhol que veio visitar o nosso almirante. Cá para mim, isto era uma traição.
Certo, senhor. Nós transmitimos a mensagem.
I can't believe we lost 5 minutes here. We usually do this very cleanly. Got it before they were alerted. Good. Let's go. And once I'm on the ship, I'm going to try to check Discord. I really hope stream is okay. I'm going to be upset if I lost this run because of that. Are we okay? Chat, I need you to tell me if we're okay. Nobody's put anything in Discord. Literally just type in general chat if we're live and okay. Shit, what have I done? Climb up. Shit. Oh, there goes another 10 fucking seconds. There we go. Come on. Out of my way, bud. How is he gonna stand there when his captain's trying to climb up? What the fuck? Holy hell, that was weird. I'm on tilt a little bit. All right, let's go. Focus and go. Are we fucking doing this again? Really?
The chest they hauled ashore was full of empty vials.
Chat, are we okay?
Where's our Portuguese?
Chat, why is no one talking? Are we okay?
His usefulness.
Is stream so? I'll just try to bring up Twitch myself. I would really like if somebody would tell me in Discord if the stream is okay, because this is my recording.
Drift into our path.
I'll try to pull up Twitch chat when I can. If the run is dead, I need to know. Oh shit, I fucked up right there. Just be careful.
Let's get moving. Hold down. Leave the main.
Alright, we're okay.
Come off the wind, someone. Ease the trail. Lift tops. Use the mains.
Everyone good and kids said hi. Okay, cool. Thank you, Deshaun. I love you.
Why don't you take the
Kid, how are you? I hope you're well. Hello. Whew.
Aye, that's
I'm so glad it's okay. I don't know why the timer stopped on me, but I'm glad that didn't mean the stream did. All right, hope everyone's doing well. That was rough, but we'll be okay. Okay. That was a 5-minute loss I did not really want. We're definitely going to be in the 6:30 range now. That might have taken away our second place potential trophy. Lots of places to work on. Stuff that we've nailed in strats, in runs before, so it kind of sucks, but Oh, fuck. Get it together, dude. But I am glad that I was able to lose that chest at the end and didn't have to fight anyone else again. At least we got it on third try. That was like really, really... I don't think I've ever had that bad of a time there.
É a tripulação de Esquibórdio que está a fazer o tour nesta noite? Ou foste tu ontem? Por Deus! Não se pode jogar as cartas do convés!
Ooh, that'll do. I haven't hit that perfectly in a while. I mean, optimally I would land on him, but, you know, we do what we do. All right, let's not make any more mistakes. That would be really fucking awesome, actually. I was scared we were stuck there for a minute. It's weird. Okay. I remember what to do here. I forgot about this part, actually.
Fire! Fight for what is owed you, lads!
Beautiful. That was good. That was really clean. Okay. I'll take a win. I'll take a win. And we're not in our own ship, so we can fire whatever we want. We have infinite. That's why we're also moving so fucking slow. Gorgeous.
Those who stand in our path!
Oh yeah, it's a timed thing instead. Just timed. Well, it's always timed. Actually, when I think about it.
Loose all and trim sharp to the wind.
Wow, I can't believe we're done. I was like, I could have gone faster, but I just didn't realize we were done. I was expecting more, but we actually nailed it that time. Should have been closer to this. Well, at least that helped since we just lost a ton of time over there. That was ugly. Especially after that bad swim, too.
Haul it in! Get off the wind!
Here's my prize. Ah, the Templars have been busy, I see.
We are 20 minutes out from his world record. And we are not close to it. We have about an hour. Maybe a little bit more after that fuck up.
Small quantities kept for a special purpose.
You must take me to the observatory, Roberts. I need to know what it is.
To what end, eh? Will you sell it from under my nose?
Now it's 40 gold. I forgot about this little Robert section.
Improves my lot in life.
How ridiculous. A merry
Life in a short one. That's my motto. It's all I can muster.
All right, Captain Kenway.
You've earned a look.
You've earned a look.
Having your stomach be nervous for like 6 hours, 6.5, 7 hours can't be healthy though, by the way. I just like stay nervous the whole run. A lot of stress on the body. It's like if you did a 7-hour piano recital or a 7-hour, like if you've ever done a sports game or a 7-hour endurance run, like if you've ever done any sort of like heavy performance mode shit. Why am I sailing? Oh, I am supposed to be sailing, actually. Okay. For 7 hours. I just have, like, heightened stress. Whew. Am I to go? Hey, hey, hey. So about an hour, chat. About an hour. We'll finish up around 9:30, most likely. That 5 minutes probably put us closer to the 6:30 mark of a run. So no, definitely not sub 6, but it should be sub 7. Unless Principe goes very poorly, which is possible.
Can you feel it, Addy? We're moments away.
All right. Time to kill Horny Gold. Let's go.
Captain, think carefully about what you mean to do here.
No.
What are you grousing about?
And hopefully we'll have a better time of it because we actually have stuff this time.
Aye, and the traitor needs to die. But what then?
We've not been loaded up for him in a while because I keep forgetting he exists. And that other ship. Actually, 3 ship parts I keep forgetting exist, which is kind of funny.
But if you've a better idea, by all means, tell me.
Forget working with robots. Tell the assassins. Bring them here and let them protect this place.
Aye, I'll bring them here. If they're willing to pay me a good sum for it.
Why don't I see him? Oh fuck, this isn't good.
We'll have a
There he
hard
is.
fight if Hornigold draws us any deeper into this fog.
Oh shit! I don't know if it caught because I got stuck on the thing and I didn't have enough momentum. We might have to do that again. That might be another 30 seconds lost. Minute lost. Did it catch him? I think he had to do his dialogue. I don't know if it caught him. I've never lost on that before. I've never desynced on that. That was because I lost momentum because I hit the wall. That was bad.
Captain,
it was just an accident. Just user error stupidity.
What are you grousing about, Addy?
Because I stayed close to that wall because there's rock, there's land in front of me and I have to be angled, but I just couldn't catch him because the thing was in the way because I had the wrong momentum. That's bad. I've never fucked up that glitch. I might as well have gone around the other side.
But if you've a better idea, by all means, tell me.
The glitch only works if you actually get it.
Bring them here and let them protect this place.
There it is.
I'll bring them here. If they're willing to
That's what you're supposed to do.
Getting close. There's Hornigold. Getting close.
What do you mean I have no fucking mortars? What do you mean I have no... We had 3 mortars! Does it take away all of your mortars for this battle or something? Do I not need to be saving mortars? What the fuck? Maybe it takes away your mortars somehow. Because we weren't even on our ship when we were using them just now. There's no reason we don't have any. I don't think it does. What happened? We had mortars. We had a bunch. That's why I used them on that guy. Damn it.
I do not think we can stand against them, sir.
I agree. This is not looking pretty for us. We gotta get closer. And even then, I don't think we're gonna be okay. We're pretty fucked, honestly. We get hit one more time. This was very bad. And not very fair. Like, I had mortars. What the fuck? Do they take them away for this somehow? What happened? I fully anticipated having mortars here, and I just don't understand. We had them. I can go back and look. We fucking had them. And we weren't on our ship, were we? When I used them at the thing? Maybe they really clear you of your mortars in that. I don't know. But I'm upset. I'm upset. I'm on tilt. I don't like it.
Careful you don't run us aground. Brace for impact. Fire!
plays so dirty, dude. Of course, he's a fast little fucker.
Fire! Get the mains free!
I have so much heavy, but I can't get near him. Alright, let's stop him in his tracks. Let's not ram him because I'm kind of down on shit. Alright, here we go. That's it. There it is. There it is. There it is. That was rough. That was rough. Here we go. Why were my mortars gone? We're gonna have to get better at that if we have to rely on new mortars every time. That was fucked. That was really bad. That is now worse than the other ships for me. The other ones were awful that one time, but Horny Gold is somehow worse now. That was very bad, and it's been bad every run.
Stop, I want to talk. Mighty piss poor safe back there, lads. And if we live out this day, by God, I'm flaying every last bitch of you.
Every last bitch of ya. What a fucking line, dude.
Keep your backs together, lads.
I want to say it with him, but I'm so focused on that part. Every time I want to say it with him, though.
Oh! Stop! Yes, you!
Oh, I thought I skipped it. I thought I hit the glitch. I think I did it just too soon.
For something.
Would have made up for the ship shit.
Now.
We might be over 6:30 now if we, especially if we fuck up Principe. But if we don't fuck up Principe, we still might be over 6:30. We have a solid hour left.
Aye, and proven true. What have you done since Nassau fell, huh? Nothing but murder and mayhem.
You threw in with the very kind we want.
I really thought I hit that glitch, dude. That was so close.
These Templars are different. I wish you could see that.
I think I did it too early, which
If
is...
you continue on your present course, you'll find you're the only one walking it.
But I am nailing it with the shot now, which is cool.
At its end.
Thank you, Deshaun. Appreciate you.
It may be. But now the world has one less snake in it. And that's enough for me.
I actually don't remember what I do here. I think I fast travel. Oh, there's still bomb. We do, because we're gonna get the bell. Technically, like in the game, you'd probably sail from here, right? Because
Give me some.
well, that went wrong like it never had before. At least we killed him on the first try. Wish I'd gotten the cutscene though. We're getting closer on that glitch, which is good. That'll be very useful for beating the PC record. Did I mark it? Took a few seconds, but okay. We need to make sure we hit that. That's where we'll come back to it endgame. And in a perfect world, it's what we'd use for the glitch, but we haven't gotten the glitch consistently, so we're gonna swim. Safest way to do it. Takes a couple extra minutes. We are less than 10 minutes where he would finish the game. We would have to be at the second time we hit this bell to finish the game. That's so funny. We're going to the bell about the time he would be at it in end game. That's unfortunate. We have a lot of work to do.
Let out some sail! Loose topsails, gallants and royals!
See how it calls them every time. I just wonder if it's me having a wanted thing. I need to look at the guy's bot who accomplishes it in a run. And it's not the top runner. It's actually somebody we are beating with this run, I think. I think he's a console runner. But he's the only runner that I saw, because there was maybe one that was too low quality for me to like want to watch, and then there was one that was just I wasn't as interested in. So I've watched most of the other runners, and there's only one who got that glitch. It's impressive. I think it took him 2 tries, but he got it. Do I have a happy chat? All goods? Is this Guardians, I think? Guardian time?
And we'll
Yep.
put up a fight.
Sorry, Guardians.
Are you willing to push back?
I very much apologize. I'm so sorry.
Kill if needed.
I hate that we hurt them here. I feel worse for the Guardians than I do for the actual assassins, to be honest. These just seem like these guys just seem so like they're protecting something, you know what I mean?
All right, this way.
They seem so innocent. Just little Guardians. Stop.
Let's go.
I was about to die there.
Follow my lead.
Oh shit. Don't know if I'm gonna need that later, hopefully not, as I used it. want to say that was the last time I used Berserk. I could be extremely wrong. He's not usually standing there, I don't think. Wait, did I miss them again? Oh, I missed them again, didn't I, chat? Did I fuck up? I fucked up. I fucked up. I forgot about these guys. I don't know how I did. I think it was because you run this area twice. You run this area twice. So it's easy to forget. Come on. To turn sideways because you don't on the last run. That was bad. Alright. That's what it is. Because, like, normally you can attribute, like, behavior to location. But here, because you are here twice, it really fucks with your brain. I like where you're supposed to go. Oh, shit. Oh, there's another 10 seconds gone. Give me my knife. Give me my knife. Lord. Bad run. Like, so many just weird... Just ugly. It's like, I'm not losing, like, ass loads of time, but it's just an ugly, ugly run. Overall. Like, still better than the last one, but again, I would say the PC one was better. Other than the time. Like, I think this is going to be way faster than PC. But... we'll see if I'm right.
Is this the observatory? All this?
All it needs is a drop of my blood.
Oh good, I got a Berserk. I do need to. I don't think I will. Oh, we're going to prison after this anyway. I don't think we need... I think everything fills up, actually, now that I think about it.
And the door opens after 80,000 years.
Oi.
Jesus, Roberts! Have you gone mad? Quite
I knew it was going to happen. Can I loot them?
These wags would have gone mad at seeing what lies beyond this gate.
Loot Goblin says let me have.
I suspect you're made of sterner stuff.
Alright, Roberts. You don't have to...
Now, pick up that chest.
And carry it hither. Come hither, he says, chat. Hello?
Dirty and decrepit. Not quite as I remember, but it has been over 80 millennia.
Ah, rot. That's impossible.
Step as if on thin ice, Captain.
We just passed the runner. We just passed the runner, his time.
Creed of your own, eh?
The top runner.
To keep the peace, yes. I forbid all gambling upon the death
of PC, specifically.
Desertion during battle is forbidden. And I require that all men keep
The console top runner is like 817, so we're still good. Very, very good. That's what we have to beat today. Our personal record is 715-ish, so let's see if we can still do sub 7. We'll have progress. We'll have a record to submit for console. Can't complain too much about that.
More blood vials.
Yes. These cubes contain the blood of
See how much time we can shave off today. If we're lucky and we get sub 7, that'll mean we've shaved off like potentially half an hour.
The less I understand.
I don't expect you to. Only remember this. The blood in those
those files is not worth a single real to anyone anymore. It may be again one day, but not in this epoch. Here we are.
What's that noise?
Who's ready for prison? Chad, I know you love going to prison.
The security man.
It'll be fun. We'll all go together.
Just a moment.
We'll all go together. Oh my god! Is that a pin? Pin, are you here? Hi, Pin. Look at the controller. Do you see it? Look how pretty it is. We're playing with it.
What is this place?
We're playing with it. We're gonna do our submitted run with
Think
it.
of it as a large
Thank you, Pin.
spyglass, such as
Sorry
we
for opening it
sailors
without you. I was excited and wanted to use it on the run.
A device capable of seeing great distances.
This is bloody witchcraft.
No.
Bloody madness.
This is Mr. Jack Rackham, somewhere in the world at this moment.
NASA. Well, this is happening right now. We're seeing through his eyes.
Aye. A
Curious bunch. That's you
Let's try
guys.
another.
A curious bunch.
Governor Woods Rogers.
These are cool scenes that I'm skipping, but it is a speed run. Just jab and circle.
You have a bold idea, but I must think it carefully through.
To prison! Let's not fall first, actually. Let me work on that. Ooh, that was making me nervous. That made me nervous. All right, we're good. Whew. Made me real nervous. Whee! Fun time. You're okay. That's definitely not blood in the water. You're fine. Everything's fine. No, you're fine. New objective. Survive. All of our objectives at all times. All right, come on. Come on. You got it. You're doing great. You're doing so good surviving. I'm so proud of you, bud. Come on. Go on. You got it. You got it. Keep going. You're doing so good.
Roberts! I'll have your guts!
Ow.
Oh, you're
Oh no! Oh, that's the one. It's the monkey. Oh.
The many.
Oh no. Oh.
Oh, you could sail with me, but with a temper as hot as yours,
What do you mean?
I fear you'd burn us
My
all
mouth
to
stopped there, isn't me?
cinders. Luckily, I know the king's bounty on your head is a large one, and I intend to collect. Have you ever seen the inside of a Jamaican prison, boy?
Oh, we're about to go to modern day. I forgot. I always forget we go here. Guys, guess what? We also can now, I can now see all the way to in-game. I can see all the way to in-game on the cutscenes. There's 162 cutscenes. And we are at 140. The last one was Robert's mean. We're at 140 of 162. Making progress. Let's go. We don't get stuck at Principe.
Hello?
We can probably do a sub 7.
How are you? If you're anxious, that'll pass. It's the Midazolam.
This is where I'd want to be, is sub 6, but this is where I want to finish the game.
We were forced to take drastic
We'll get there.
action, and Olivier is missing.
Oh no, Olivier!
He left for Chicago 2 days ago, but no one's seen him since.
I wonder what happened.
I know this seems excessive, but with our high-level security clearance, we have an obligation to our shareholders. Rest assured, we will compensate you when the hacker is found. So get some rest, okay? And if you're up to it, maybe capture some more footage? You're doing amazing work. I can't wait to show you the work we've been doing with your stuff. Take care.
So, they tossed you in the bunker. Nice. Those Templars upstairs aren't taking any chances. I think we need to erase all the dirt they might have on you. Did you hear that? I think I just gave you level 3 security clearance. Now, head to the security room and use the cameras to watch the door to the server farm. Unfortunately, Mel... Alright, listen, I'm entering the server room now. When you see us leave, get in there.
3775, 3777, 3775, 3775. Okay, now 3777, and then Evil Frogger. The biggest of the Froggers. The worst of the Froggers.
There's no need for you to be down here by yourself, Miss LeMay. My team will handle the investigation.
But you need an extra set of eyes on this thing, John. We don't even know when the hackers broke in. It could take weeks to go through this data.
Chat, are you happy campers?
Still too long.
We're getting there.
I can't keep my team locked up.
We should, if all goes well, have less than an hour left, because I want to be a sub 7. Let's see what we can do.
Yes, of course.
We're en route. If Principe will listen to us and be nice. If Prison will be nice. Those are the really the big two, and then the Il Tiburon. And then Endgame. We got this. I think we can do it. Let's go, chat. Come on. Follow me.
All right. I ditched her at the coffee stand. Find the server containing the network logs. Since I have a record of each and every one of your hacks, we'll just search for the timestamps on those and turn that data into something harmless. Easy as that. Here we are. Beautiful. I'll update your communicator one more time. A little program I cooked up just for this purpose. There we go. I think that worked. Try it out.
3777. All right. The worst of the fucking Froggers. Let's go. First try, baby! Let's go! Oh, shit! That might be the first Frogger I've ever done that well.
I can feel you, Cypher.
Huge.
Feel. But hardly touch. Signal is still too weak, and I am spread thin. Unfocused. Like static in fog. Lingering in networks and nodes. The nervous system of the world.
Can you hear?
We're still here. Perfect. Love you guys. I hope you're doing well.
But this was not by choice.
In an hour, we're going to be celebrating. We're going to be highlighting it so we can submit it. Figure out how we submit it.
We bless poor Desmond.
We're going to drink.
Who gave his life
We're going to play music. We're going to party. Let's do this. Last hour, baby. Let's go.
Live on to fulfill your purpose and ours. In mine.
Got prison time.
Principe. My strength is not sufficient to inhabit.
This is overall the fun part of the game.
There's more work to do. More samples
It's the downhill.
to acquire. More
Just
artifacts to
Principe.
find before my will can attain.
What's happening? Tell me.
Make me whole again, my children.
My instruments.
My instruments.
Let me out.
Bring me forth
Shut the...
to fulfill your
I really should
purpose.
start peeing here.
Tell me.
I don't get another pee break, actually.
No, no, no! Something's wrong. God damn it! She should be here now, living in that goddamned head of yours. Fuck, 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 fuck! Why did she spare you? Why?
I get so turned around here. Still to this day. All right. Prison! Prison time! We got this shit. Who's ready for prison time, baby?
The charges, sir. I'll hear them again.
What's your name? Hillock?
Kenmore? Conway?
It's Walpole, ain't it?
Walpole?
Where'd you get that?
And that's the rumour going round. As dirty and daft a pirate as ever sailed these West Indies.
Well, whatever his name, gotta make sure he suffers without dying. Orders from the governor. And back to the prisons at sundown. Ah!
And quiet!
Just look at me. Hi, Murph. Come here, baby. Come on, sweet boy.
Hey! Oi! Stop that!
Come on. I hear you. You're okay. Where are you?
Stop, you twaddle!
All right, we just passed the 6-hour threshold, chat.
Oi! Oi!
We'll aim for
Stop that!
sub 6 next time. See what we can do. Let's aim for sub 7 now. Here we go.
Morning, Captain Kenway.
We haven't hit that yet, so it'll still be a milestone. Let's do it.
Do not mistake.
Sub 7. Sub 7, chat. Say it with me. Sub 7. Here we go.
Stop there! Alarm! Help me, damn it! Intruder! I need some help here!
Stay on. You won't lose us. They're already dead.
You! Stop there!
Shit. Shit went wrong. Let me try my other strat. Shit went wrong. Let me try my other strat. Backup strat that we know because of the other, because of PC. Let me see if I can get it. Otherwise, we have to do it again. This place is rough. Rough titties, dude. We haven't tried it on console before. I don't know if it's gonna work. That did not work. We might have to restart, and I hate restarting here.
You're in my sight, sweetheart.
Because that cutscene's so fucking long. Is it because they're seeing? Oh, shit. God damn it. All right, let's see if we can do it from restart. I don't think it works from restart, which is why we don't normally do it. But we'll run the other strat and see if the other strat will work from restart. I don't think it does. But I don't want to redo that cutscene unless we have to. Let's see what we can come up with.
Stop! Stop the bastard! Help! Stop the bastard! Help!
Interloper!
Fucking hate prison, dude. We used to get it every time 10 times out of 10. Like, it just doesn't make sense why it became such a problem.
You there! Intruder! I've got a clear some help here!
That's what the problem was. Those guys. I was trying to kill him, which is why I ran right at him. Didn't work.
And a clear shot. Clear shot.
Let me see if I can find a backup plan.
China! Ah! Hurry! Just have to pull the trigger!
No, this is not working. All right, try. I'm gonna try from memory. This might ruin our sub 7, but I'm trying to get out of here, chat. Prison should not be this hard. Prison should not be this hard.
What's your name? Billock? Kenmore?
We're not even on PC. Like this shouldn't. We should have gotten it first try, but he saw me because he bounces around when I'm over there, and it's hard to control him.
Has ever sailed these West Indies.
And if even one person sees you, you're kind of fucked. And I couldn't get in. He like went up. He just like fucking ping pongs around. Pinballs. That's the word I was looking for. I should have run it from here the first time. I shouldn't have even used checkpoint. I knew better. I'd forgotten what it was, but it was those guys running right at you. Which we still could have done had we been able to nail the other trap, but you have to go straight up, around, and then down before they're fully alerted for the most part, or it won't let you leave with faith to hide.
Quiet.
Clearly, I didn't know that. Wish this part wasn't fucking 8 minutes long, dude. Ridiculous.
Good morning, Captain Kenway. I have a gift for you. Do not be...
Let me try to, once I do the smoke bomb, I'm gonna switch to dart as a backup plan. See if we can dart anyone to try to make that stop.
Raise the alarm!
Holy shit, that's all I needed, chat. It worked. That's how it should have worked the first time. It was a mess. Hi, Vane. Damn it. This has happened every fucking run so far.
Mary, it's me, Edward.
Edward? Who's this fella?
It's all right, Anne. He's a friend. What's wrong with Mary?
She's ill.
And her child?
They took her. No idea where. Oh! Oh! Oh!
I know it begs, my lady, but we must be silent.
Can you walk? Lean on me, Mary. Come on.
I can't.
All right, well, we spent 10 extra minutes in prison.
Come on, that's it.
Was it 10? No, we got here around 6, right? So,
all right.
Maybe 5 extra minutes in prison. I guess it could have been worse.
Stop. Stop, please.
I ain't leaving you down.
Principe is like the last really bad strat. We have a couple that could still go wrong, but that's really the only one to really truly fully worry about. Other than this, that like we can really get caught on. So, here we go.
There's no one here!
Most of the others we can kind of push through even when they're bad.
Put me down, Edward.
Yeah.
Don't die on my account.
Go.
Go.
This is such a pain in the ass. Damn it. You should have been the one to outlast me.
I've done my part. Will you?
If you came with me, I could. Mary.
I don't know how games look better than this, to be honest. This looks so good.
I will.
You got some root beer. Enjoy, Deshaun. I'm so excited. Poor Mary. Look at me, I'm desensitized at this point. Oh, poor Mary. Sucks, dude. All right, sorry, Mary, I gotta dump you. So sorry. Apologies, apologies, I'm so sorry. It's fucked up, I know. I'm so sorry. Down. You just get so hooked on stuff, dude. It's crazy.
What's happened with Mary? What's wrong?
Is she gone?
Oh no. Oh God! Oh!
What will you do now?
Nothing sensible.
You haven't earned this, but they suit you. Good fortune to you, Edward Kenway.
All right, let's go do nothing sensible, chat. Love a good nothing sensible. Gonna be me after this. Look at me remembering I gotta move him this time. I didn't tell you what, because I normally don't move him during the loading screens anymore, because it can like fuck up where your angle is. Even though I love doing that in a general run. It like affects where you go when it opens up, which is crazy.
Bring a bottle.
I see some color first.
Will this do? In all your years out here, you could never achieve what I've done in 1/5 the time. Because you're a good man, Edward, see? Goodness is your disease.
Yeah, but you've had like more than one life, so
Give it here!
of course you're a little bit better at it.
Remember my creed, boy.
And you don't have to fear death like anybody
Short life
else.
and a merry one, that is all. The world owes us nothing more than this. So take what you will.
It's easy for you to say when you have literal, like, eternal life, bro.
That's right, boy. Take it. I'll sweeten you, maggot.
See, this is where we see that Bonnet has died, but we haven't actually seen him die, and that makes me afraid of...
Calm, little puppy.
Like, I honestly think they might have had a scene written to put in his death and decided to cut it. Because it probably didn't move the story forward enough, and they have a lot going on already.
Kenway.
Clearly.
It's prizes,
In the
plunder,
story.
and adventure ahead. Are you game?
So I have a feeling it'll be in the new version.
Here's to freedom, lads. Here's to gentlemen of fortune and women of leisure.
At least as a side mission.
A world full of rogues, better than all the kings and queens that kick us about.
Because everybody here is dead, except Bonnet. So we know in real history he died soon after that.
Liberty and power. What man with a sensible mind would choose the former life? For I have dipped my hands in muddied waters, and withdrawing them, find 'tis better to be a commander than a common man!
These are some crazy nightmares, dude.
Shepherd's field that swooped down on powerful wings to seize a grazing lamb, carried off to her nest. Flying close by, a jackdaw saw the deed.
I got a little fucked there. I don't like that. I got a little fucked there. Now we're all the way around, which I do not like at all. That is very bad. We're gonna have to take a long way out. Just because I got a little stuck on that step, we got like 10 seconds behind. Is that crazy or is that crazy?
He found he could not lift the animal.
Because normally we end here, but I had to go around to get him because we had to walk so far for the other guy.
Hardly noticed it was there. Nearby, just across the field.
No more than 2 years! You promised me! You left!
And that's the last official Caroline.
But you had me! What keeps you wondering? Do I not make you happy?
Poor Caroline.
Caroline, please, just let me do this.
Is everything you do out of spite, Edward?
It's not spite that's driving me, Mary. It's courage.
Courage for what, man? There's no one left in your life to care.
God damn you. I can handle this.
Loud. Always tearing down when you could be building things up.
And what's awful is she probably did die right around here. That was almost like a hint that she's dead.
Change course, Edward. Change your bloody course before it's too late.
She probably is. It probably takes forever for the letter to get to him. We have a few months. It's probably like 6 months to end from right here. Because Ade leaves us, he finds us on the beach, leaves us, and then we go meet him right now. And it's like supposedly months later or something. He says something about it. So we no longer have a quartermaster. He's done with our antics. And all our friends killed and shit. Everything is permitted. We had nothing is true earlier. The other Assassin Island mission is everything is permitted. I don't know if I've really thought of that before.
She saw something in your bearing that gave her hope you might one day fight with us.
Because you only have the two. Yeah, that's kind of cool.
She told me.
And what do you think of our greed?
It's hard to say. For if nothing is true, then why believe anything? And if everything is permitted, why not chase every desire?
Why, indeed.
It might be that this idea is only the beginning of wisdom.
And
not its final form.
That's quite a step up from the Edward I met here many years ago.
All right, we got a rope dart that we're literally never going to use in this run. Sad days. I'm gonna have the smoke bomb ready if I need it. It fills you up here too. I think I noted that last time. Because we definitely used one at prison. And if I don't need it, we'll go straight into... We do need one more berserk, yeah. And I think we have them all filled up, yeah. Yeah. We need that berserk for the guy on the ship. Okay. They're on my ass. You want to fight? All right, fine. I need him to move closer. There it is. He's in the way, though. This is bad RNG for me. I'll have to go up there in a minute. Come on, dude. Yes. Okay, got him. Damn, that was hard. That was very, very, very bad RNG for me. But it's alright. One more, dude. There it is. I didn't even kill the last one. That was pretty clean, at least. Since the berserk wasn't.
And once more, you have our thanks, Edward.
All right, long cutscene.
Thank you, sir.
Technically, I can pee here. I'm gonna put. I can click pee if I need to. I'm not gonna do it though.
How's her child?
She is a strong woman, but not invincible.
This is you are welcome here. I pretty much always make Robert's the last pee.
I'm sorry for your loss.
If I'd stayed in prison, they'd have taken him from me. He'd never be alive. Maybe this is God's way of saying I'm not fit to be a mother yet. Carrying on like I do. Cursing and drinking and fighting.
You are a fighter, aye. In prison, I heard stories of the infamous Anne Bonny and Mary Reed taking on the King's Navy together. Just the pair of you.
It's all true. Anne would have won that day if Jack and his lads weren't passed out in the hold from drink. Everyone's gone, aren't they? Mary, Raccoon, Touch, all the rest. I miss them so. Rough as they were. Do you feel that too? All empty inside?
All right, chat, we got this. 39 minutes on the clock to get a sub 7. Let's do it. It's pretty risky. Principe could fuck us. Principe. We can do this. We absolutely can do a sub 7. It's in our wheelhouse right now. Sub 7. Sub 7. Sub 7. I'm hoping this part of the game in the remake is very extended too. Like we get to do a bunch of assassin missions with Anne. I made that way too fucking difficult, dude. I'm still making it too difficult. Get down. I need to run a different direction there, clearly. I ran the direction of, like, earlier, I think is what it was.
Are you my escorts or my captors? Va bene. I am ready to go.
Much choice and no worry, yeah?
Damnation! Run! Shit, run! There is no beauty to this city. No expression of joy, no aesthetic flash. You walk your streets like animals. Like cattle with no sense of decorum.
Must be new here. Heading off. Bring the water.
Idiots. You are all idiots. How you English believe you can subdue the world is beyond me.
Damn, he just wanted to drink some wine, bro. And shit on our beautiful country. Got confused there for a moment, tell you what. Can't be doing all that. Come on. Don't let your pretty dress slow us down, bud. Dude, really? All because I had to scratch my face. Grab that. Can you please, for the love of God, come here? Come here. That was a mess.
Ladies and gentlemen, a toast to my brief tenure as governor of the Bahamas.
Oh, shit.
Under my watch, no less than 300 of our
I don't know where my
pirates
fucking gun is.
took the king's pardon and
Chat.
swore
Oh, there it is.
fealty to the crown. Yet, for all my successes, is
Oh, that's bad. That was really bad. Okay, well, I think we have to do the backup strat now. Because I kept dropping that fucking gun. I don't know what happened. That could really be a threat to our sub-7. That's a threat to our sub-7 because we've got to wait this whole... Nope, it started us here. We're fine. I mean, it's still a threat because we just lost like 2 minutes, but... Alright, let's keep her going. Let's try it again. That was really bad. I just could not get it over the fence, and then I dropped it again. It was just like a whole mess. I don't really... That was very much just all my fault. I mean, a little bit like the RNG of the game because it just like does stupid shit. It gets the gun stuck and stuff because you're not really supposed to do this with it. Come here.
and gentlemen, a toast to my brief tenure as Governor of the Bahamas. Oh, under my watch, no less than 300 avowed pirates took the King's pardon and swore fealty to the crown. And yet, for all my successes, His Majesty has seen fit to sack me and call me home to England. Brilliant! God bless the fucker! Therefore, hooray!
He was a privateer once.
Ship pay, you
How
mad
is it he lacks
bastard!
so much respect for sailors only trying to make their way in this world?
You couldn't possibly understand my
motives, cretin.
You have spent a whole lifetime dismantling everything that makes our civilization shine.
But I do understand. I've seen the observatory, and I know its power. You'd use that device to spy and blackmail and sabotage.
Yes. And
Yet all for a greater purpose. To ensure justice. To snuff out lies and seek truth.
There's no man on Earth who needs that power.
Yet you suffer
The outlaw Roberts to use it.
No.
I'm taking it back.
I'm taking it back.
And if you tell me where he is, I'll stop the man. Here at the edge of a blade, I find a friend in you at last. Friendship pay, you mad bastard. Our breath sources say Principe. Off to Principe we go, chat. I am 1,000,000,000% not fucking ready.
Hold mine.
Hardest strat in the game, here we come. Wide berth.
It's done.
Where now?
Grab your kit and pack well. We're sailing for Africa.
All right, let's get her done, chat. Right here. Right here, right now. This is where we decide sub 7. This is where we decide sub 7, chat. Right here, right now. Hardest strat of the game. Here we go. This might actually be closer. We usually go to the thing because he does, but I think Great Inagua is closer. And we don't need to load up like he does, so. I just noticed that. It's a very long loading time. Hello? Excuse me, sir? I have nothing but struggle getting back on the ship, dude. All the time. Please. This is where the runs are decided, chat. Speed sub 7 is decided right here. Right here, right now. Right here, right now. We're gonna be cutting it real fucking close, even if we nail it, so. Here we go. Oh, my favorite. And we're waiting for the day, waiting for the day, waiting for the day when we get our pay. Nothing in the hole. Waiting for the day, waiting for the day, waiting for the day when we get our pay. Waiting for the day, waiting for the day, waiting for the day when we get our pay. Waiting for the day, waiting for the day, waiting for the day when we get our pay. Hey.
You blighters, pump.
It's gonna be okay. I wonder if he does it with swords. I wonder if that's part of my problem. I'm kind of scared to try it. But he loves assassinating with swords. All right, let's just follow gut, follow gut.
Stop! I shoot the bastard! Why? Who chases me now, eh?
Is it a spectre come to spoof me? Or the gaunt remains of a man I sent to hell? Chat, I don't mean to fucking alarm you, but we just fucking did Principe. Chat, we just fucking did Principe. Chat, my heart is out of my goddamn chest. We just fucking did Principe. One fucking try. We need to nail this next part still. Holy... I can't, I'm in utter shock. I am in utter shock. I really thought I was gonna choke. Because our sub 7 fully depended on that. I thought I was gonna choke, dude. I thought I was gonna choke. I'm gonna let him pass me. I want him to pass me now.
Give me some speed!
No. There's a device with him that needs taking. I'll have to board her myself.
Man the guns! There's more fodder for you coming!
Ease off the wind! Hold
gonna try one more time and then I'll just go shoot him.
Fire!
Oops.
Drag them to their doom!
Got him. I was trying to skip that cutscene. Haven't done it yet.
Merry life and a short one, as promised. How well I know myself.
Chad, I don't mean to alarm you, but we just nailed the hardest strat in the game, and we have a very small sliver of a chance at sub 7. We are at 638 right now.
Oh, you're a stoic then. But perhaps I was wrong about you.
The smallest little sliver of a chance. We would have never made it if we hadn't done that whole Principe part perfectly like that.
Oh, she who lies
We just
in wait.
nailed Principe. Your girl wants the sub 7, bro.
I had hoped to find her.
Your girl
to see
wants
her
the
again
sub 7.
later.
She just like clinched for the sub 7, dude.
Speak my name.
Holy shit, dude.
Talk sense, man. Oh, I was born too soon. Like so many others before.
Where's the device, Robert?
Destroy this body, Edward. The Templars. If they take me...
Not the friendliest face you've seen here. I think I fucked up. I need to be over here. Another loading screen. Don't love that. We need all the time we can get, but it's okay. That'll do. At least I'm remembering the route this time. Sort of. I had to fight people last time. That was the whole thing. Because I forgot where I was.
Ah, Captain Kenway.
Not the friendliest face you've seen today. I can't believe in the last run is when I figured this out, or was it like close to it? Insane, dude.
You can shoot us like you did the rest of our crew. Pizza!
Señor, disculpe, pero ¿por qué tenemos que entrar? Ya han enviado a la mayoría de la flota.
I'm not gonna worry about that chest. We'll get it on the other direction. We're not spending it, so I'm gonna stop risking it for the biscuit for nothing. Don't love that they're kind of alerted. They're kind of following me, I think. Okay, let's get up here. Kill this guy, get away from them.
Un rubor acaba con la confianza más rápido que una bala. Ni menciones a los asesinos.
He oído historias sobre ellos.
Okay, we're good.
Ahí, vosotros dos. Cerrad esas bocas antes de que os las tenga que cerrar yo.
Señor, sí, señor.
15 minutes, chat. 18 minutes, I guess. Sweating. I'm sweating, chat. I feel like it's usually nighttime for this. I don't know what's happened. Give them plenty of room. Give this chest for good luck. I'm gonna come out of this game with almost 8 grand for no reason, because I'm a dumbass. I'm still doing the safety strat, so no. We're not gonna fight that ship. Absolutely not. We'll play that game when... I mean, it's a good thing that I have this much money. It means we're in good straits for when we try to optimize against number 1. But we're gonna do safe stuff today and try to catch that 7. That sub 7.
You're done, Tom.
Yes! Oh!
If you could speak, mate, it would gladden me to hear your side.
We are so close,
You
chat.
humbled me once.
We
and I
did
took
that part
hard
perfectly.
lesson, and I
Both of those kills were perfect as they could be.
Die, knowing that for
That
all
whole
our
Havana, we just fucking nailed.
You helped make a soldier out of a scoundrel. Leave this life for a lasting peace.
Down among the dead. All right, our last fast travel. Let's end the fucking game, chat. Why am I running the wrong fucking way? Oops. I got too excited. I thought that was it. I forgot we have to run this first. Run the gambit. Okay, that's not good. That's not good. I got too excited. I got too excited. I got too excited and we just lost time. Don't get excited. Come on. That's okay. At least they're unalerted now. We have smoke bombs. I don't think I really need them. I can use them here. Let's use them right here. Shit, I think that was a bad idea. This has been the ugliest type of run of this ever. Okay, let's not choke here. We did Principe. Let's not choke here. Let's not make this be the reason we didn't hit sub 7. Hi, Murph. How are you, love? He can feel my stress, dude. He can feel my stress. Hi, baby boy. I see you. Let that not be the reason we don't get sub 7. We are 13 minutes out, chat. 13 minutes out, chat. This is cutting it so close. So close. It's making me hurt. Oh, I don't know if we're gonna make it. We are.
Who were you chasing?
Oh, we're gonna be right on the mark.
Where's he gone?
Left port this morning, heading west along the coast.
13 minutes. We need to go to Bell.
Will we follow?
We need to swim.
Send word to Atabai.
We need to nail the inside of Isu territory. And the rest is just cutscene. And we don't have any control over it. We are way too close for comfort. I can't believe I messed that little part up. We need every fucking second, chat. This is crazy, dude. This is crazy, dude. Every fucking second. We have a 4-minute swim right here.
When you're holding the treasure yourself.
Torres doesn't know I have it.
So why bring it to him and risk its capture?
I'd like him to know I have it, just before he dies.
Thank you for your luck, Murph. I love you. All right, chat. 12 minutes. 11 minutes.
Edward, there's a fleet blocking the cove we want.
Aye, the Armada. That's Torres and his men.
And can't even edge into the yellow.
Exactly?
Find our way past them.
All right. 4-minute swim. Here we go. This is the safe strat. The safest among them. We will have about 8 minutes to get through here. Kill Torres and cutscene away. Cutscene away. That modern day takes like 5 minutes, I feel like. The full end cutscenes take like 5 minutes. So we are you close for comfort. I do not like this at all. I do not like this at all. Oh, and we've got to do the Guardians too. Yeah, this is I don't like it, chat. I can't believe we're actually cutting it this close because I feel like the PC run had so many issues. That just tells you how fast I think PC is in comparison. Because we had 4 major issues in PC. And still are only going to be about 15 minutes slower than this time. So we may be going back to PC after we submit this console run. That just shows you how, like, there's just pieces of it that are faster all throughout. If you learn the strats, you learn the areas, you learn their extra awareness and all that. It's kind of crazy. Like 2 pretty major mess ups in this and then like 3 kind of smaller ones, but still that we're running it this close to that run when it felt like we'd had some really serious stuff. I mean, prison really fucked us, to be honest. If prison hadn't happened the way it did, we'd be a little bit less nerve-wracking right now, but as is, we're gonna be cutting it so very close. So many cutscenes at the end. And this end part is risky. This end part is really risky. And I haven't practiced it enough. Come on, man. We're gonna be stuck with about 6 minutes. I think we're gonna be 2 minutes over, chat. Like 2 or 3 minutes. It sucks. I'm gonna give it my all, though. Because we still have... I think we have to swim to that rock. It sucks. Man, I just want the sub 7, bro. There's no reason we shouldn't have it. There's no reason we shouldn't have it. Give me the sub 7. Give me the sub 7. Come on, come on, come on. All right, let's perform. Come on, Ann.
soldiers in the light. Maybe they've gone?
No, they're here. Deep in the jungle.
Soldiers, just there. What should we do?
They brought every ounce of menace they had.
Go! Shit. I think that might have fucked us. It was literally like 5 seconds, but we just don't have any seconds left.
I'll tell you all when this is finished.
Come on, Edward! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. We are in a hurry! It's gonna be all out of our hands in a minute, though. Once we do this, it's just cutscenes, and we've just... I don't know the timing on them, to be honest, but they're long.
And let none follow.
I'm gonna be yelling at Melanie LeMay, man.
Venga, muévete. No puedo. Mis piernas no responden. Déjalo. Déjalo. Moriremos todos. ¿Has oído? Levántate. No quiero dejarte aquí. Será vuestro funeral. Por favor. Está aquí. Está aquí.
I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. Come on. No. I'm sorry, Chad. That was it. That was it. We're not... There's no way. There's no way. I'm sorry, Chad. I tried. I really tried. I want the sub 7 so bad, man. I wanted it so bad, man. It was gonna look so good on the record. I wanted it so bad because it was gonna look over an hour above the other guy. Sucks. We're gonna be like 703, dude. Sucks. I can't believe it's gonna be in like within a 10-minute range of our fastest PC. I don't know, like, it just doesn't make sense. Because we fucked up so many times. Can we please get out of here? I just want to be done with this now. I'm so sad, dude. We were so close, Chad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I failed you. We have the winning run on console, but I'm kind of bummed. I'm kind of bummed. We'll be over an hour ahead, but at a cost. That jump is so hard. It doesn't make any sense. Insane, dude. Technically, when I am done playing, it'll be like right at 7, but it's crazy. I can't believe how close we are without getting it. It like is making me want to throw up, dude. Last 30 seconds, chat. Makes me want to throw up, dude. Well, at least we nailed that part. We would have been so... Oh, we were right there, man. I could taste it. I could taste it. 5 seconds. And that's 7. So fucking close. That is such a goddamn bummer. We are so close. So close. My console record forever will be higher than 7 unless I decide to come back to it after we hit the world record. That would be silly, but there's a part of me that like needs the sub 6 or sub 7. Ugh, it's so painful.
Captain Kenway, ever a splinter in my side. Does this murder fulfill you?
I'm only seeing a job done, Torres. As you'd have done with me.
As we have done, I think. You have no family anymore, no friends, no future. Your losses are far greater than ours.
Because I was hoping for a sub 6 on this and then world on console and then world record on PC.
Than ever I did.
You honestly believe that?
Which is like 15 minutes from sub 6.
You would see all of mankind corralled into a neatly
I can't believe we still haven't hit sub 7. That is just not good.
Yet dulled beyond reason and sapped of all spirit.
When I'm aiming for sub 6.
So
and I don't feel like we messed anything up that badly.
I do believe it.
You wear your convictions well. They suit you.
So close. I'm in mourning, chat. We were so close. Like, we're technically done with gameplay other than walking in the modern day. Sucks, man. I kind of want to do it again right away, dude. It's hurtful.
Are we safe? With the device returned, I believe so.
What do you call this place?
Like, we're technically only
Captain Kenway's folly.
gonna be about 27 minutes away from our last run, which I was on tilt for an hour. So explain where the time went. I don't get it. There are so many times I could have made just a slightly different decision and we would be...
Until another sage appears, this door will remain locked.
There were vials when I came here.
And I was talking to you guys
filled with the blood of ancient
for most of the run. Like, what happened?
They're gone now.
Then it's up to us to recover them before the Templars catch wind of this. You could join us in that cause.
I will, but only after I fix what I mangled back home.
It arrived last week.
Timer's freaking out on me again. It should be fine by the time I need to stop it. Oh, man, chat. What in the hell? How is this only 25 minutes away from talking to you guys and going on tilt for an entire hour last run? I mean, we did have quite a few, like, kind of small startovers. But still, nothing like what we had there. Man.
I wish I could explain all the strangeness, but there isn't much time. The short of it is, you saw my beloved Juno, and for a brief moment, I thought
even running that last part perfectly wouldn't have gotten us there.
Something went wrong.
Bummer. Bummer land, dude. I can't believe we only beat our record by, like, literally 10 minutes.
She was magnificent once.
After all this work.
One of a race of beautiful, wonderful
Explain how our record is that strong when it was
Did you
complete
know that?
shit.
Your people were tools to them. That's all you have ever been. That's all you should ever be. One day soon, I hope. For the world is nearly ready for her return. Wired. Prepared for a second coming. Uh-oh. Here they come.
All right, well, next weekend we go sub 6. We'll probably get to do 2 full runs next weekend because we'll do Saturday, Sunday.
Idiots. All of them.
And we'll probably switch back to PC, so maybe we'll do some PC practice this week.
It was her experiment that made it possible for my rebirth as one of these things.
Stay down! Get down on your back! Now! He's got a gun!
Guide me into the grave, beloved! I am your instrument!
Put the gun down! Drop it! Drop your weapon! Clear! Clear! Check his vitals. He's bleeding fast. Check the victim.
Are you okay? Can you hear me? Hello? Talk to me. You all right?
There you are. Thank God. I hope you feel well. You look good. Can you stand?
Yeah, I don't think any... Actually, probably not even only one decision would have
Try walking around.
really messed it. Would have really fixed it. Man.
A doctor came by, said there wasn't anything to worry about. That the liquid in the syringe was far,
Even
far
after we
below
tried,
the
nailed
lethal dose.
Principe. Hurtful. Nailed
I feel
Havana.
terrible about all this. About everything. All our evidence pointed to you, but it was John all along. God, the things we found on his computer. Whatever you need, we'll provide. You've done an amazing job.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, our trailer is finished. Would you like to see it? I owe you that much.
Once again, I am the most Bummerland speedrun world
There we
record
go.
setter ever.
I uploaded it to your database.
Because my expectations
You
are
can watch
always
it here or at your end.
a million.
I think you'll love it. It really captures the essence of the era. Take care. And again, thank you.
Because 7's bad. It really is. It's so bad.
World.
In a world. Hi, Sean. Hi, Rebecca. All right, that's technically, I think, the last time I touched my controller, other than... No, I think that's the last time we touched the controller. Once it hits credits, I'll press stop on the timer. We'll have our new record. Of, like... 7 minutes
Gentlemen,
faster. What
how'd
the
you
fuck?
find it here?
We're
It
moving
will
back to
work for
PC,
us,
bro.
But our goal must be to scatter our operations. To live and work among the people we protect.
And we even nailed
Just as
Frogger,
the
dude.
event
It was the
was
middle.
cancelled.
We did the
Until that
end
time,
really well. We did the beginning
yours
really
as you
well.
see fit.
And I kept
Good work.
saying the middle's actually the
Captain Woodward
easy part.
survived his wounds.
The middle fucked us
He has
this
since
time.
returned to
We
England,
clearly need to
shamed
practice
and
middle more.
dead, but no less a threat.
I will finish that job when I return. You have my word. Evening, Anne.
The ship fights really messed us up in this one too.
I'll be sailing for London in the next few months. I'd be a
Pretty much
hopeful
every
man
ship fight had an issue.
if you were beside me.
Big issue.
England's the wrong way around the globe for an Irish woman.
Will you stay with the assassins?
No, I haven't got that kind of conviction in my heart. You?
In time, aye. When my mind is settled and my blood is cooled.
Sail ho! Coming into the cove!
You're a good man, Edward. And if you learn to keep settled in one place for more than a week...
Say goodbye,
you'll make a
Merv.
fine father, too.
I don't know if they can see you. Just Friend peoples. I mean, I guess next weekend we'll go for sub 7 before we do sub 6. 4th of July we'll play as well, and that's it before resynced. So I think we're only going to be console holder by resynced. We'll probably keep playing this after, to be honest, so I can get that record, but we'll see. We might need another break after resync and then come back. We'll see. Maybe what we'll do is go back to our regular schedule, where I'm not streaming every weekend, every other, and do a different game in the mornings, and then play this still on the weekends. Something like that. Until I get the run. Or until we have to switch to GTA 5. That'll be a while, though. I think we have time to grab the PC, but... Oi. The only problem with playing other games is that you... Like when we played Last of Us, I start using those controls. Alright, ready? It's about to be 7:10-ish. Wow, these cutscenes really are...